looky, smiling face, child. It's gonna be a wonderful day. Singing good morning. How you feeling? Singing good morning. How you feeling? And when you kiss me, it's so sweet. You set my heart on fire. I love to take it out loud, take it higher and higher. 'Cause you're my one and only desire. If it's love that I'm always talking about, girl, you make me wanna jump and scream and shout. Wanna spend the rest of my lifetime. I wanna make you mine, oh mine. I'm singing good morning. How you feeling? I'm singing good morning. How you feeling? And now the birds are singing a brand new song. Such a lovely morning. You see, not only I, but even Mother Nature has so much love to share. If it's love that I'm always talking about, girl, you make me wanna jump and scream and shout. I wanna spend the rest of my lifetime. I wanna make you mine, mine. Singing good morning. How you feeling? Singing good morning. How you feeling? One last time for you guys. Singing good morning. How you feeling? Singing good morning. How you feeling? How are we feeling today, guys? Everybody, good morning.
Yay!
Aloha kakahiaka.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining us for our workshop day. So the whole reason this came about is because when we put on Ukulele Summit, which happened this June, we had free workshops and the concerts were amazing with the Keiki and the professionals, free
They were
shave ice.
great.
Oh my gosh.
Free Shave Ice was great too.
Yes. But we only live streamed the main stage and people were asking, please, can you please do the workshops? And I don't think people realize the amount of work and jerry rigging that would have to go into live streaming all of them all at once. We are a very small nonprofit. Hopefully we will grow larger so that we can do that. That's part of why we're doing these kinds of fundraisers. Because if we have enough funding, we can definitely try to live stream at least one workshop. But we created this workshop day so that we can actually have everybody around the world who wants to join us and learn. We are so grateful, of course, to have the gentleman next to me, Mr. Cory Mau.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
One of our board of directors also happens to be our secretary as well of 4 Strings at a Time.
I can type really fast.
Yes.
Great at typing.
But having him teach, he was one of the teachers at Summit. We also have Neal Chin. He also taught at Summit. Myself, Sarah Maisel. Craig is going to be doing teaching throughout. And then Lina Girl is also going to be joining us with some Ōlelo Hawaii. Very excited. Keep your ukes out, though, because she's teaching songs.
Yes.
And then, of course, our special guest who will be joining us today, Mr. Jake Shimabukuro. He's actually on our advisory board, and he has just been such a wonderful sounding board and a great inspiration. We love whenever we have our lunches with him and our other advisors because they are just so inspiring, and we're really grateful. So thank you to our advisory board. That would be Brian Tolentino, Kama Hopkins, Herb Ota Jr., and of course, Jake Shimabukuro. Thank you guys so much. Well, I'm so excited. This is going to be an amazing morning.
Yes.
If you guys haven't already done so, please feel free to download your workshops, the workshop packets and materials. It is going to be shown on screen, but if you want to have it in your hand, and also if you want to support 4 Strings at a Time, please consider purchasing a packet. If you have any issues with your packet, send us an email, info@4stringsatatime.org. I have my laptop. There it is. And I'm going to be in between emailing people if they're having trouble, etc., and all of that great stuff. And just to let you guys know, we also have some really new cool stuff in the store. So you can check out behind Cory. I don't know if that you'll see more of it. Yes, you'll see we have Aloha shirts, some really awesome bags. Yes. There's one of the bags.
You can see it right there.
Yay. And CDs. And we have one GoPro camera left from GoPro's generous donation. So thank you all to everybody who have already made purchases. You guys have actually already gotten us at over $6,000 for this fundraiser. Thank you. We are so grateful because all of this goes towards you. If you were here and you got to watch that swath of awesome video that Craig put together. It goes to all of our programming, Ukulele Club of Hawaii, the 4 Strings concert series, as well as a okani Pila. That's our elementary school program that Cory is our head curriculum writer. Thank you, Cory.
Yes, my pleasure.
And we have more plans and ideas in the works, as well as Ukulele Summit. We are going to be doing that April 18th of 2026. But I think, Craig, can I go ahead and hand it over to Cory and have him get started? Does that sound good? All right. I'm going to hand things over to Cory. Let's get started with some workshops and hear less of me yapping and hear more of Cory.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks again for joining us. It's such a wonderful, not just morning, but day. This fundraiser is going to be happening for a couple of hours. And so go ahead and take out your ukulele. Go ahead and get them tuned. Once again, if you didn't get the chance to purchase the packet, we encourage you to go ahead, go to our website and download the packet. Throughout the day, there might be some of us who might be adding to our packets, writing down some notes, some thoughts, some words words of wisdom. And so you want to be able to capture that and take some notes. So if you can, head over to our website and download that packet now.
By the way, Cory, that's such
Yes.
a beautiful shirt that you're wearing.
Don't you love it? So we also have for sale these wonderful Aloha shirts that were made by Lina Girl Designs. Auntie Miley, who kind of is heading the shop at Windward Mall called Imana Ka'oiwi. And so please go to our store. If you think this shirt looks great on me, I guarantee you it'll look great on you too. So go ahead and you can purchase it from our store. But we also just launched a brand new color, and that color is blue, a beautiful, deep royal blue. And so look at Craig, and if you think it looks good on him, it'll definitely look good on you too. Okay, so check it out on our store. All of those proceeds go to our programming here at 4 Strings at a Time, and you will come out looking fabulous, just fabulous. All right, let's go ahead and jump into my workshop today. And I'm kind of actually very happy that I'm going first today, because a lot of the things that I'm going to show you in this workshop, you'll get a chance to apply and practice throughout the day. And so the title of my workshop is Beyond Open Positions, and we'll be talking about how to start to navigate your fretboard and begin to figure out chords beyond just here C, and here F, and here G7. I'm sure many of you who might be confident beginners look at other players and say, wow, they're playing all of these things down here up their neck, and how do I know what to do and where to go? Got you. Today I'm going to kind of help you out and give you that roadmap so that you can begin to figure out and understand how your fretboard works in the grand design. Now, for those of you who've ever kind of taken my workshops before, you know sometimes I have to be silly, and I'm a guy of metaphors. I like to live in the world of metaphors. And this is my ukulele cake metaphor. And shout out to Neal Chin. We actually spent a lot of time talking about this metaphor at 2 a.m. in the morning at an event that we were both at. But basically, the ukulele cake concept is a way for us to envision how we create music. And there are 3 layers to the ukulele cake. We have the ear training, which is the bottom layer, the ability to develop our listening skills, our hearing skills to understand and be able to recognize the building blocks of music. And then we have, lost my pencil there. Then we have the middle, which is the technique. It's the actual nuts and bolts of how I can get those things that I hear and how I can actually do them and play them. And then lastly, when we're making a cake, we think about style. And that's all of the wonderful, those other music principles, things like dynamics, things like timbre, that allow you to really create this holistic piece of music that is representative of who you are. And so we'll be talking a little bit about all of these things today. And I always like to remind people what the secrets are to great ukulele cake. The great desserts that you make as a musician. And so think about what's your flavor. What are the genres of music that speak the most to you? Maybe you're a chocolate person, so maybe you love jazz. Maybe you're a cheesecake person, so you like blues. Whatever it may be, think about what brings you joy and what brings you happiness. And then we also have to remember that, like baking a cake, music takes time. So we can't rush it. We can't set the oven to 500 degrees and cook the cake for a minute. Doesn't work that way. We have to take our time in making our music. And we enjoy the cakes that are made by others. We appreciate all the hard work that all musicians put into their craft. And lastly, every cake teaches us more about ourselves. When we try new pieces of cake, we learn more about our own interests, the things that make us go yum. And so every musical experience is a chance for us to figure out what is our yum, or to expand our yum, what we absolutely love. So I'm just going to kind of jump over page 8 in my packet. These are kind of like the big ideas in which we're going to cover today. This idea of how we move chord shapes and what are those movable chord shapes, looking at different chord qualities and how those chord qualities have 3 to 4 major shapes. And I'll talk about what that means later. You're thinking, oh no, we're talking about geometry. A little bit. We're talking about ukulele geometry, ukuometry, if you will. We're going to talk about the chromatic scale. That's actually where we're going to start because that's going to serve as a great foundation for us. We're going to learn how to identify the root and what roots are and how we can use all of this to broaden our sound spectrum. And these are some of the vocabulary words that we'll be talking about: chords, chord quality, chromatic scale, note, root, and even the sound spectrum. So throughout my workshop, if you're thinking, oh gosh, what is he talking about? Head back to this key vocabulary page so that you can kind of look at these definitions and it'll help guide you. So on page 9, this page was intendedly left blank, but I'm actually going to start to write on this page. And I'm going to start by talking about our chromatic scale for just a few minutes, because once I lay this foundation, everything else that I'm going to talk about today is going to make sense. And so today, I'm going to talk about our chromatic scale, and I'm going to be talking about it as a chromatic C scale, meaning we're going to start at C and we're going to end at C, okay? So what is the chromatic scale? Well, the chromatic scale is a scale that plays all 12 pitches from one note to the other, okay? So from C to C, a chromatic scale plays all of the pitches in between those two Cs, in between an octave. And there are a total of 12 pitches. So let's try to start to figure out where those pitches are. Well, if we start with our C scale, we know that the order of the C scale is C, then D, then E, then F, then G. Then we know it repeats, goes back to A, B, and then we end at C. And you're like, okay, that's not quite 12. Where are the 12? Well, if you can envision like a piano, for those of you who might have seen it, you know that between every white key, there are also some black keys. And that's where we get the additional pitches. And so starting from C, if I were to go up a half step, so from that white key to that black key, then that note would be C sharp. And then from C sharp, I would go to D. There's another half step between D and E. We call that D sharp. From D sharp, I go to E. But here, there's a very interesting thing that happens here. There is no in-between pitch between E and F. E and F is a half step in between. There's another pitch in between F and G. We call that F sharp. From F sharp, we go to G. From G, we go to G sharp, then we hit A. From A, we hit A sharp, we go to B. And then similar between E and F, between B and C, there's no intermediate pitch. It just goes there. And so we call all of these in music, we call them half steps. Half steps. All the things that I'm shading in yellow are called half steps. Now, you're probably looking at this going, all right, I see all of the pitches that you're talking about, but in music, I see these things called flats. And so as we move up our scale, we think about sharps, but as we move down our scale, we can think about flats. So if I start on the other end, from C, again, there's no intermediate pitch, so a half step down would take us to B, but between B and A, if we were to go down a half step, we have something called B flat. Then B flat goes to A. Again, there's an intermediate step between A and G. We call that A flat. A flat to G. Again, between G and F, we would have G flat. G flat goes to F. And then between F and E, there's no F flat, because technically F flat is actually E. But then between E and D, we have E flat. And then to D, then between D and C, we have D flat, and then back to C. Now, why I like drawing my chromatic scale like this is because you actually start to see where, let me back that up, where notes actually start to overlap with each other. Yeah, you see where these overlaps happen? And so in music, C sharp and D flat actually represent the same pitch. Same with D sharp and E flat, F sharp and G flat, and so on and so forth. So why do we even have that? Well, there's a lot of reasons why we have sharps and flats. One reason is it depends which way our melody is moving, whether our melody is ascending or descending, but also deals with the key that we're playing in. But right now, what's most important to know is this idea of how a chromatic scale works. Now, why is this important, Cory? Why are you bombarding us with so much theory first thing? Well, if you understand your chromatic scale, you understand how your ukulele is built and designed, okay? Your fretboard, every string, okay, is basically built as a chromatic scale. Here's what I mean by that. Every fret that you play on your ukulele is a half step. So for example, if I start here on my third string, my C string, okay, this is C. And as soon as I cover the first fret, this is now C sharp. Next, if I move it up a fret, it becomes D. If I move it again, it becomes D sharp, aka also known as E flat. If I move it up again, it becomes E. And if I play this E and my open E, notice how they sound the same. Okay, move it up again, this is F. Move it up again, this is F sharp. Then G, G sharp. Then A sharp. Then B, then C. All right? Now, this is important for being able to understand how your chords move up and down your ukulele. What a lot of people tend to do sometimes when they're first learning chords is they'll look at chord charts. And they'll start to think about, like, where are all the different chord charts for F and where all the different chord charts are for G. And that's a great way to start. But if you can start to understand the position of the chord in relation to how your ukulele is constructed, then you start to gain this larger picture of how the chords work and fit together. And so rather than just memorizing isolated chords, you're going to start to understand the how and the why. And once you unlock the how and the why, you'll be able to access these chords much more fluently. Okay? Now, that was our C string, but all we need to remember is our chromatic scale works the same way, and it just starts in a different place depending on what string we play. So if I go down to the A string, I can take this same diagram and I would just start it, instead of starting at C, I'd start at A. So this is A. When I play the first fret, it becomes A sharp or B flat, then it's B, then it's C. Then don't forget, when we play a scale, we go back to the beginning again. So from C, we go to C sharp, and then D, and then D sharp, then E, F, F sharp, G, then G sharp, then A. Okay, A to A, that's the octave. Okay, so again, chromatic scale we can apply to any of our strings, and we just gotta know where to begin, where to start on the scale. So with that in mind, let's talk about our first chord quality. And we're gonna focus first on the major chords. How do I take the major chords and play them in different spots on our ukulele? Well, I have a secret for you that maybe we've been sleeping on for a long time, but I'm about to break it out of the box. When it comes to most of your chord qualities, and by that I mean major chords, minor chords, dominant sevenths, there are really only 4 chord shapes that you need to know. All of those chords, all major chords, can be built off of 4 major shapes. And you're probably asking me, well, what is a shape? What are you talking about? Well, take a look here at these diagrams, okay? When I say shape, I'm basically referring to the fingering, what you're going to be holding on your ukulele. So this would be a chord shape, this would be another shape, this would be a third shape, and this would be a fourth shape. Okay? All major chords can be played by holding any one of these 4 fingerings. Nothing else. Okay? A little caveat to that. My low G players, and I never do this low G, high G thing, just so you know. I'm just like, suck it up. Everyone learn how to play. Okay? But for those of you who love to play low G, I do admit that you are a little bit more responsible for knowing these chord shapes and playing them as barred shapes. For my high G players, because of where that re-entrant, that high G sits on your ukulele, it works very differently, and it works a little bit more flexibly when it comes to chord structure and when it comes to layering your chords. So you do have a little bit more give and a little more play when you're holding some of your chords as you're moving down, up and down your neck, as opposed to low G players, all right? But it's good for everyone to learn these major chord shapes to understand. Now, above, what I've done is I've identified for you the open shapes that correlate to these movable shapes. So if you're like, where do these shapes come from and how do I relate them to something I know? Well, this chord shape here kind of looks like your C chord, just adding the bar, okay? Same thing here. Your A chord gives way to this movable shape here. Your D chord gives shape to this, gives inspiration to this movable shape. And then your F chord for this shape here. All right, so what else have I done on this chart? Well, what I've also done is I've also identified the root, meaning the note that gives the identity of the chord. Okay, so you'll see that for both of these shapes here, it's whatever you're holding, mainly on this bottom string, that gives the identity of the chord. But you'll also see that I've identified dots here and here. Those also can be used to identify the root or the name of the chord, okay? This note here and this note here are the same. If I'm playing low G, they're just an octave different. So here, this is a B flat. Down here, this is a B flat. If you're playing high G, it'll sound like this and this. Okay, they're the same note if you're playing high G. Now, in the second shape, or the third shape, excuse me, your root can be found here on the third string. So this is the string that's going to help to identify the name of the chord. And lastly, in this shape, your root will be found on this string here, the E string or the second string. All right, so let's kind of go through and let's talk about what we mean. Well, let's go ahead and let's hold our C chord. Let's start there for a second. We all know that this is C. Now, if I try to hold it anywhere else on my ukulele, maybe if I was playing some blues, but that doesn't quite work, right? It doesn't, there's not a harmony there that allows that to work. So if I want to move, say this C up, and I want my chord to move proportionally, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to bar the first fret, okay? So I'm going to, with my index, bar the first fret, and I went from my C and I moved it down a fret. So I'm holding 1, 1, 1, 4. If I play that, knowing that my root is identified, the identity of the chord is given by this note here, what chord is this? Well, if I take a look here, I'm holding fret number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is my C sharp major. If I move it one more fret, this finger moves to fret number 5. So this chord is D major. Move it again. This is now the 6th fret. This chord is E flat, also known as D sharp. Very good, D sharp. That was your test. You passed. Very good. Move it up one more time. Now my pinky is on fret number 7. This is my E major chord. So again, I'm using that chromatic scale to help move my chord along. Okay? Let's take a look at this second chord shape here. This second movable chord shape. So I'm holding 3, 2, 1, 1. Okay? If I play that, again, I can either use the top string or the bottom to identify the root. I'll use the bottom. Okay? So if my finger is here, this is my B flat chord. Move it up to the second fret. This is now my B major chord. Move it up again. Okay, I'm now on, this finger here is now on fret number 3, so it becomes my C major chord. Move it up again. It becomes my C sharp major chord. So again, as long as I keep moving it up my fretboard, I'm going to be able to play every major chord. All right, let's take a look at chord shape number 3 now, okay? Chord shape number 3 is going to be given its identity based on the note that's going to be on this third string. That's the root. Okay, so let's start by holding the first movable shape. Now, I like to hold my movable shape like this. So the fret is 3, 3, 3, 1, and I use my middle finger to hold the top 2 strings, and I use my ring finger to hold my E string. You might want to hold it like this. That's totally acceptable too, where you use your middle, ring, pinky, and then your pointer. I have very pudgy fingers. So the less fingers I can use, the better it is for the sound and tone of my chords. We need to know our strengths, people. Know our strengths. Okay, so where is the root right now? Well, starting, the root is actually on fret number 3. Okay, this is where the root is. So what is the name or the identity of this chord? This is E flat. Okay, that's what I'm holding right here under this middle finger. If I move my fingers proportionately, okay, I move all my fingers down 1 fret, this chord now becomes fret number 4, E major. Move it again, it becomes F major. Move it again. What is this? F sharp. Very good. Again. This is now G. Again. This is now A flat. Okay. So again, every major chord can be played with that shape. Now, the last shape takes its root from the E string. Okay, from the second string, we have a question. Go ahead.
If you didn't have the color-coded dots in the movable shapes, how do you know which of those dot positions is in your root?
Very good question. Okay, that's actually a very, you might not like my answer, but maybe someone else has an answer. And I'll let someone else chime in maybe if that's okay, because this is a Kako thing. One way to know it, okay, so one is you have to know the notes in your chord. Yes. That's another way. So for example, if I'm holding a chord like this, okay, this is my B flat chord, then I need to know that the notes that I'm holding are B flat, D, F, and B flat. So understanding how major chords are built, which I actually provided up here. Major chords are, ooh, done. Smart highlighter. We're getting smart here. Major chords are built based off of the first note, the third note, and the fifth note in the scale. So as I'm holding my B flat, here's the first note, B flat. Here's actually the third note, D. Here's the fifth note, F. And again, we repeat the one on the bottom of B flat. That's one way to know where your one is. The other way is knowing becoming familiar with your frets. So studying this chromatic scale and knowing kind of where your different notes fall. But sometimes it might not be, as you're first starting out, the most feasible to go through every string and be like C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, E sharp, right? That's not the most feasible strategy. So one thing that I would recommend first is start with all your C's. Do you know where all your C's are on your ukulele? You have a C here, you have a C here, you have a C here, you have a C here. Know where all your C's are, because then you can use C's as an anchor note to then try to figure out where the rest of your notes are.
Nice job, Cory.
Something to add, Craig? Chee?
So one great thing that you can showcase too is that all of the great songs that you already know and love, when you're holding down like a major chord, for example. Whenever you play those chords down the neck like that, try to figure out, okay, what if I'm playing an A major chord, where is my A?
Yes.
You know, and you're gonna start linking those things together.
Absolutely. And so the reason why I'm highlighting the roots to you is because that's exactly what Craig just said, right? As you're holding these different chords, like if I'm holding this shape all the way down here, right? Understanding what notes you're holding here is what's going to allow you to know, like, oh, okay, I'm holding this note here on this string. This is the root. I know this is F, G. This is A major. I picked A, look, and I didn't even realize it. I just went there. Okay, that's an A major. All right? So being able to identify these roots, the roots in this case is probably going to be the most important thing for you. Okay? Any other questions?
That's it.
Great.
I was adjusting the bass chord.
Yeah.
The ones you play a lot.
Yeah.
Recognizing those.
Totally. Okay. Our last chord shape is kind of built off of our F shape. So again, I'm going to bar fret number 1. My middle finger is going to hold the 2nd fret of the 2nd string, and then I'm going to hold the top of the 3rd fret. So I'm holding 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay, so our root again is given by what my middle finger is holding. So if my middle finger is on the 2nd fret, as you see, this chord is F sharp major. Move it, it becomes G major. Move it again, G sharp or A flat major. Move it again, A major. Move it again. This is now B flat or A sharp major. Okay? So as you're starting to go through and learn a lot of your bar chords, remember the ergonomics of your bar chords. And you can see a lot of us have talked about ergonomics before, but think about your wrist placement, right? Think about how much pressure you're putting down. We don't really have to squeeze the living life out of our bar chords if we know how to take advantage of the physics of how we play ukulele, right? Pulling the chords into us or pulling our ukulele into us, then we have this point of rotation. That's going to be really helpful in holding your barred chords, okay? You don't want to really squeeze. All right, so how do we put this into action? All right, well, we can start by taking our favorite songs and we can start by just swapping out some of these chords to practice them. Okay, so this is a song entitled Haleakala Hula. Haleakala Hula was written by a great Hawaiian composer, Auntie Alice Namakelua. She wrote many, many wonderful songs. And this song talks about the mountain of Haleakala on the island of Maui. Very important. So here you have some blank chord charts that if you wanted to, you could fill in with the different ways to hold these chords. So for example, if I wanted to, I should change to the right tool. If I wanted to, I could use that other page to know that I could play my C major here, to know that I could play my F major here, and my G, in the song it's a G7, but for the sake of this practice, I could play G major. I would actually draw it back over here, but write the number 5 to know that it starts on my 5th fret. Okay, so again, C major is here, F major is here, and then G major is on my 5th fret. So I could go through and I could strum playing those new chords. Now, if it's so overwhelming, don't play all 3. Just switch out one. And when you feel like you've gotten that one down, see if you can add the other. So maybe you're just gonna focus on adding C. Okay? So let's go ahead and play through this song. I'll kind of go through it slowly just so you can kind of get the feel of it. If you feel confident, try to swap in a new major chord, okay? And I'll write at the top, this is our C, this is our F, this is our G major. It's not, well, that looks like an O. We don't have O in ukulele, we have G. This is our G major, not G7. Okay, we'll talk about those. We could do a little something like this, starting on C. 1, 2, 3, 4, strum C. And then we could switch to F, back to C. And we would stay on C. Then the G, and go back to C. Now again, maybe you're only practicing C and you play F and you play G regular. That's totally fine. So if I was to go through and play it and sing it for you, it would sound something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kuahivi nani. It's really low, because normally I sing this an octave higher. Maybe I'll just jump the octave. I didn't think I could do it this early in the morning. Oh, that's really high. I would not sing it in this key particularly, but for the sake of practice, you get the point. Okay, so that's how you can begin to incorporate some of these new chord positions. Just choose one and start swapping them out. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about just briefly is, how do I know which new chord to switch to? For example, if I play C here, how do I know which F is the best F to play? Do I go here? Do I go here? Do I go here? And the question is, it really all depends on what you're doing, but generally speaking, when I'm playing new chords, I'm going to try to stay in the same, what I call, neighborhood. Okay? So if I'm playing C here and the next chord I have is F, chances are I'm not going to jump all the way down here. Okay? I want to pick an F chord that's nearby. So what I'm going to do is I would choose to play my F chord here. Okay? Same thing, if the next chord is G, I want to pick a G chord that's nearby. Maybe I could go back here. I know that there's another G here. That could work, or another G here. So as you are playing your songs, try your best as you're starting to switch chords out, try to stay in the same area on your fretboard. That is also extremely important, more so when you are playing chord melody. Okay? If you're playing chord melody in a song, for example, right? I'm going to play chords that are located close to where I need to be on the melody. And so that's why it's helpful to know, like if I know here the chord is F, then it switches to an augmented F, and then a B flat, right? I need to know where those chords are further down my fretboard. And so, again, I know that there's an F here or here. I know there's a B flat that's over here, but I wouldn't play that, right? I would stay in the same area of where I'm playing, where the melody is. So that's why it's also really important to know where a lot of these chords are. Okay. All right, checking the time. We're doing good. So now that you understand, we've kind of gone through it very slowly with major chord structures. I'm going to move a little bit faster through minor chord structures because the idea is the same. Okay, taking a look at these chord charts, I've identified for you where the roots of these chords are. So if you know the root, and again, we know that our fretboard is built off this chromatic scale, we know how to move these chords around. So let's take a look at these movable shapes. Here's the first one. We're gonna bar the first fret, and we're gonna add our ring finger to the top of the third fret. So I'm holding 3, 1, 1, 1. Okay, this is my first movable shape. Again, this movable shape, I can use this bottom note here to identify the root. So if I'm holding the first fret, this chord is going to be B flat minor. Okay, move it. This is B minor. Move it to fret number 3. This is C minor. Moving it to fret number 4. This is C sharp minor. Fret number 5, D minor. And I could go on. Now, of course, you would never hold your chords like this. This is very, very bad fingering. I'm just doing this so you can really see where my chord is, okay? Don't put your fingers behind your fretboard. Okay, all right. So that's the first shape. Again, I can play every minor chord holding just this. But again, we like variety. We like spice of life. We like being able to play chord melody. So we need to know a few other ways to hold these minor shapes. Let's take a look at the second shape. The second shape is kind of built off of this F sharp minor here on the first fret. It's like G7, but I hold it on the top strings. But instead, what I'm going to do to move it is I'm going to move all of my fingers over. So my middle goes where my pointer is, my ring comes up, and my pinky will go down on my second string. Still like a G7 shape on the top. Now when I move it, I'm going to add my index finger to the bottom, just like this. Okay? So again, for here, my root is determined by what I'm holding here on the second string. So on the second string, if I let go really quickly, I'm holding fret number 3. So this chord is G minor. Move it up. So this is where I started. Out here, G minor. Okay, moving up. This is now G sharp or A flat minor. This is A flat here, fret number 4. Move it up again. This is now A minor. Again, B flat or A sharp minor. Move it up. This is another way to play B minor. Okay, there's my B note. So that's how this minor shape works. Again, I could play all the minor chords with just that chord shape. The next one uses a very, very similar, or it uses actually the same string for the root, okay? That second string. The way I like to hold this is I actually like to bar the first fret, and then I'm going to hold the second fret of the A string, the third fret of the C string, and the fourth fret of the E string. So I'm holding 1, 3, 4, 2. Had to think about that for a second, okay? If you don't want to bar, you can just get away with holding the top if you'd like. That's fine too, okay? So this, as I'm holding it, means that I'm starting here. So this is A flat minor or G sharp minor. Move it up again. This is A minor. Move it up again. A sharp or B flat. Move it up again. This is now B minor, C minor, so on and so forth. Every minor chord played with that shape. The last one is kind of built off this D minor shape. So again, if I shift my fingers over, if this is D minor, you like to hold it like this, some of you. I bend, again, pudgy fingers. We like to keep lots of space. If I shift my fingers over, I I got to account for this new string here. So I'm going to use my ring and middle to hold the top, and then I'll use my index. You think it kind of looks like an E minor shape almost a little bit, okay? So this chord shape is dictated by what I'm holding on the C string, okay, string number 3. So if I'm holding the 3rd fret here, that makes this E flat minor. Move it up. E minor. Move it up. F minor. Move it up. F sharp minor. Move it up. G minor. So on and so forth. Again, these chord shapes, this is how I play every minor chord. You now know how to play any possible minor chord. So if I said play A minor, you could figure out all the different ways and all the different positions to play A minor by just knowing these shapes and where the roots are, okay? Again, helpful to know how minor chords are created. Minor chords are built similarly to major chords, 1, 3, 5, but we take the 3rd note and we flat it. We go down a half step. And so that's the structure of minor chords. So again, we could practice our chords by playing them in a song. And again, just change out one of the chords, okay, if that helps. So a song like Hawaiian War Chant. Tahauala I tahua hua ila, e uhenela I pili ko oluala, pu'ukuilua I ke ko'e, hanulipo o kapalai. Hawaiian War Chant, actually, this version of Hawaiian War Chant, where sometimes you hear them go to the minor. That was actually not the original way the song was written. Actually, according to what I learned, this song, which was written by Prince William Pitlileo Hoku, was written as a waltz. I have to get the waltz rhythm. Ka Hawaii ka hua hua I e uhenela I pili ko olua pukuku ilua I ke ko'e. But later on in the 1940s, a parody was done of this song, and they changed it to do that major minor, and that's actually how the Hawaiian War Chant kind of became a thing. Did you know that the Hawaiian War Chant was also in the movie Lion King? Did you know that? In the scene in Lion King where Timon and Pumbaa are in the cage and they're trying to distract the hyenas, Timon starts singing the Hawaiian War Chant. It's super funny, and I didn't realize that till years later. But if you were playing this version of the Hawaiian War Chant, you would go through playing all your major chords. Again, you could swap them out. You could play your A chord here on fret number 4. Ka hauala I tahua hua ila, e uhenela e pili ko ouala. Pukukuilua I ke ko'e. And maybe my E here. It's hot in here. I'm like fading. I'm like, oh, it's okay. Hanulipo o kapalai. Now, when you eventually get to the end, you'll switch to the minor so you can practice how to hold your minor chords. Ka hauala I ka hua hua ila, e uhenela I pili ko ouala. Pu'ukuilua I ke ko'e. Hanu, that stays as E major. Hanulipo o kapalai. Awe ka hua ila. Awe ka, sorry. Hua ila. So again, practice by changing out chords here and there. All right. Last type of chord quality that we're going to talk about is dominant sevenths. Majors, minors, dominant sevenths. If you can learn where these chords are, it unlocks so much potential, as these are the most common chords that we see. All right, so let's quickly go through this. Our first dominant seventh shape looks like this. We often know this as a D7 chord. If I were to hold it on fret number 2, right, I'm holding 2, 2, 2, 3. But if we start on the first fret, this is actually a movable chord shape because we're holding all of our chords, or all of our strings, excuse me. So our root is defined by what we're holding there on the third string. So if I think about what note I'm holding, this is a C sharp. So this is C sharp 7 or D flat 7. Move it, we know this as D7. Third fret becomes E flat 7, then E7, followed by F7, F sharp 7, G7. Okay? Again, I could play every possible dominant seventh chord with just that shape. There is also this second shape that takes its root from the bottom string. So if I hold, it's another bar chord, looks very similar, but slightly different as I'm holding 1, 2, 1, 1. Okay, if I look at what I'm holding down here, this is B flat 7. Move it 1 fret, this becomes B7. Move it, this becomes C7. 4th fret, C sharp 7. Move it again, D7. One more time, E flat or D sharp, so on and so forth. Okay, so again, every dominant seventh shape that I could possibly think of can be played, or chord can be played with those two shapes. There are 2 other shapes that I could consider. Here's this one, which is built its identity on the second string. Okay, so I'm holding here, I'll give it to you. This is 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3. If I look at what I'm holding on this first fret, a lot of you might know this as F7. We play this a lot. But when we move it up, fret number 2, this is F sharp 7. Some of you might know this one. This is G7. We play G7 a lot. Okay, move it up. This is G sharp 7 or A flat 7. One more time. This is A7. So on and so forth. Okay? The final shape actually uses the top string to give its root. If you think about a G7 and move your fingers over such that you're playing it with your middle, your ring, and your pinky, like this, then when I move it to the 2nd fret, my index is free to cover the top string. Okay, so what am I holding here? This is A flat or G sharp, so this is my A flat 7. Move it up. I'm now holding an A. This is A7. Move it up. This is B flat, so B flat 7. And then again, 4th fret, this is B. And again, this makes this a C7. So, the beautiful thing about looking at it in terms of shapes is you now no longer need to think about how there are all of these different ways to hold all these different chords, or that you need to memorize 20, 30 different chords. You actually don't. All you need to do is Yodel-a-hee-hoo. Thanks for letting us know, friends, that we lost sound. Can we try? Are we back online? We were testing your ability to read lips and to read fingers.
Okay, back.
We're back? Okay. You all passed. You all were able to read my lips and read my fingers. Very good. We call it Ukulele mimery. Uku mimery. I don't know. We'll think of something fun. Okay. I don't know where we lost sound, but I'm just going to pick up from where I left off. Hopefully you were noticing that on all of my pages, these didn't change. The chromatic scale never changes, friends. It always stays the same, okay? So if you know how to navigate that chromatic scale on each string and you just really focus on learning the different shapes, then you have a really great chance of learning all of your chords, okay? So again, don't think about having to memorize, gosh, at this rate, just between these chord families alone, you'd probably be looking at memorizing 60 chords. Don't do that. No. Just memorize these shapes, how these shapes move. And if you really think about it, you go from having to feel like you have to learn 60 chords really to only having to learn 12 and how those 12 move about your fretboard. So I want to end with this song. Sorry, I'm going to skip ahead. This song, Kipa Hulu, is a wonderful song that I think you can use to practice all of these things that we went over in today's class, okay? Kipa Hulu was a song that was written by Hoku Rasmussen, the brother of a wonderful local musician, Jeff Rasmussen, here in Hawaii. And unfortunately, Hoku is no longer with us on this earth, but he leaves behind this beautiful song entitled Kipa Hulu. And so in my packet, I've included all the verses. I'm just going to go ahead and play a snippet for you and then kind of go over maybe what it could sound like with different types of chords in different positions. Okay, but maybe I should tune first.
Off is what somebody just wrote.
My mic is off again.
Let me
turn your volume up, friends. Okay. All right. I can hear myself. That's interesting. I'm coming through.
I wonder if she's at the part of the live stream.
Oh, maybe. Fast forward, friend. Fast forward. Okay, so I am going to play the song for you once, just so you can kind of hear it. We're good? All good? Awesome. This is the joy of going first. You work out all the technical difficulties. All right, and then I'll show you how I might be able to use other chords, okay? So here we go. This is your VAM. Hopefully I positioned this in a key that's good for early morning singing. Okay, sounds like this. Kuahivi nani oe e kipa hulu kaini pau ole akamake make. So a really beautiful song that uses all of my major, minor, and dominant sevenths. So if I were to play it in a different position, it might sound something like this. Kuahivi nani oe e kipa hulu kaini pau ole akamake make. All right, I want to just kind of go over what did you notice I did? Did you notice how I stayed around this third fret here? I didn't wander. No wandering when we play ukulele, okay? So here I played my C on the third fret. And I also knew, because I'm familiar with my shapes, there's an E7 right here on fret 4 and 5. E7. Next was A minor, and I knew that there was an A minor here on fret 3. Okay? Then I knew there's an F major also on fret 3, and a C major on fret 3, and a G7 on fret 3, and a C on fret 3. Okay? So again, that's how I can use this knowledge of playing in different positions. I could also go up here. Same thing. Stayed in the same neighborhood. I don't go a wandering. All right. So I hope from this workshop you were able to you were able to understand a little bit more about how your ukulele is constructed, how it is built, and how you can take advantage of this knowledge to learn the different ways that you can play your chords in different positions. And not just by me telling you, here's a C, here, hold this, but by understanding how to take these fundamental shapes and move them about your fretboard. Remember, baking a cake takes time, so this is going to take time, right, to study your chromatic scale, knowing the different notes of your fretboard, getting to know these shapes. And again, by simply playing the songs that you know and love and swapping just one chord out each time that you play, switch it out for a chord in a different position. That's one way that you're going to build the muscle memory and build the knowledge of these chords and get them underneath your fingertips, friends. I promise, when you're able to unlock so much more of your fretboard, it opens up the world of possibilities, not just in strumming and singing, which many of you know I do a lot of, but also on chord melody. The amount of options that you now have when you play becomes so much more vast and so much more wide when you can access the different chords in different positions on your fretboard. The last thing to think about in my packet here is the style. Maybe, and it gives you, and this is on page 18 of the packet, just gives you an idea of how you might be able to apply or use these different chord positions. It gives you kind of an insight into my brain as to how I might think about it if I'm playing an ensemble. If a lot of my my group or my club or my powwow gang is playing on the open position, I might consider playing in a different position just to add some spice of life to the sound, okay? Again, choose a neighborhood. Are you playing within the first 3 frets? Between frets 3 and 5, 5 and 7, 7 and 10. Try not to be jumping all over the place, okay? This one I think is very important to me, is try not to stray too far. So sometimes people are like, I'm going to be fancy and I'm going to play everything down here, and it just sounds like a hot, tinny mess. Okay, really use that ear. Is what you're playing blending with the rest of your group? And then always you can work to texture your strum. Give different feels with different parts of your fingers, maybe the fleshy part, maybe the nail. Maybe you're gonna do a little flick. Do a flick of the wrist, flick of the fingers, okay, to kind of get some interesting textures going there. But play and combine this knowledge with other knowledge that you already have, because music is not compartmentalized. We always want to draw connections between all of the things that we're learning. So today, as you go through the workshops and you're playing through different songs, see if you can start to substitute some of these chords in your playing. That feels like a stopping point to me.
I think you had us at cake, Cory.
At cake. I think so. I think I might have to go out and get some now.
So one person, excuse me, one person.
No, you're not on.
Oh, you're not on the mic
not on
yet.
yet? Okay.
Gotta turn you on. Turn you on.
Okay,
There you
so
are.
one person, I just wanted to say, said that your voice was sweet as cake.
Oh, stop it.
No, keep going.
Yeah, keep going, please.
Keep going.
Keep telling me.
Yes. So lots of wonderful. Hopefully, you'll be able to take some time, Cory, to look in the chat, because
Yes.
there's lots of wonderful, wonderful feedback to this lesson. Thank you guys so
Oh,
much
thank you.
for writing in the chat. We are
Yes.
doing our best. If you have a question, if our moderators cannot answer it, or if we think it's a good question that any of the teachers need to do a visual for,
Yep.
I raise my hand and ask it.
She's a very polite interrupter.
I try to be because I know when you're teaching, you're in the zone.
You're in a flow.
It's true. So thank you guys so much for
Yes.
enjoying this workshop. And I just want to take a minute to talk a little bit about one of our programs. It's our newest one that's actually still in the works.
Yes.
God bless our teachers for their patience.
Yes.
As we get feedback from them, we've kept changing things because it was originally only going to be an ukulele program, and it's kind of turned into something a bit more. So would you like to chat a little bit about a okani Pila
Absolutely.
and the reason why we're doing it and all of that great stuff?
Absolutely. So a okani Pila, for those of you who don't know, we started a curriculum project, and this curriculum project has evolved. What was supposed to start as a simple book that was supposed to just go to teachers and provide them with resources and materials has become this elaborate, big multimedia project thanks to
Craig Chee.
Chee. And so we got to pay honor where honor is due. We have to do it. But, this, to be honest, wasn't it wasn't supposed to be on our timeline until much later. There were some other projects that we actually were focusing on first until we had someone from the Office of Hawaiian Education here in Hawaii, is part of the Department of Education, approach us and say, hey, I have a teacher who's looking for ukulele curriculum. And the question wasn't even if we had, it was just, do we know of any curriculum? And the reality is there isn't much. There's hardly anything at all.
At least nothing that's based here.
Yeah. When it comes to an ukulele curriculum that is, again, based here in Hawaii. And what we mean by that is an ukulele curriculum where the culture of this place is reflected in the experiences that students go through. And so that was an opportunity for us to say, hey, with all of this great Hawaiian mele, with all of the rich resources that we have here in Hawaii, why don't we start to take advantage of that? And thus, a ho'okani Pila was born. And so our curriculum is as I've been describing it to people, it's Mr. Rogers meets the ukulele, right? So it's, we have an episode where teachers are able to show their students, and it starts off with an experience, not with the ukulele. And so, in a bit, you're actually going to see clips from our episode number 4, our trip to the lo'i, and you'll see that the episode actually begins at the lo'i. And we talk with someone, we had wonderful partners at the Kolea Education Center who made the space available for us, and we talk about the lo'i, its cultural significance, why it's important, the uses for kalo, and then we move into teaching a song that has something to do or that is related to the experience. And so by providing children with this very holistic opportunity to engage in place, to engage in ultimately some social studies, some cultural work, some even Hawaiian language work, we hopefully are able to spark some interest and passion around the ukulele so that they can begin to see this as a cultural tool. And so teachers have responded so well and so nicely. They're
Very
so
positively.
grateful because the reality is resources and free resources for teachers are extremely hard to come by. And I must say, I have to thank all those of you here at 4 Strings at a Time, all of our supporters who have donated, because your donations are what allows us to keep this program for free. And if I can, I want to just tell this little anecdote where when we went to the school. Sarah and I went to a school in the late summertime to help a teacher who is piloting our program. We helped her to change her ukulele strings. And as we were leaving, she asked us, she said, is this program going to go away? Are we going to lose everything? And Sarah was like taken aback. She's like, why would she even ask a question like that? And I had to explain that, unfortunately for our public school teachers, who are some of our hardest working teachers, the good things don't last for them. Often the good things come and they go and they lose their access. So if you feel passionately about our work, and if you feel passionately about bringing music education to children, not just here in Hawaii, because we have schools from around the world that will have access to this, then please consider making a donation to our cause so that we can continue to keep this program free for our teachers so that they can provide the best educational opportunity for our keiki, for our children.
That was beautifully said, Cory.
Now, what's going to be shown next is just a few clips from that episode.
Yes.
And we have Neal Chin that will be right up
Yes.
after that. We'll be chatting with him before he starts his workshop. I just want to showcase home base for today.
Yes.
That's us.
Hi, everybody. This is
Have you ever seen so many wires? Have you ever seen so many cables?
pretty amazing.
Well, if we can afford more wireless setup.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my gosh. And then I'd also know some people had asked questions about holding chords
Yeah,
and things.
we'll
and
get
having
to that
trouble
for
with the
sure.
hands. We will get to that
Yes.
hopefully before Neal's workshop. Craig has some tricks up his sleeve for you folks.
He's fabulous at that.
But again, thank you all so much for joining us
Yes.
live. Here's
Yes.
a few clips from okani Pila.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Aloha ukulele friends! Welcome back to another episode of E Ho'okani Pila. In our last episode, we learned about all the different ways to greet one another maka ōlelo Hawaii in Hawaiian language. Today, we're going to be going on an adventure to Alo'i. Are you ready? Come on, let's go! E hele mai!
Okina uke ula ela e. The ukulele is what we play. 4 strings, 6 strings, 8 strings too. And the temple has 10, if that's for you. I'm an ukulele player. An ukulele player. An ukulele player. Who will play all day for you. Who will play all day for you.
Today, we are here at the beautiful Kualoa Educational Center, located in the Ahupua'a of Hakipu'u in the Moku of Ko'olaupoko. Now, you might be saying, hold on, Uncle Cory, what's a Moku and what's an Ahupua'a? Well, let's review. In early Hawaii, Hawaiian islands, or mokupuni, were divided into sections called moku. Each of those moku were then divided into smaller sections called ahupua'a. And ahupua'a provided all of the resources that people needed in order to survive. One of my absolute favorite places to visit is Alo'i, and I'm really excited because we might be able to get in today. I'm very excited, ukulele friends, to introduce to all of you a very special guest and one of my friends, Uncle Sunny.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha, Uncle Cory.
Aloha, Uncle. Uncle Sunny works here at the Kualoa Educational Center that's open to all of you to come and learn more about Hawaiian culture and especially kalo.
Yes, very much so.
I'm so happy to have you here, Uncle, today.
happy to have you, Uncle Cory, and everyone else joining us.
Awesome. So I was wondering, Uncle, could you start off by telling us a little bit more about what Alo'i is?
Ooh, so Alo'i is basically a wetland farming area. So definitely needs water or fresh water. Yeah. And so you can plant anything that will be able to grow in those wetland terraces. So not just taro in general, but could also be rice fields, yeah, and so many other types of plants. So as long as there's water, lots of water that are growing these different types of plants.
Now, Uncle, do we have a source of water that's nearby here?
Yes, actually, vai is very important, especially here in Hawaii. There's lots of freshwater springs, freshwater rivers, waterfalls. In fact, here where we're at in Hakipu'u, there's home to be lots of punavai, lots of freshwater springs. And so that feeds most of our lo'i that we have here.
Awesome. Now, Uncle, could you tell me a little bit more about why kalo is so important to us?
So kalo is very, very important, especially to us here in Hawaii. Kalo, there's Ōlelo, there's lots of stories about kalo and how it connects us as people, Kanaka, to our land. One of the most things that I enjoy about kalo is that you can eat every single part of it.
Oh,
Yes, and it's so good for our kino, for our bodies, and it helps us to grow healthy and strong every day. We refer to them as keiki of the plant, yeah, or the children of the plant. But here, specifically with the taro plant, they are referred to as our oha. Oha, yes, oha. And in fact, when you have lots of shoots coming out, to add it, to make it plural, you would add the na.
Na. So oha and na, that's the word ohana.
Yes, perfect. And ohana means
Family.
family, yes. And so this is actually where we get that word ohana.
Maikai, you did a wonderful job. Take a look at the second line of the song. The second line of the song is exactly the same as the first line of the song. So we can do it. 1, 2, ready, pick. E, D, C, rest. E, D, C, rest. C, 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 D, 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 You're doing such an awesome job, ukulele friends. But now I think it's time that we go and visit Auntie Hi'ilani and Auntie Crystal and play this song all together. Makoko, ehele kako. Let's go and play.
Wow, ukulele friends, what a day. I had so much fun coming here to Kualoa Education Center here in Hakipu'u on the island of Oahu. We learned so much today. We learned all about the lo'i and how to care for kalo and why it's so important for us here in Hawaii. And to top it all off, we learned a new song, Pa'i'ai, and I even taught you the extra verse, P-O-I. Friends, I hope you had a fun time with me here today, and I can't wait to see you all in the next episode. Aloha!
Aloha, everyone.
Aloha. So excited. Hopefully everybody enjoyed watching a Okani Pila, the clips from it. You can actually see the full episode on the 4 Strings at a Time.
Yep.
YouTube channel, so you can absolutely check it out. But it's been so much fun. I love the song, that opening song.
Oh,
it's so
yes.
sweet, and it was written actually by one of the folks on our advisory board, Mr. Kama Hopkins.
Such a great song.
Very generously was just like, yes, of course you can use it, of course. So, and the kids eventually will get to learn that song. There's a few more chords in it for it to be I don't think it can be a module 1. It'll have to be a module 2, but the kids will get to learn it, and it's such a good song. So thank you so much, Kama, for letting us use your song. Ah, my goodness. I'm just making sure. So also just FYI, everybody, if you would like to purchase today's workshop packets, please feel free. It's on the 4stringsataTime.org. You can either go to the store or the workshop day. We have it in multiple places, so it's very easy to find. And all proceeds from that are going to support our 2025 and 2026 programming.
Yes.
And I am excited to report that we actually have hit just a little over $7,000
Wow.
in our fundraiser today.
That's great.
So thank you all so much. And within hour 1 or hour 1.5. So thank you guys so much. And also feel free to join in the live chat as well. Thank you to our moderators, Brittany Paiva. Thank you for always being one of the first people whenever we say we need some help. She's always Johnny on the spot. Carol, Busy Carol, thank you so much for always hopping on. And of course, Brother Sam. I feel like every event that we put on, Brother Sam is there. Even Ukulele Club, everything. So thank you, Sam, for always being able to pop on. And of course, Neal Chin, who is going to be our instructor coming up next soon. But I think Craig.
Well, we're going to try to add him real quick.
Okay. And then Craig is currently. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
There's the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Neal
Aw.
Chin.
Hey, what's up,
Oh,
guys?
look, we match.
Oh, hey, nice.
It's matchy day.
Oh,
I know
look at
that Cory chose black purposefully because he knew we'd all be in the blue ones.
And good morning, Neal. Can you hear us?
Old Rebel.
Can you talk
I can
a
hear
bit
you
for
great.
us?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Check 1, 2.
Oh, I am not hearing you in
Actually,
Not
Cory,
hearing me?
turn your headphones for a moment because I
Okay.
my... Okay,
That should be coming in.
second, Neal. I don't know why we can't hear you.
Yes, we did tests with Neal this week for sound. So Craig is busy trying to make it so that we can hear Mr. Chin. I'm so
And you guys
glad.
can hear Neal in the live chat, is that correct?
Can you hear Neal? Because I hear some people saying they can hear him.
Check 1,
So you don't
2.
have your head...
Testing.
I have Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me put on the other headphones. I had this so that I could try to hear Neal, but let me just do this real quick.
Someone did say, yes, here online.
Okay. Hey, that's a good
The other
sign.
set of headphones,
Yep, they can
because
hear
I
you.
have
Hey, guys.
switching from one to the other.
Okay, let me try this just to see.
I can hear Neal, although he's there live, so we just can't
Hey.
hear him in studio.
Oh.
Okay.
Aw.
There we go.
There we go. One of the buttons.
I'm just adding an extra whatchamacall thing to it now. That should be good.
Hey, thanks for
Neal, always great.
the man
to see
behind
you,
the
buddy.
machine. Hey, it's good to see you guys too.
There we go.
I would
Now
just
I
wish I
don't
was
know.
there hanging out with you guys.
I know. Now I'm not hearing a delay. Hooray.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm switching back and forth. So.
Woohoo.
Awesome.
But Neal, thank you so
Nice.
much again for doing so much, not only for the ukulele community, but within Forsat itself.
Oh, man.
What makes it worth your while? What is your favorite things about the things that we've been doing with Forsat?
Oh, man. There's a lot of things. And if I had to distill it down to, maybe just a few, I think, one of the things I really appreciate and I'm a big advocate for is just education, and especially free education. And I think it's just so absolutely wonderful. Of course, just to work with you folks, to really go from a holistic point of view. It really is important, and I think it's more evident than ever before how important looking at music from a multifaceted point of view is. It's healthy, and it's a really productive way too to, I think, really step towards kind of unifying us in general. And that's one of the things that I think is just really important, at least for me, and one of the things I just love working with you folks with doing. It's just a lot of that multicultural. And, coming from deep roots, too. Yeah? Because, music comes from, not just from the flowers, so to say, but from the roots of the tree. So,
That's well said.
Well said.
yeah. Hey, thanks, guys.
Well, at this point, we are right on time. Let's start with your workshop, and we can chat a little bit at the end too. And I think you're gonna handle all of the kind of iPad stuff online, right? I don't need to click
Yes.
or anything. Perfect.
Yes. I got it all. I got this lovely switcher here that I got from some Chee guys. So I can just with the touch of a button, just switch for us. So we'll go back and forth.
Sounds great. All right, everyone, enjoy Neal Chin.
All right. Well, aloha, everyone. This is Neal Chin here. Really excited to be teaching this workshop with you folks. I try to write some new workshops every year, and this one I was really excited about because it's something that I very much enjoy doing. This workshop here is called Sleepy Ukulele. And I got the inspiration really because oftentimes, to kind of get in a little bit of practice, the day kind of packs up really quickly, and it's just maybe a couple of minutes at the end of the day just to kind of tickle the ukulele and kind of play some chords. And, I think in that mindset, it's really nice to just kind of find just a couple of pretty chords, a couple of little pretty melodies to kind of work through, and then letting your fingers just kind of find them when they want to find them. And that's really going to be kind of like the core tenet of this workshop. We're just going to really go through basically these different phrases, basically these two little tunes. You can kind of think of it as one that I wrote. And we're just going to kind of look at the fingering and looking at different ways to really kind of articulate these ideas in, well, at first, kind of a literal way of how it's written on the page. So, yes, thank you, Carol, for pointing that out. Please definitely go pull that out in the packet. It's going to be very helpful, even though we'll have it up here, too. Good to write your little notes, too. Always like writing your notes in little margins there. Margins. That's the other thing, not the spreadable stuff. The margins. Ha ha ha. So, but yes, we're going to look at different ways to approach, these phrases and whatnot. So, if you're just waking up or if you're joining us from a different part of the world and you're feeling a little sleepy and you want to just play some nice, beautiful phrases here, please join along with us. And of course, one of the great things here, if you are here with us live, is that, please leave your questions or comments in the chat. For those of you who have taken classes from me before, I'm a big advocate for questions. Like to pretty much thrive off of them too. So no be shame, ask away. And, as we go through this class too, as we're going to be doing it kind of like an etudes kind of class, please feel free to, pause and let your hand relax, rest into these positions, because it's really about really grabbing the concepts more than the.
Okay, so it looks like Neal froze. We're gonna try to get him back in just a second. For now, I'm gonna put a close up on Cory Mau so he can tell a joke.
Cory Mau, can you tell a joke?
Oh, wait.
Knock, knock.
Okay, sorry. We're gonna get Neal back on.
It happens.
It's true. These things do happen.
So I'm gonna put Cory on screen for a second. Hi, Cory Mau.
Hello. Good thing I'm still sitting here.
Yes.
Good thing I'm still sitting here and taking up space.
Yep.
In this wonderful workshop. Hey, there I am. In the meantime, while we work on getting Neal back, I'll talk a little bit about some of the other programs that we've been doing here at Four Strings at a Time. And probably my favorite program is Ukulele Club of Hawaii. We typically meet every third Saturday of the month at Windward Mall. Thank you to our partners at Windward Mall who have just been fabulous teammates and partners in helping our club program to grow. And so we always have to pay tribute to Joe Souza of Kanilea Ukulele, as well as Lina Girl, Longi, and Brada Sam, who were the great brains that started Ukulele Club of Hawaii. And when Four Strings at a Time, we were came into existence, we were very, very grateful that they gave us the blessing to kind of take Four Strings at a Time on, Ukulele Club on. And so we've been enjoying it. We just love meeting everyone every week and seeing the same familiar faces who have just been just regulars coming out and supporting. It's so much fun. It's like getting together with family friends every week. And so if you would like to participate in Ukulele Club of Hawaii, you can check out our live streams that we do every club. We all joke that it's probably the most overly produced club in the world. We have Craig, who brings pretty much the whole studio, and he live streams the whole thing. And between Sarah's dancing and Lina's wonderful MC work, and we're just so grateful. It even tends to feature our other board member, Janice Lamb, who doesn't always get to be in front of the camera, but she is another one of our amazing camera people who are able to bring to you a lot of the things that we do live. So if you'd like to attend Ukulele Club of Hawaii, please join us live on this YouTube channel, Four Strings at a Time, and you can see where we live stream.
Somebody wanted us to showcase the
Oh,
bag.
yes. My Vanna moments. Here I am. And so, if you check out our store, we also have these wonderful day bags for sale. Again, these were designed by Lina Girl, same person who designed our shirts, Auntie Maile. But this is a wonderful day bag. If you love to go to the gym, you stuff a few things in here. If you are going on a small trip, maybe an overnighter, this is a great bag to have. If you kind of see, we'll do some ASMR. ASMR. It's waterproof, so if it gets wet, and it's a waterproof pocket inside, which is great. Now, you'll love this. I love this. If I flip it, you'll see that this is great for traveling because you can slip this right over your luggage.
And that zipper pocket's perfect for a cell phone.
Yes, and you can put your zipper pocket for your phone, your boarding pass, your passport. And so this makes a great carry-on bag for traveling as well. Very spacious. You can carry it this way. You can carry it this way. We also have Oh, this great as well. You have a pocket here. And inside, you can put things like shoes. So you don't have to get your clothes dirty with your shoes. Let me see if I can center it there. You can also use it for that. And as well, it's very, very spacious. So Sarah, are we offering in all 3 colors?
Yep.
We are offering this bag in all 3 colors. Enough to fit a squishmallow, enough to fit your phone, or any other types of clothes. Watch me pull an ukulele out of this. It's like magic. Like
All right.
magic.
Great job, Cory. Let's see. Neal was able to reset his computer. I'm going to see if we can get him back on right now. But thank you very much.
You're very anytime.
And thank you, Terry, for asking about that.
Yeah. And now back to our
Check
regularly
1, 2.
scheduled programming.
Check
All
1,
right,
2.
take it away, Neal. Welcome back.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I guess it must be a little cold up here in Seattle. All right. Well, let's just jump right back in here to Sleepy Ukulele. So, yeah, just a double check, making sure that you have your packet. That's going to be really helpful here. But we'll put it up on the screen, too, to check it out. So, okay, let's check it out. Now, like I was mentioning here, hey, nice. I'm glad we're back online, guys. We're gonna be going, through these little pieces here, these 2 little lullabies, phrase by phrase, and really gonna let them breathe too. So, please, again, don't feel the need to master them or even play them literally how they're written. Even the rhythmic figures, like how it's written in the notation, is going to be more of a suggestion than anything else. So let's take a look. One of the things here that we're going to be doing is we're going to be navigating, largely in the key of C and a little bit in A minor. So one of the things here that's going to be really helpful for us, and let me just zoom back out here, okay, is if we take a look at a couple chords. And if we take a look here, actually I'm going to zoom out 1 second, guys. There we go. Okay. If we take a look over here, we're definitely going to need to play an A minor chord, which is going to play just like this. And one of the other positions, which is very closely related to this, and kind of a fancy chord too, fancy name really, right, is going to be a D minor 9 chord. Okay, and a D minor 9 chord here really is a D minor and with a fancy hat. It's kind of a fun way to think about that, or adding in the 9th note. And what's great here is that we're going to see this position throughout the other songs too, or both the songs I should say, okay, which is basically just coming over to the 5th fret over here, using that dot, barring it, and then bringing 1 extra little finger down here on fret 7. That's going to be that 9th note that adds a lot of that color. So go ahead and when you get it there, give it a couple little strums. Okay, I'm piggybacking a little bit with my middle finger here just to help too. But either way, okay? So, we have one more time, A minor, and we have this, D minor 9. Now, the other one here that we're going to use is kind of a fun chord, and really we could spend a whole entire class if we wanted to really just talking about this one particular shape and chord. And what this is this. Okay, just quickly by the fingering, it's going to be 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, or basically going to be what looks like a diminished chord. Okay, and in some cases it will be a diminished chord and can be a diminished chord. But in our case over here, it ends up being a real fancy E7 chord, or an E7 flat 9. And just as a little side note, it's kind of neat because if you just go ahead and lift up your middle finger here, free the E, so to say, right? You can actually hear and see an E7 chord. Okay? So just by adding in your middle finger here, again, it's E7 with a fancy hat. Bit of tension, if you will. Okay? So one more time, we have A minor, we have D minor 9, and then we have E7 flat 9, which is down here. Okay? All right. So with that, let's take a look at our packet here, shall we? Now, if we take a look, we're going to start from the beginning over here. And how I have it labeled on the packet is that each section is labeled as a letter. So the first one here, our A section, is the biggest one. And this is this little minor lullaby. Okay? Yeah, I wrote this one just as a simple little kind of etude to kind of move through these chords. And I wrote it for my niece too, since I don't get to see her too often. So appropriately in A minor, it has a little bit of melancholy. And you can see there, those are different shapes are in place. We have A minor, you can see D minor 9, and you can see E7 flat 9. Okay? So it's kind of nice because even, like I was mentioning, just by strumming the chords themselves, they kind of sound pretty. But all we're going to do here is we're just going to throw in just a little bit of melody in between, just to kind of, so to say, travel up and down the fretboard. And you might see some of these shapes repeat, right? A la Cory. Okay? So if we take a look from the beginning, what we're going to do is just really take a look at the first 2 bars. Okay? So if we take a look, it starts off on A minor, and it starts off with a really big strum. And one of the things here, as we go through this page here in this packet, is go ahead and hear the sustain of your ukulele. You know, it's one of the great things about a modern ukulele in particular is that oftentimes you get a lot of sustain, a lot of, how the note kind of rings out, so to say. And when we play chords like A minor here, low on the fretboard, especially with a low G, we get even more sustain from that. Okay, so really give your A minor a good healthy strum and listen to that ring out. Okay? So it starts off with the first phrase, which really is kind of taking us, I think a good way to think about it, it's really taking us over just to this D minor 9 right there in that first bar. And that's a nice little kind of target, so to say, for us to reach for. Okay? Now, any finger will do. Okay, I'm just going to play it real slow for us, and you take it at your own speed. Okay, so basically. And you can see there's a big 10 jumps up, and it jumps down to D minor 9. A little soft pillow of a chord, if you will. And take your time getting there. Okay, so moving down to D minor 9. Okay. Now, again, what's really fun to do is we were, doing it literally. We'd count in and be, really just metrically precise. It would be just eighth notes, right? Which would be 3 and 4 and 1, 2, okay? Which is all fine and dandy. But here and part of this exercise for this workshop here is, again, to really kind of soak in your chords and really take your time with hearing I might even dare say, a musical way to, interpret these phrases, okay? So in this case, once again, my love. Kind of sounds nice. Okay? All right. Now, finishing off that second phrase there, we do have that lovely E7 flat 9, which looks like that diminished shape here on the first fret. Again, 1, 2, 1, 2. And what's kind of nice about this here, okay, is that as we play this phrase, yes, I want you to give a healthy strum on that E7 flat 9. But from there, basically releasing your pinky to get that open where the lyric must is, you must. And really, just by holding the chord and picking the other notes, so to say, on the second string and on the third string on the respective strings, your left hand doesn't have to move too much, which makes for nice sleepy playing on your ukulele. So, you must surely. And I tell you what, I want to hear that A minor, that resolution myself. So we're going to go straight over to that A minor next. And what we're going to do is we're going to strum just 3 strings going down and leaving the A string out of the way so we can hear that lovely E note ring out. Okay. Now, if I actually zoom out from there, that effectively is the song itself. There's repetition. Okay, and again, we can have some fun with the phrasing, okay, and there's a little change. But basically, this is the idea of the tune, okay? So, let me play it for you again. It goes, once again, my love, you must surely know. And as you see, if I go to the next one, I say with a sigh, that's pretty high too, that I love. And you can see here, this is where there's a little change. The pinky comes right back down. You, so, and then goes over to A minor. Okay? And basically just repeats. So I'm going to zoom out here. Let's see if we can get this all on camera. Okay. Let's see if we can't play. I'll play the whole thing for you. Okay? And play as much of it or as little bit as you can. Okay? Because always remember, right? When your fingers are catching up, so to say, to your ears, or maybe a better way to think about that is that our ears and our fingers oftentimes are moving in tandem with each other, and sometimes one gets in front of the other, depending on the technique and style, right? So, in this case, if your fingers are still catching up to your ears, which is probably a little bit more of the case here, take your time. Let your fingers catch up, so to say, do some exercises with them, and keep your ears, so to say, on the tune. Okay? All right, here we go. So, for example, a little breath is nice. Again, my love, you must surely know. The next phrase, a measure 2. And it goes again. You bring out the moon and the stars. Last one. And a D minor 9, we can get a lot of sustain. Yeah, and just a little pause. Yeah, I can go really far, right? A little bit of sustain. And in your phrasing too, right? Above all else, this is your friendly reminder that as much as the technical information is important, always play a feeling, guys. All right? People want to feel things. All right. Now, if we move over to the next section over here, this is where things kind of flip. Okay? And actually, I'm going to zoom out over here. As you go to the B, C, D, and even the E as it finishes out to the end of the piece here. In essence here, okay, I'm just going to kind of walk you through the beginning here, just in the interest of time. But the idea really is that the theme that gets stated in the first part, okay, or the B section, this basically develops, okay? And one of the things that I thought would be kind of nice for us here is that we try to keep the shapes to a minimum. Believe it or not, guys. I don't know. I'm usually the kind of guy who likes to throw in all the shapes and all the colors here. But here, it was kind of a fun exercise, to be honest with you, too, just to kind of be restrictive, which is also your friendly reminder that creative constraints are a blessing for you. Okay? But, so same idea here. Okay? We're going to be going through it phrase by phrase, okay, as it slowly starts to develop. And one of the themes here, I don't know, sometimes I just call it the heartbreak chord progression, just because, my goodness, I mean, if you even just look at it historically, that's a whole nother conversation. But even we just take a listen to C major, going over to an F minor, or in this case, we're adding in a bit of extra color for a minor 6 chord. And I'm just going to play you the chord change first. Sounds like this. Okay, just in first position. Kind of think of maybe Claire de Lune. Right. I don't know. I have a friend that calls it the Princess Leia chord. You can think about that. Minor 4 chord. Right. But just like the previous one too, if we really start to address the shapes with, oh, Carol, I'm so glad that you asked of how to hold the chord in measure 11. I tell you what, friends, let's take a look at measures 9 through 12 here, the one that's up, okay? And just a little bit about fingering here, because it can be kind of a really elegant way to kind of think about the fretboard. I heard this from a student earlier this year, which I thought was so lovely, which was, Neal, I'm enjoying the dance of my fingers on the fretboard. And I think it's a great way to look at even just a simple passage like this, because you can really kind of see how each finger kind of glides into the next. And there's a certain beauty in the fingering too. Okay, so First, okay, I'm going to take us through 9 and 10, which is over on C major. And here on C major, I'm actually going to go to our other camera here for a second, okay? If we think about C major and your ukulele, your instrument just loves it. So, all of these dots and whatnot are great indicators that we're in the key of C and are going to be great ways to kind of guide you up the fretboard. Now, I think I'm in a nice position here to think of is that if we place C in our normal, 3rd fret over here. But as you can see, pun intended, I'm using my index finger instead of my ring, okay? And that's going to be, in this case, for my other fingers here, maybe my middle or my pinky or whatnot, to reach notes higher up on the fretboard. And what's also kind of nice, too, is that if you go ahead and bar, okay, the 2 strings over here on the 3rd fret, okay, you get this lovely, what is technically a C5 chord. It's just really, a quick description is just a really pure sounding, like a sine wave almost kind of a chord. Okay. And it works nicely as we do the first phrase of the tune. Okay, so I'm going to zoom back out here. Okay. As you can see, it starts off with this big hefty strum here. And what we're going to be doing is using just the 3 strings closest to our face. Okay. Dropping down to that, grabbing the 3rd string, the 3rd fret on the A string, that C note, and then 5. Okay. But as we move over here, I just love this voice of C, and I think you might enjoy this too. Okay. And it's to make C that looks like this. Okay. High G, low G, I think it's safe to say it's a nice wide version of our C major chord over here. Okay. And it's going to be kind of our landing point, so to say, in that phrase, yeah? Okay. I'm going to do that again here. Now, the thing here, just on a little side note, that I think is really fun, is to add what we refer to as vibrato to your instrument. Now, there's lots of different ways that we can do this, and I think it's even debatable, even especially on a stringed instrument, of what is the most effective way to do this. I'm just going to encourage you to, learn from many schools, as they say, okay? But here, it's a really great opportunity for us to practice this style of vibrato, because here, excuse me, as we go up to this version of C here, okay, I want you to kind of imagine that, or really feel the tips of your fingers really touch these 2 spots here on the 7th fret and 8th fret. And imagine that there's almost like a pendulum hanging from your fingers here that's swinging back and forth. Because what we can do here, right, is when we're doing a vibrato is we're just bending the pitch ever so slightly. And so I can go up and down like this, right? Okay, very much like I always think about playing electric guitar, bending like this. Okay, we can go left and right, maybe like a violin might do. Okay, but in this case over here, okay, what a great one to feel that kind of swinging motion, because I feel like you kind of get the best of both worlds. So you'll see my hand kind of go back and forth like this. And it kind of gets this nice wavering, like vocal effect, which I think is really nice, especially for a lullaby. So in this case here, right, if we really take our time listening to the sustain, it's so much fun to see our potential. Because just a little bit goes really far. Okay. Now, Carol, and yes, I gotta say, I just love this chord. As we get over to F minor 6 over here, we have 7. Oh, excuse me. We skip the G string, and we have 8, 8, 7. And so here, what's nice is that if your index finger is in place from where you were, you're really just going to be kind of doing a little bit of wiggling to bring in that other note here. And as you notice, we're only strumming the higher 3 strings. So it ends up being a really very small chord, a 3-note chord here, and really delicate. For you theory nerds out there, technically, as it is expressed here in the melody, it's like a F minor 6, but there also is a little bit of extra color here, as there's a major 7. So it would be, an F minor 6 major 7, technically. Because I know everyone was dying to know out here. But here. in this case over here, it's like playing an F minor 6, but having our little melody note. So let me give a little zoom up on my hands here for that phrase. And just to kind of give an example of kind of some of the fun fun parts of, working through the fingering here, right? So if I go... I let my index fingers stay there, and I let my other fingers kind of stand up on them. And it makes it a little bit easier, so to say, for me to have a little bit of extra support. Because as you notice, right, especially for us, for those of us on smaller ukuleles, right, and even for here I'm on a tenor, right, it's still the case, but the frets get smaller as you go up the fretboard. Yeah, so here, really standing them up and really trying to find support. Of course, your friendly reminder to think about your angle, okay, and your posture, so to say, to help you, okay. All of those things add up to make it easier and more fun to play, okay. So, alrighty, let's take a look. So, basically just repeats this idea, okay? And actually, let me do this, okay? So this is what we did so far. This is going to be measures 9, 10, 11, and as I'll show you now in 12. Actually, let me zoom in one last time. Okay, I almost forgot here. Okay, we have this tiny little section here too, right? Okay, right over there on that F minor 6 on measure 12, basically shifts position and goes back down the fretboard. Okay, and it looks kind of suspiciously like a shape we have played before. Okay, in this case over here, kind of very suspiciously looks like a G7 chord over on the 4th fret. Okay, so if you watch my fingering here, okay, again, this comes back to if you can keep a finger on the fretboard, the more support you'll have. So if you think about where we're coming from, look at the beautiful dance here as I let the middle finger guide my way down into position like this. So as we just take even just a one little passage, not even a passage, right? One chord change. Like I kind of think like what a great one to do like when you're sitting on the couch watching TV at night or whatever the case is, right? Or doing your thing, right? Okay, so nice. Okay, if you can keep a finger on the fretboard, okay, the more support you'll have. Okay, so. Alright, use the empty space. Okay, I'm actually just going to go ahead and finish out the first, or the next couple bars here, because it's the same. Or I should say very similar. Okay, a little bit of variation. Okay, because as we know, repetition legitimizes. Okay, so as we continue to move forward in the tune, what we do is we just develop upon that theme. Alrighty. Okay, I want to move forward here a little bit, okay? Because from here, okay, we really do get a little jazzy here and start to use a lot of our jazz harmony to kind of push, so to say, the song forward, right, harmonically, okay? Now, we basically use a lot of the same concepts here. And one of the things that I think is, again, really nice for us to do is you just take a little bite-sized piece, which, kind of, I would just say follow your intuition. Yeah, when you feel the song come to a resolution or come to an end or a phrase, that's a great place for you to, put a little marker there. Another good way to think about it, too, is that if you can sing the phrases themselves, right? So if I go to now the C over here, which is in the theme and the development here, if I sing them, even if it's, just a rough pitch, right? So I like da, 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 da. It can really help you internalize that as well. Okay? But hey, check it out for you jazz theory nerd people out there, my people, okay? As we can see, as we move forward in the tune, it starts off the same, but look at this lovely 2-5-1 G minor 7, C7, and it goes over to an F6 chord. Okay. Now, I encourage you again to really think about, your shape-based playing. Okay, because if I can, I'm going to zoom out here. And just for your reference, okay, you're going to be looking at 19, 20, and 21. Okay, but as I zoom back over to my camera here, you can see, coming back to this G7-ish looking shape, okay, all I really have to do is maneuver that around and just do little alterations, okay, because oftentimes to play a lot of this really complex harmony on our ukulele, we just need just a couple of notes, right? Or really just, maybe so to say, another way to think about that is just move one finger, okay? So as we move over to our G minor 7, it kind of looks like that shape we were doing, okay, but with one finger coming out. In this case, I'm using my ring finger, but Duo works for you, okay? And even as I move into C7, hey, look at that. I just bring this finger in, and hey, right here again, I'm having this G7 shape. Again, thinking about Cory's grip from earlier, right? The G7 looking shape. Okay. I can just move this finger out. I don't know. Sometimes for me, I go back and forth, honestly. Use my pinky. Totally brought a Sam. Like a C7 suspended 4. Exactly. All right, and that works with the melody here really nicely. And it's kind of ambiguous, which is what I really like, is that it's hard to tell if it's a G minor 7 or a C7. Okay? So from this phrase, if I'm going from 19 to 20, right, I'm going... Hey, it's a nice little vibrato again, too, just to get that extra sustain. Okay? And here, again, what an elegant thing here. If we have our ring finger in place in this position, how we probably typically would grab something like this, it makes it really nice to go over to that F6 here, okay? Or in our case over here, we're basically barring the 5th fret and having this melody note down here. Technically, very much a major 7 chord, but really we're implying the 6 without digging too deep into it right at this moment. It's just the melody that's inflecting, which might sound and look a little bit familiar, right? Okay, so it's the same idea, but in a different context. Okay? So here, okay? And again, now as I move forward, very much moving up the fretboard to grab that F minor 7 and letting it go. And that actually finishes off that C part of that C section over here. Okay. So yes, again, take your time with this. I'm kind of going through it quickly, quite frankly here, because I truly do believe you would just take a phrase and kind of sit with it for a couple of days and really getting a lot of the good stuff. Like for me, I really look forward to hearing like this F minor 7 that's up on the fretboard with that little bit of vibrato. To me, it adds I look forward to it every time. And so I think by taking our time and pouring our attention to the music that we're, it's coming directly out of our fingers, I think that's really how you breed, love for music and love for the instrument too, directly. Okay. Now, I'm just going to have you take a look at the packet. I'm going to put it up here quickly for those who are using the video here as a reference. I'm going to go ahead and finish this out here with the D and going out to the E. Now, just real quickly, always good to get a little bird's eye view, but as we're going through the D section here, this line, okay, it might look a little familiar, all right? You might recognize this chord progression, E minor 7, A7 with a fancy hat, so it has that flat 9, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. D minor 7 and then G7 with a flat 9, nudge, nudge, wink, wink from an earlier position. What we have here is the very famous 3-6-2-5, or it's kind of like another variation of 1-6-2-5. And this is, one of the reasons why that, I know Sarah teaches a lot of lessons on 1-6-2-5 as well. And a lot of other teachers too, right? And the reason why is that because there's so much that you can do and unpack from it. So in this case over here, what's kind of nice is, I would love for you to play the piece that I wrote, what's written here, but please know that you can really take the ideas and cut and paste them to a bunch of other things. For me personally, as an artist, I use this phrase or some rendition of this for The Girl from Ipanema, to Misty, to The Nearness of You, to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so there's a lot of different stuff that you can do here. Now, actually, sorry not to swing it back and forth from the camera so much, but what's kind of nice, and I think helps really, you probably can do it all on your own if you really think about the shapes you're playing, okay, is that if we kind of just go through it like this. So if we go through E minor 7 by barring the 7th fret, okay. Now, as we go over to an A7 flat 9, it's an A7 chord with a fancy hat. And if we recall earlier, we played an E7 flat 9 that was lower on the fretboard. Now, basically using the same idea that Cory was talking about with using, these, positions and moving them up the fretboard, the same concept applies even for all the difficult, so to say, tricky, complex chords, even something like this. So anytime that we see the shape, again, it can be a 7 flat 9, okay? So in our instance here, okay, I only point that out to really show you that the heart of the chord progression in this whole entire phrase that's happening here is going to go like this. E minor 7, barring the 7th fret. And then I'm going to go to A7 flat 9, which is basically making that shape that we were just talking about, but over on the 6th fret. So you have 6, 7, 6, 7 here. Like this. Okay? So, and like this. Okay? Now, the nature of 3-6-2-5, as we're moving down, we're going to basically do the same thing for our 2 chord, but lower on the fretboard. So I'm going to bar the 5th fret for D minor 7, and I'm going to do G7 flat 9 over on 4 and then 5. Okay, and already with that itself, that's already, I think, a beautiful thing, right? But each day is... So that if we keep those shapes in mind, I think it becomes significantly easier, okay? Because I'm going to play it for you, okay? Actually, I'm just going to play it from measure 25 over to measure 32 here, okay? So starting from that E minor 7, okay, it's going to go, you can see the shape here, okay? Now I'm on measure 27. I'm going to A7 flat 9, pivoting my hand and grabbing that diminish-ish looking thing. Now, here there's a little melody note, and honestly, this is my favorite part, okay? But really, all you're doing here is you're going to just poke out your pinky for just a little bit and bring it back in. Okay? Oh, you know what? Let's go and listen to that again, shall we? So I'm going from E minor 7, I'm going... Pinky out. And this might sound a little familiar. And I'm going to shift the last position, G7 flat 9. And that'll take us into the ending there. Okay? This is another friendly reminder here too. Right? The power of one note, yeah? Oftentimes, especially I think playing smaller instruments, ukuleles, and all our kindred small stringed instrument friends too. It's really tempting for us to play a lot of notes and to fill in the space. It's just the nature of the size of the notes that we play. But here again, I think it's really nice for us to go small, so to say, and really feel the power, so to say, that we can get from just moving one note. And by that too, right, which I think is, sorry if it's driving the point really, far here, but really what an important thing to think about, right, is just the quality of what you do is very important, or how you say something. So if you can get really nice, quality out of your, 2 chords or 3 chord shapes too, right? I find that to be more powerful, than knowing a lot, so to say, rather feel something than be impressed, So, yeah, anyway. Now, just real quick, just to wrap us up here in the last one, okay, just so you can show you, okay, very intentionally, as I try to in most classes, leave a little bit of call to action here. So with this ending over here, I left it pretty open. You know, it's you can see the harmony and the theme that's still there. It's C and F minor as you're going back and forth, but as you can see, an incredible amount of space. Okay? So I encourage you, okay, to follow your intuition as you ride the song from the beginning. Okay, not from the middle of the tune, not from a particular phrase, but when you feel complete with the song and you go back to the beginning and you play it, when you get to this part of the song and you feel the empty space, yeah, I dare say, I hope, it is my wish that you will feel compelled to put something in this empty space. And if that is silence and leaving it as it is, beautiful. Okay, if that's going to be arpeggiation, okay, and you know, I even hesitate to give an example, but you know, something like, you know, if you okay, and kind of noodle around the positions, you would be so surprised. At least I don't know. I'm still surprised to this day. I've been playing ukulele for not long enough, but for some time now. And still find a whole bunch of different corners, so to say, little changes and things of that sort that just feel really nice and can be really beautiful. And you got to remember, it's an art form, guys. You know, so you got to, so to say, ride your emotions and ride the feelings, so to say, of the piece. It is not esoteric. All right. Now I'm just taking a little peek at the chat over here. I see, what is the best way to strum measure 29 to get the most out of that measure? And a beautiful question, Carol. So I'm going to take us back here, basically from 27, moving into 29 here, which is that A7 flat 9. Okay. And actually, I'll go to the other camera so it's a little easier to see. So if I'm on A7 flat 9, that means I'm going to be around this area, right? And just always, right, when you're practicing a phrase, go from a little bit before to kind of feel yourself move into the phrase you want to practice. It can always be helpful as well. Yeah. Never deal in absolutes either. Only the Sith do that. Okay, now your pinky comes out like this. Now, and it comes back in for the A7 flat 9. Now, if we're going to try to hit that D minor, well, kind of a D minor 9 if you really think about it. Okay, but if we're hitting that, I think, again, if we try to follow the principle, right, if we can keep a finger on the fretboard, okay, what's the finger that's, you know, similar between our two positions, which are here and then here? This is where I would make the case for your pinky. Okay, I would even argue to say to really try to let that be your anchoring finger to get the sustain too. Of course, if it feels, you know, comfortable, you know, I know the pinky ends up being the weakest finger, or one of the weaker fingers next to your ring finger, excuse me. So you got to give it some time, you know, sometimes. So if it feels a little strained, that's one thing, but it's kind of nice to get the sustain. And basically from there, right, like oftentimes what I'll do is I'm not super comfortable here. Like my pinky feels like it's extended in. So after the first one, right, then switching over to the ring finger to get that nice finger per fret kind of position. So everything's lined up. Okay. So yeah, as long as you can keep a finger on the fretboard, that's the idea. Alrighty, well that takes us through the whole entire piece here. Now, again, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, you know, please, by all means, ask away. Let me just pull up one little thing here before we move on. And then what I think we'll go ahead and do before we wrap up is I'll play you the whole thing from the top one time. Alright, sorry, let me just put one little thing. Actually, I'll just leave it like that. Yeah, I know. I should have probably played it from the beginning, but I got so excited. Cool. Hey, what's up, everyone? I know someone, I was kind of keeping my eye on the chat here. I know someone did mention a little bit about the Oruian dance. And actually, yeah, that was a big part of that influence for the Nujabes fans out there. Thank you, Craig. Little pointer there. You see the right hand. There we go. Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah. Which, yeah, side note too. Yeah, for any of you lo-fi folk out there, you can make a whole career off of that one shape, let me tell you. Lots of fun stuff you can do. Okay, all right, let's take the tune from the top, shall we? Okay, and I gotta actually... You know what? I'm gonna pull up the sheet music here too, because I want to make sure I'm playing it right. Yeah, see, I don't know. We were talking about this. Lo-Fi Cafe coming your way. I see you. I see you. Oh, that's super nice, Brother Sam. Yeah, and that was actually another big influence, right? You know, hey, there's only 12 notes, you know, all over the world, right? So. That sound, that's a lovely minor 4. Okay, all right, from the top. Oh. Little variation already. All right. Little sleepy ukulele there. And again, play with the phrases, have fun with the sustain. Ooh, wrong button. And the amount of sustain that you get from your lovely ukulele. And yeah, have fun, guys. Thanks, guys.
Beautiful job, Neal.
Hey, thanks.
So lovely. I love it. Oh,
Hey, thanks.
you always teach such great workshops, and like I always love it because I always learn at least one new thing, which is always so nice. Thanks, Neal.
Oh. Oh, hey, that's the goal, right? One gold nugget. Right.
And also, I just want to say a huge thank you to you as well for donating your flash drives, as well as the beautiful painting, the brushwork that you do. So those are for sale in the store, and Neal will be sending them from Seattle. Thank you, Neal.
I will.
Yeah, and you get to pick your phrase. So definitely go check it out at the store. And just thank you, Neal, so much for all of the hard work you do with us at 4 Strings at a Time, as well as just donating to the organization as well.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure. You know how it is.
Sweet. Well, we'll see you online in the chat.
Uh-huh.
But
definitely.
thanks so much again.
We'll be hanging out. Thanks,
Great
guys.
job, Neal. Let's hear it in the chat for Neal Chin.
Hey, thanks, guys. Aloha.
Very nice. All right. So, excuse me. We are going to have Lina coming up very, very soon. But before that, I am very excited. We get to actually, many of you joined us for our Ukulele Summit. And Ukulele Summit is now we can say it's an annual event that we had our first inaugural event in June. And we actually, one of the things that I love about it is not only bringing people together. So we partnered with Windward Community College. So a special shout out to Windward Community College, and also specifically Kamuela Kimokeo. He believed in our vision. That when we were telling him what we wanted to do, he was the first person to say, yes, absolutely. We want to host this on our campus. This is perfect. So, and basically it's a free event for the whole family. We have workshops, ukulele workshops, as well as Ōlelo Hawaii workshops and Mo'olelo workshops. There's also performances from keiki and professionals all day. That was live streamed. And then we also had free shave ice, and the college provided lunches if people wanted to purchase a lunch. But you could also just bring a picnic lunch, and we had lots of keiki activities. It was really a great time. But one of the things that I think made it so special was the fact that you just had these moments that would happen. And so Nue na Ukulele e Kolu, which is Brian Tolentino, Kama Hopkins, and Halehaku Seabury, they were performing. And they noticed Kawai Kapuo Kalani Hewitt in the audience. And they were like, hey, and you'll see it in the clip, but turn to page 42 of your packet if you would like, or just use your ear and play along. It's just 3 chords in the key of C. But here they are performing ilawe. So please enjoy at Ukulele Summit.
We are, as usual, we're trying to figure out which one we want to do. And this is only because we see someone, and I didn't ask yet, but I'd like to ask if Kawai Kapuo Kalani, if Inahiki, we would like to take you all to the island of Hawaii, to a Waipio Valley, and do for you this song that speaks about one of our twin waterfalls. Uncle Kawai Kapu has traveled. Actually, we've all played for him, with him, for different things and events. Of course, my family we love him. We've known him forever. He's traveled with my grandma and my great grand aunt for years. But we want to introduce one of our living treasures here in Hawaii, Kumuhula Oloea, Kawai Kapuo Kalani Hewitt. And we're going to take you once again to the island of Hawaii, to a place called Waipio, and do for you a song entitled Hi'ilawe. Mahalo, mahalo nui ya'oi. Kawai kapua kalani huli.
Aloha, everybody. We are so excited. We are so incredibly lucky to not only be able to call her a friend, but also a board member and just an all-around wonderful, wonderful lady. Lina Girl, as she is affectionately known, Lina Langi, is her full name. Brother Sam is in the chat, her husband. So you guys have been seeing him all day. So Lina, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, sis. Thank you for allowing me to be here, Mahalo Nui family. I just would like to start off with something, if that's okay. And this is an oli, or chant, that was originally composed by Auntie Edith Kanaka-Ole. She composed this for her haumana of Halau Kekuhi. And this is really just a call for guidance and for assistance in understanding the hidden treasures and wisdom that are found in songs and in knowledge that is learned. So just wanted to share this with you. If you know it, please join me in it. E ho mai ka ike mai luna mai e. O nā mea huna no e au no nā mele. E ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. O mai ka ike mai luna mai e. O nā mea huna no e au no nā mele. E ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. O mai ka ike mai luna mai e. O nā mea huna no e au no nā mele. E ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. Mahalo, mahalo nui. And aloha mai kako. I'm grateful to be here. And when we're calling out for assistance,
Yes.
and we got a lot of great assistance from Cory, from Neal, from you, Sarah, and also from Craig in our learning today. And we're going to be getting more of that. It's just kind of helping us to open up to things that are above and beyond us, yeah? And understanding that there's a little bit of humility when it comes to learning something new, yeah? And today I get to talk story about Ōlelo, Hawaii.
I'm super excited
Yeah?
about that. Yes. So I think real quick though, before we jump into our Ōlelo, I just wanted to quickly say one of the first projects that we got to work with you on, which we are so grateful because you played such a pivotal part of it, was actually our Music and Meals for Maui.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah.
And it was amazing how quickly we made that happen.
Oh, yeah. That was super fast.
Yes, August 8th, 2023, I think, is going to be something that's going to be etched in the memories of many people, not just here in Hawaii, but across the world, when the Lahaina wildfires destroyed most of Lahaina. And in that process of the rebuilding, Craig, Sarah, Cory, Neal, they all went, what can we do?
Yes.
We have some friends, we think, right? What can we do?
Andrew Katakis was one of those friends.
Oh,
and so was
yes.
Jake Shimabukuro. Those two were like very instrumental.
Pivotal.
Yeah.
Yes, our friends at Ukulele site, and then we reached out to friends and said, hey, might you be able to donate an ukulele maybe, or donate some time, or donate some music? And we sent the kahea, the call out to the world, and oh my goodness, the response was amazing.
Absolutely. So we are so with the online auction as well as the 6.5-hour live stream that we did.
Do you happen to remember the number?
It was a little over $200,000 that was for all disaster
Well,
relief.
speaking of which, too, we just had a wonderful donation by Mr. Jonah Davis.
Jonah
He
Davis!
was again part of Music and Meals for Maui.
He was part of Music and Meals from Maui.
Yes, he was.
And because, I mean, in many ways, he's a Maui boy.
Oh,
He,
yeah.
Like, he basically grew up there, even though, like, he, lives here. I can't remember. I think he was born on Oahu. Jonah, you can always chime in. Let us know.
Chime in that chat, brother.
But thank you so much, Jonah.
Yes.
He's always been
We
such
have
a
a
big supporter.
couple behind the scenes captures that Janice captured. I want to go through them quick, and you can kind of talk a little bit of what this reminds you of and what you're feeling during these times.
Oh my gosh. Brian was a troublemaker that day. That's what I remember.
That day, he's a troublemaker every day. Come on, let's be honest.
This is true. There's Andrew Katakis and Craig manning cameras. And yeah, those two, Brian and Halehaku, that was such a special performance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think again,
yes, this is a fun
the talk story sessions.
Craig actually on camera for once.
Yes, and that rarely ever happens. But this was our opportunity to talk to the audience and just connect with people from, again, all around the world.
Yep.
You just never understand the reach that this little instrument has until we do things like this.
This is very true.
And it was awesome because everybody volunteered their time.
Hey, there's Brittany. She's one of our moderators in the chat.
Yeah.
Getting to perform with Kolea.
And these two, I love when they play. They're so complimentary when they play.
Yes.
Play with others and play together with one another, but they make
Yeah.
good music.
They do. They're phenomenal musicians. And there she is.
In her other capacity as moderator.
Yes.
She was our mod.
She was in her element. It was awesome. So thanks, Britt, for doing it again. Oh, look, and you can see. So in this shot, you can see in the living room. That's actually the living room of
Yep.
our house, getting ready for the performers while Lina is actually talking story with Kolea. So we had
Yes.
two areas set up. Janice, who I don't think got pictured in here because she was taking the pictures, is actually prepped with you guys.
Yeah. And I just kind of love how we kind of had a set A, set B. And people just don't really understand just how close quarters we are when we're doing things like this, right?
Yeah.
But and I believe that you can still watch this entire.
Yep.
Yep.
You can go
can watch the entire event.
Yep, it's on the it's on the Craig and Sarah Craig and Sarah channel because in order to set up the fundraiser, we needed to have a certain amount of subscribers, and everybody came out and subscribed and allowed us to be able to hit that 10,000 mark,
Yeah.
so we could actually make it an official fundraiser.
That was awesome. And
Ginger,
these kind of these
Ginger.
moments.
Yes, she popped over from Maui to come do this with us. We are so grateful. Beautiful playing, beautiful voice.
And that previous picture there, that was Kala'e Camarillo preparing while we were talking story. And again, it was so beautiful to have some of our Maui. There you go. Some of our, and that's with Mika Kane, yeah. But it was so nice to have some of our Maui musicians step up, fly in, and be a part of this. And when he sang, I'm getting a little teary-eyed just thinking about it, because I remember when he sang, I just cried. When he's singing of his lahaina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Jake
and Jackson.
The most relaxed you'll ever see Jake, probably. He came to us. Yeah, I think his son was playing a soccer game, and he was like, I'm running late. I don't have time to get my instrument. Can I borrow an instrument? I'm not even going to change. I'm just going to come because this is important. Jackson, fun fact, was running sound all day.
Yes.
Yeah, so Jake came, and he's borrowing Mika's instrument and pedals.
You can see you can feel the spirit of volunteerism. Everybody is stepping into different roles.
Yep.
Incredible musicians, many of them award-winning musicians, but again, stepping in behind the camera. There you go, as Andrew Katakis behind camera, which is another place that he feels very comfortable. But again, this man is a man that brings us ukulele side. He brings us incredible instruments and represents so many artists.
The crew that was still left at the end of the 6.5 hours. It was so wonderful. So many folks, and just, and even Kalae actually was on Maui when we brought over the first check to Maui Food Bank.
That's right.
Because we did it in steps. There it is. We did it in steps because we wanted them to get the funds as quickly as we could.
Yeah.
So we did our first big push.
Start feeding families.
Exactly. Because they were like the very first boots on the ground people doing this. And so we are so grateful for all of their hard work. And they're still working super hard.
They are. And just thank you so much, family, for allowing us to the opportunity to do that. It was your generosity, your kindness, your aloha, your love for the ukulele, your love for music, your love for Maui that made that all happen.
Yes. Okay, Lina.
Okay.
In just a few minutes, we'll be able to get started over doing our beginning Ōlelo. But we wanted to make sure that we had Ōlelo for today because one of the big workshops people were really wanting live stream during Summit was beginning Ōlelo Hawaii. So I'm so grateful that you're here and able to do this with us today, Lina.
I am grateful to be here. I just got back from the 2025 Native Hawaiian Convention. This is an event hosted by the Hawaiian Council, formerly known as the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. So very big mahalo to Kuhio Lewis and his entire team for making it happen. In 2023, they took it up to Vegas. For the very first time, they took the convention out of Hawaii. And they realized that there was such a huge, there was the word Hawaiian diaspora, but I think Hawaiians prefer to say Hawaii pa mamau, which means the people who are, Hawaii who is away from us. And you could feel just the desire and the need to reconnect. And I love that people who play this beautiful instrument of ours, this ukulele that we love so much, want to learn Hawaiian music. I love that. And it doesn't matter what ethnicity you are. I always encourage you to learn Hawaiian music, but there are so many Hawaiians that are up there that want to connect with their own language and sort. So they took it back again to the continent in 2025. And this time it was, for the very first time, it was a collaboration of indigenous peoples. It was our Native Hawaiian Kanaka on lands in Washington for the Tulalip tribe. And that area of Tulalip, represents a number of tribes, the Snohomish, Tulalip, and a number of others. But there was just so much similarities in their language as well. So their language, again, oral language, just like Hawaiian, and people who are not of their blood came in, heard certain sounds, put symbols to those sounds, and that's how you get their alphabets. And then turned around and taught that language back to the people so that while they're speaking the language, they can now associate these symbols to the words, right? Something very similar happened in Hawaii. And just so that you know, if you are going to be going back and doing some research in older songs, you'll see sounds that you might not see in the typical today's Hawaiian alphabet. You'll see T's and B's and R's and S's. These were sounds that existed in the Hawaiian language before it became a written language. So just so that you know, when you are going through your music and doing a little bit of research, if you're going to some old songs, you might actually see those sounds pop up. But I'm excited to share with you just a little bit about what I know. I'm going to tell you I am not a kumu. I am not a kumu Ōlelo Hawaii. I am a haumana. I am a student. I am always learning, but I am more than happy to share with you the things that I know. The Hawaiian language is simple and beautiful and wonderful, and I think sometimes in our desire to learn and educate ourselves, we tend to make things a little bit more complicated than needed, right? So if we can just start off with something as simple as our vowels. In the English language, we have so many different sounds for the letter A, right? I mean, just how we say the word A. A. There's A, or ah. There's just so many sounds for it. But in the Hawaiian language, our vowels are all just the short sound. A, E, I, O, U. And this is something that I had an opportunity to teach in a past class, where we also have a tendency, because we have all of these other languages in our mind. English is kind of like a little bit of a mishmash of a lot of different languages, right? We tend to bring some of those things into another language when we're learning it. So a perfect example would be the word aloha, right? Spelled out, it's Aloha. And oftentimes when I hear people say it, they will say aloha. And what you're really saying is Alouha by putting in that extra sound. Aloha. Sounds fun, but it's not correct. So when we're learning the Hawaiian language and we're speaking it and we're singing it, please bear in mind that we're going to keep all of those vowels short. A, E, I, O, U. So when you're looking at a word like this, aloha, it's just aloha, right? There's no emphasis anywhere on any particular thing. Sometimes you'll hear aloha, and that's like somebody saying hello. It's the same thing, right? Those kinds of fun emphasis. But when we're just speaking the word, it's just aloha. Now, for what we are seeing here on camera, this is a fun song that was taught to me by my grandma. I unfortunately don't know who wrote it, because it is an old fun song, but it was really a way for us to incorporate the sounds of the A, E, I, O, U into words that a lot of the keiki at that time understood. So one of those words is ala pi'i. Ala means to move in a particular direction, like a pathway, and pi'i means up. So a pathway of moving up would be a ladder, ala pi'i. And that's that sound, ala pi'i, climbing that ladder, ah. The next sound is e, elepani. Elepani, does that sound familiar to you? Possibly elephant, elepani. Well, this is elepani o ke kai, elephant of the sea. Now, what would be the elephant of the sea? That Hawaiians would have seen on their shoreline. Perhaps a walrus or an elephant seal. So that's what that particular animal is. Elepani o ke kai. E. Elepani o ke kai. E. Now, E. E, when you're looking at the eye, you're automatically thinking, oh, that's an I. But that sound is E, like E, two letters, E, side by side. And what we're seeing here are the words ipu, hau, keleave. Now, ipu is a gourd. The hau is like iron. So what would be an iron gourd? Oh, that would be a pot or a cauldron, right? Ipu hau keleave. Ipu hau keleave. Then our next one is o. O, nice and simple. O, not o, but o. And we have o'o. Mahi'ai is the word for a farmer, and the o'o is their digging stick, what they would use to dig out those rows so that they could plant all of the wonderful vegetables and even the kalo, get in there and dig up the kalo. That would be used with an o'o. So o'o, mahi'ai, o. And finally, u. Upa. Upa is the bellows, right? Makani is wind, and when you push the bellows, it makes wind and it gets that fire hot, and you can do all kinds of things with it. So upa makani u. Okay? So these are all the simple sounds of making the vowels for the Hawaiian language. And this is a song that we grew up learning from my grandma Pearlie. So, sorry. A little bit hot in here.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We got to turn them off or else we just be like, shh, AC sound. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to play this one simple for you, and take a listen, and then you can sing along. Ala pi'ia elepani o ke kai ipu hau keleave o Super simple song, yeah? Okay, I think we can do them a little bit faster, yeah? Okay, what I did want to share with you is a lot of the songs that you hear are songs that are based off of, because, Hawaiians never have ukulele for a little bit, right? This is the strings, the body, all introduced from our Portuguese cousins that came across. But what we did have is our ipu. And you also hear possibly in the rhythm how that's done when we're strumming. Yeah, it's a ute ute te rhythm. The u is this low sound, and the te is a slap. So ute te. Yeah. Are you familiar with this sound? Yeah. So you can actually do this particular song with just an ipu or just a beat. Ala piia ele panio ke kai I puhau ke le ave o mahi ai o pa makani a e I o he ke la munu pive o kina a po. Yeah, so you can also do that way. But this is an ukulele thing, so we gotta play ukulele with this. All right, let's try it one more time, but we're just gonna go a little faster. And then you can practice your Ōlelo as you sing, okay? One more time. All right, here we go. Ala piia ele panio ke kai I puhau ke le ave o mahi ai o pa makani a e ke la munu pive o kina a pau. Maikai! All right, one song done. Okay, so I was in the process of thinking about how I could make a song that would help people. Actually, I actually wrote it with children in mind, but how I could help the children pronounce every single syllable in the Hawaiian language. And I know you're thinking to yourself, that's crazy, because, the English language has thousands and thousands and thousands of syllables or sounds. But again, the Hawaiian language is very simple. We have 5 vowels, and we have 13 consonants. And one of those consonants is actually the absence of sound. It's a glottal stop known as the okina. And this is where we would actually break, I guess, your breath or the movement of that word or that sound. And that's it. That's all you have. So what you're looking at right here on the screen is something called the Hawaiian, I don't know how to pronounce it properly. I don't know if it's a syllabary. Cory, any ideas? Syllabary. Okay, so this is a Hawaiian syllabary, and this is essentially every single sound that you'll find in the Hawaiian language. And it's a super simple. We can go through it real quick, and you can just e ho'opili mai, which means to repeat after me. Yeah. Ha ka la ma na pa va a. Now that's where the okina comes in play. Instead of saying va, you would say va a. So you're going to stop that breath, you're going to stop that sound and start again anytime you see that okina. All right? So, top line again. Ha ka la ma na pa va a. Now, this next line, it looks like the same thing on the top line, but what you're seeing is something called a kahako. In English, it's called a macron. And what it does is it just elongates the sound of that particular vowel just a little bit more. It's a little bit of an emphasis on that vowel. You'll never see it over a consonant. It will always be over a vowel. So, first line, ha ka la ma na pa va a. Second line, Ha, ka, la, ma, na, pa, va, a. Right? So we can move on to the next. He, ke, le, me, ne, pe, ve, e. He, ke, le, me, ne, pe, ve, e. Next one. He, ki, li, mi, ni, pi, vi, e. He, ki, li, mi, ni, pi, vi, e. Sorry. Woo! Got flipped over there in the corner. All right, next one. Ho. Ho, ko, lo, mo, no, po, vo, o. Ho, ko, lo, mo, no, po, vo, o. And finally, hu, ku, lu, mu, nu, pu, vu, u. Hu, ku, lu, mu, nu, pu, vu, u. Now, for those that already know Ōlelo Hawaii e Kalamai, I know this is going back to basics, but I had the opportunity to hear a lot of people speaking the language at the Native Hawaiian Convention. Some of them were learning the language for the first time, but many of them were native speakers. Many of them kind of in between. And what I did notice is that a lot of them will bring their accents and their sounds with them into Hawaiian language, makes it sometimes a little bit difficult to understand. So by helping you to learn it basics in the very, very beginning from the foundation, this just gives you a stronger foundation to build on. Of course, we learned our vowels with the Piapa song, A, E, I, O, U, and A, E, I, O, U. Okay? So this is your Hawaiian syllabary. And I thought to myself, gotta have a fun song that we can do, right? And so I put together something called the Hawaiian alphabet song. And it kind of utilizes a 12-bar blues and stretching it just a little bit. Now, yeah, let's stretch them just a little bit. Mm-hmm. Now, the word pi'apa is actually a Hawaiianized word based on bi'aba. So this is how they teach people who have never looked at a written language how to create sounds. B, the letter B, A, the letter A, and then B-A put together, right? B-A-ba. So this is just that Hawaiianized version of it. Pi'apa, which we've adopted to mean the Hawaiian alphabet. Okay? Now,
Before we get started,
yes.
question. People
Yes.
are asking about the W being when is the W a V? When's it a W? Etc.
Maikai, that is a great question. I don't know. No, I'm.
The question for the audience.
I shall. So we're getting some question. Who was the one that asked the question?
There's a couple of different people.
Okay, a few people, and thank you for that. The question is when to use the W as a W sound and when to use a W as a V sound, because we've heard it both ways, right? Some people will say Hawaii, and some people will say Hawaii. Some people will say Wai'anai, and nobody ever says Vai'anai. I'm just letting you know. I don't know exactly what the rules are for it. I can tell you that if it's a place name and the person lives in that area and they call that place Waikiki, then out of respect, I will say Waikiki when I'm in their presence. Most of the time, the W starting will usually be a W sound, not so much of a heavy V sound. And oftentimes the W in the middle of a word will be the heavier V sound, like when you're ending something, lava. I know that we all know lava as lava, but that's not a Hawaiian word, the L-A-V-A. But lava means to end, and that would be the V. So that's normally the case where the W is in the front. It will have a softer W sound. Wai'anai, Waikiki, Waimanalo, where my ohana is from, places like that. Wai, when you're drinking water. But we also hear it in the V sound in the middle of the word, like Hawaii or lava or ukulele, which means tip, when you're dropping tip for somebody. what I can share with you is if you don't know, or if the person that is teaching you the song is not sure, if it's possible, try to do something like a little mix of the two. So you're not going to be like wah, and you're not going to be va, but you're going to be more like wah. Can you do that? Wah. Yeah.
Now, I want to apologize a little bit. We're going to actually turn on the AC for a bit because it's starting to heat up. So you're going to hear a little bit of that fan noise in the back. I apologize.
Sorry.
Where is my... Oh, the remote's right there. Lina, can you hand it to me?
Ah, the magic remote. Yes. Sorry. I'm to the size, so, this happens.
Well, we are also quite hot.
And I apologize as well because, most people come back from the continent with Trader Joe's, and I came back with a cold. So I apologize. Okay, so this is a fun song, family. It's 3 simple chords. It is done in that blues style. And we're looking at the D7, the G7, and the A7. And it's super, super fun. Now, you're going to see a few Hawaiian words there, and I would be happy to tell you what those words are. The first word is alakai, and our apologies that okina is in the wrong place. Yeah, the okina, A-L-A-K-A, okina-ai. Mekai. There you go. Alakai. And alakai is a person that's leading. And it's not always the person that's going to be leading always. Oftentimes when you have jam sessions, you'll have somebody lead a song and then everybody follows and then somebody else takes the lead. So this is essentially the alakai is leading things off, and the alakai is singing these words right here. And they're asking you, they're calling you, it's English right there. Are you ready to learn Ōlelo Hawaii? And they're trying to gather everybody together, okay? Then the next phrase you'll see is e ho'opili mai. E ho'opili mai means to actually imitate me or repeat after me. And then all you're going to do is that alakai is going to sing, and then all of the haumana or those that are jumping in for the jam session are going to repeat. Yeah, e ho'opili mai. And then our next phrase, if you want to...
Hold on. Sorry.
There you go, is hanaho. So hanaho, hana is work or to do something. Ho means again or new. So hanaho means to do it all over again, right? Because I think it was Neal that said that when you are repeating things, it's legitimized. I thought that was a very cool thing to say. But I kind of think of when you're learning something like wet cement, right? When you get it down, the cement is still wet. And, if you're not careful, you might get, you come back later, you're going to see bird prints inside, little cat paws, leaves have fallen in. So you want to let that cement settle and solidify, right? So that's why we hanaho. We're going to do it all over again from the hakala, okay? Then we're going to slide down a little bit. There's one more phrase in our, okay. And then we have a himeni pu ka ko. Himeni, does that sound himeni? Himeni is the Hawaiian word for hymn or to sing, right? Himeni. Pu means together, and kako is all of us. That includes the alakai, you, everybody. E himeni pu kako, let's all sing it together. At this time of the song, you are not doing any kind of repeating. You are actually singing with the alakai, okay? All right, and then there's a little hanaho at the ending too. So we'll take this nice and easy. Fun song. And again, this is going to be our opportunity to pronounce every single syllable of the Hawaiian language in a fun blues style. Okay? Ready? Here we go. Are you ready to learn Ōlelo Hawaii? 5 vowels, 13 consonants. Sounds easy, but pronunciation is the magic key. Let's try it together. Just repeat after me. Pi'apa, pi'apa, pi'apa. Nice. All right. E ho'opili mai. Repeat after me. Hakala mana pava'a. Hanaho. Here we go. Hakala. Hakala mana pava. Hekele mene peve. Hikili mini pivi. Hokolo mono povo. A e I o u. Hukulu mono puvu. Piapa. Oh, you guys got this, right? All right, next page. And the Alaka'i sings. It seems like you're getting the hang of this, so I think it's time we change it up a bit. No more repeating, time to sing with me. It's a 12-bar blues with Ōlelo Hawaii. Piapa, piapa, piapa. No repeating. Ehimeni pukako. All together. Hakala mana pava. Hekele mene peve. Hikili mini pivi. Okolo mono povo. A e I o u. Hukulu mono puvu. Piapa. Oh, so good. Hanaho. All right. Hakala mana pava. Hekele mene peve. Hikili mini pivi. Hokolo mono povo. A e I o u. Hukulu mono puvu. Piapa. Fun, guys! Thank you, Sarah, for singing with me, sister. But that's just a fun song. You know, I made it, and I thought maybe I could get kids to sing it, and here I am teaching it to adults.
Well, it is. Let them know it is in Ho'okani Pila, actually.
It is, yes, yes. This is a song that is going to be a part of a Ho'okani Pila in regards to our curriculum. So our keiki will get a chance to learn this. And you can always support the project, please. We encourage you to. And if for our teachers that are interested in having a Ho'okani Pila be a part of your learning, by all means, make sure you're reaching out to 4 strings at a time. Just had a great time. How's my time? Are we okay?
We're okay, and we have an extra song if you are wanting to do it. Nani o nu'uanu.
Yeah. We can do that. You're going to find that a lot of our Hawaiian songs that were especially written by our ali'i, were written originally as chants or as dances. And that was the only reason why I brought my ipu with me, is because the song that is in your packet right now is one of those songs. It was a song written by King Kamehameha IV. And I think it's coming from having just visited the continent and just see how massive everything is. There's just so much land. My journey started first in Utah. We were in Salt Lake City, Draper, Provo, and just driving and seeing how far away the mountains were, and that there were snow capped and just land, just flat, just so much land, right? And then coming into Washington, where there's just beautiful forests and meeting the people of the Tulalip tribe, and just again seeing just how everything is so spread out. It does something for you when you live on an island, I think. And I think when we, in this day and age, because we all fly into our islands, we don't really get a chance to see the islands like how our ali'i and how original visitors to the islands ever saw the islands. And if you ever get an opportunity to, get on a boat. Get on a boat, get out into the water far offshore, and then turn around and come back. Whether you're taking a cruise cruise or whether you are going to jump on a canoe and paddle out for a little bit, or a kayak and just paddle out just a little bit, stay safe, but then turn yourself around and look back at the island. And it's a completely different way of seeing Hawaii. It's a completely different way of seeing land. When you're sitting on the ocean, you're a small little thing in this big, beautiful, massive ocean, and looking back and seeing land. And when I think of how our ali'i, when they would go and they would do their travels in ships and they would come home yearning for their islands and seeing that islands start very small and just start to grow and grow and grow. And as they approached a particular island, they would look for these significant places on the island, and it would remind them of home. It would remind them that I'm almost there. Well, King Kamehameha IV, Iolani, he did the same thing. And a lot of them, they penned their thoughts and their feelings. And when he was coming into Oahu, he could see Nu'uanu. He could see the cliffs, the pali, and he could imagine the grass the kawelu grass that blows there. And he could imagine the winds that blow against that valley. And that's what this particular song is. The song is entitled Wanani o Nu'uanu, and it talks about the rains of Nu'uanu. It talks about all of those things, the waterfalls. It talks about all of the things that make it beautiful, and his yearning for home as he's coming home into, and I would highly encourage you, if you ever get a chance to come to Hawaii, to see Hawaii from the water, looking back at the land. It's majestic and beautiful. Sarah, may you please bring up the words for me? Thank you. So, Uanani o Nu'uanu. Again, if we can remember our pronunciation, again, the A, E, I, O, U, and we'll go through pronunciation first, remembering that Okina is going to break that sound. So we're going to say Uanani o Nu'uanu. Yeah. Ikalau o ke ka velu. We're going to emphasize that A and ka velu just a little bit. It's not an overemphasis. It's not ka velu. You're not spitting the word out, but it's ka velu. Very gentle. Okay? So Uanani o Nu'uanu. Ikalau o ke ka velu. Okay? And the next line is Uahala akula me kamakani nui. E iini ana kamana'o. And this is fun. It's fun for people who speak the language. For those that don't, they're like, too much vowels. That's just, there's an E, a whole bunch of I's, and a bunch of A's, too much vowels. But if you just take your time and break it down, e iini ana kamana'o. One thing I wanted to share with you is when you're going from the word i'ini into ana, you are going to create a little bit of a glide or a little bit of a slide there. It's not an i-a, right? I'ini ana, because there's no okina there. But we're going to just kind of push one letter into another. Yeah? I'ini ana. Oftentimes we'll share with beginners that you can put a little Y there, but it's not i'ini yana. Yeah, we're not going to overemphasize that, but it's i'ini yana. It's that really smooth glide from one vowel to another. Okay. Next line, e ike ia kahuailana. Here you can use the V sound, kahuailana, but I tend to do it just a little on the softer side, not the wa. Not the va, but the v. Kahuailana. Yeah. Next line. O ko'u hoa no ia, ua pono no kaua. Next line. Ho'okohu ana ia kamana'o. And then we have our ha'ina, which is the story is told. Ha'ina mai kainoa o kalani iolani. The story is told in the name of King Kamehameha IV, Iolani. Okay? So you can do it with your ipu, but we're going to do it with our ukulele. It is a little high for me right now because my voice is bust up, but that's okay. It's all good. We're going to chant some. And it's a very sweet sing-songy style. actually hear the ipu. Well, at least I can. Ute, utete, ute, utete, ute, utete. Uanani. Uanani onu uanu. Ikalau ke kavelu. Uanani onu uanu. Ikalau ke kavelu. Wahala vai. Wahala vai akula. Me kamakani nui. Wahala vai. Wahala vai akula. Me kamakani nui. E iini. E iini ana kamanao. E ike ia kahuailana. E iini ana kamanao. E ike ia kahuailana. Oko'u. Oko'u hoa no ia. O kaua ki o. Oko'u. Oko'u hoa no ia. I kau. Excuse me. O kaua ki o. Uapono. Uapono no kaua. Ho'okohuana ia kamana'o. Uapono no kaua. Ho'okohuana ia kamana'o. Haina. Haina mai kainoa. O kalani I olani. Haina mai kainoa. O kalani I olani. Hemele no I olani. So mahalo nui family, thank you so much for letting me be with all of these amazing people. I'm just, like I said, I'm just a simple haumana. And I do love my language. I am continuing to learn it. And I encourage you, there's so much free resources out there. If you really want to get into pronunciation, video resources that are put out by Kamehameha Schools, Kanaeokana, the University of Hawaii at Hilo, and of course, you'll be seeing some of these resources in Eho, Kani Pila. Also wanted to, I know my friend Craig, he's all about the digital, which is wonderful, but I also want to encourage you folks to grab books too. Okay? I know you're like, what? What is that? Yes.
How can you fit so many iPads in that thing? What is that?
Stuff with pages. All right. Kolea is one of our basic learning tools through the University of Hawaii. So this is a great book to get. If you are an English speaker who knows all of your parts of speech, predicate, adjectives, nouns, and stuff like that, this is a maikai book to take you from English into Ōlelo, Hawaii. For my family and friends that are watching that speak Pidgin, maybe not the best book for you. This is tough. When you don't know English, you're like, what is a hanging participle? Yeah, if you don't know that, this is not a good book for you. But there are also wonderful books that are out there. This one I wanted to share is called Aloha Ni'ihau. This is about my ohana in the island of Ni'ihau, the Kanehele, the Nizo, the Beniamine ohana. And what's awesome is you actually get to see Ōlelo Ni'ihau typewritten. Right, so you get to see it written in Ōlelo Ni'ihau, and then you get to see the translations as well. So it is Hawaiian, but it is a type of Hawaiian. So that's a good one right there. And I just want to say, don't be afraid to learn from keiki books.
Oh, those are great.
okay? Because I know sometimes adults they're too ashamed to pick up a children's book and say, you know, I'm an adult. I don't want to learn it that way. But honestly, the stories that are told as you're learning brand new vocabulary. This is a wonderful story that's told of. Paia, Kamehameha. Everybody's watching Chief of War, right? And this is one of his origin story right here. And it's done again in Ōlelo as well as English translations. So encouraging you to reach out to all of these wonderful sources and speak, sing as much as you can this beautiful language we call Ōlelo Hawaii. Mahalo nui for your time. We really appreciate you. Thank you, Sarah.
Of course. And I just want to second that, like, children's books are a great way.
Yes.
I actually have a bunch that I read to Cameron so that I can be learning too. Like, it's very important.
And I'm very proud of my sister here. She is I think she's like maybe 2 years in on Duolingo. Duolingo has Ōlelo Hawaii there. It's a great starter.
It is a good vocabulary builder.
Yes.
It does not tell you grammatical thing. I have to ask Lina or Halehaku or other friends, like, why is this way? But you're right. It's a good vocab builder.
It's a great way to start, but not so much a great way to converse. So I would highly encourage you to get together with others who do speak the language, hear it, repeat, e ho'opili mai, and enjoy the language. Mahalo nui, family.
Now, we are so lucky to have you, Lina, on our board. And, you know, one of the things that kind of catapulted us working together was Ukulele Club of Hawaii. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
I am so excited. So Ukulele Club of Hawaii was a little think tank of between Joe Souza, my husband, Brother Sam, Joe's wife, Kristen, and then I kind of came into the mix afterward. But, you know, I have to give it up to those people who are they fall in love with the instrument, or maybe they are Kanaka that have moved away and they want to stay connected to their Hawaii. So we have like incredible ukulele clubs on the continent. Ukulele Club of Santa Cruz, SUPA, which is the Seattle Ukulele Players Association, and then there's Strum, which I think is the Seattle Totally Relaxed Ukulele Musicians. It's so cute how they do this. But these are like bona fide clubs. They come together, they create music, they create books, and we just love the organization. And Joe and Brother Sam was like, okay, the ukulele was created in Hawaii. Why do we not have an ukulele club here? So it started off as a simple 6 people at some restaurant with a bunch of ukuleles, and it has grown. And we are so grateful to 4 Strings at a Time for taking the reins. And I believe this was last April.
Yeah, April 2024 was the very first club that 4 Strings at a Time took care of the programming.
And you folks already know how our friends work right here when it comes to digital, when it comes to reaching out, taking it to YouTube, taking it to spaces all around the world, and then making it accessible to everybody at their time, right? Not everybody can be tuning in at a specific time, so you're able to go back and watch. You're able to get materials. And so, again, very big mahalo to 4 Strings at a Time. Our next one coming up is November 15th.
Oh, we also have October 25th.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I'm
forget.
I'm
You're
skipping the
excited
Halloweeny
about-
one.
I get that you're excited about November.
Oh, sorry.
Because it's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. October 25th. Yeah, get something. Okay. Yes, October 25th. So the event is always live at Windward Mall. Very big mahalo to Shelby, Kelly, and the rest of the crew there. They have been so supportive of us, the promotions team, in allowing us that space there so that we have a live learning situation in front of incredible instructors. And then that live stream is made available to you. Very big mahalo to Pono Higa, who helps us with the sound. He is incredible. He and Craig work hand in hand together to make sound and video work for you. So mahalo nui. And always very big mahalo to Sarah, who is like getting on the instructors. Do you have music for me? Do you have music for me? She always makes sure that packet gets out the week before Ukulele Club.
So there's a rumor that we're going to have a little helper named Cameron that will be helping out
in October,
giving sheet music and goodies as well.
Yes, because we do think it's important that Cameron starts his community service early. So Yes, we are hoping he can come with us, and we'll give him some assignments at club, because there's actually several keiki that come regularly. There's this one set of twins that's always there. That one of them loves to dance, and then the other one loves to strum. And and they're so cute, and it's so wonderful to see like multi generations of folks sharing. I think club now regularly has between 80 to 100 people that show up every month, and I bet you October is going to be a big one because it's a costume contest. Wear your costumes, and because we have actual prizes just like last year.
Now make sure you guys don't put your ukulele away, because we have another play along this time featuring John Yamasato and Herb Otto Jr. from one of our ukulele club meetings. But before we go to that clip, Sarah, can you share with us how much so far has been raised for our programming?
So you guys are so amazing. I just checked, and we so far have a little over 8,600.
Oh
my God.
Thank you so much for your generosity. This is huge for us, being able to raise money so that we can, continue our programming and keep bringing you all of these wonderful things, like this clip coming up with John and Herb playing through Green Rose Hula. Find it towards the back of the packet. There's a table of contents. I don't have the page number on me. Carol, in the chat, you can also pipe up and let us know what page. So please enjoy John and Herb. Let's go.
You got Emily, you got...
No, we can do... Yeah, we can... Well, why don't we do that Green Rose Hula? So
John, maybe you can share with our ukulele club and our viewers online why this particular song, or if you want to give a background on when you folks learned the song, or that kind of stuff.
This particular song was chosen today because Sarah told me I have to sing Green Rose Hula.
It's always good to know who's the boss.
Yeah. We recorded it in 1997. So almost 30 years ago now. And there was a version done by Del Beasley on an album called Ō'Lelo, which was done by a percussionist. His name, Mike Muldoon. I don't know if you guys remember Mike Muldoon, but he used to play with like Israel Kamakawiwa Ole and Kyle Creative Boys. And then he did his own album where he invited a bunch of guest artists to come on, and Del Beasley was one of them. And he did this version of Green Rose Hula that I really liked. So we played our own version, but Lopaka, he has such a dynamic sense of rhythm, so he changed the rhythm a little bit, and we have our own version of Green Rose. That's how that song came to be. But today it came to be because of Sarah. So, yeah. All right. I'll try to play it the same. I always kind of forget how we do it, but it's in the key of F. And it goes up to G. So it's kind of similar to Hula Heaven. All right. And I'll count it off as well. And 1, 2, 3, 4, F. One more time, intro. No kapua loke lau ke aloha, no ka ui ka beku. No kapua loke lau ke aloha, no ka ui ka beku. Ko alau na ona ia nei, hola le mai ana e lea. Ko alau na ona ia nei, hola le mai ana e lea. Evelea. Evelea pu aku me o e, I ka hana no e o I po. Evelea pu aku me kano e uho ipo. Okay, Herb's turn. One more time, buddy. Ahe poena ui aloha kano ia hakupuwai. Ahe poena ui aloha kano ia hakupuwai. Okay, we're gonna do stops now, okay? So here we go. Stop on the F. B flat, F. Get back to the strumming. One more time. Going to the G, here we go. Hainaya mai kapuana. Nona green rose ke aloha. Hainaya mai kapuana. Nona green rose ke aloha. Ke aloha. Ke aloha. We're not on the G. Hey, all right. Hey.
Aloha, everybody. Oh my gosh, that was such a Maika Iloa. What a great lesson, right? That was so good. So thank you so much, Lina, again, for being able to hop over here and especially just after a trip as well. So grateful. And then we had a couple of people asking about the shirts in the chat. So I just kind of wanted to say, I believe I have one right here and I can tell you exactly. It's polyester and spandex. So it has a little bit of stretch to it, which is kind of nice. But, and the women's ones have a little bit more sheen to them than the men's Aloha
Yeah, the men's
shirts.
are different for sure.
The men's are different. So the men's shirts, actually, I love the feel of the men's shirts. They feel really good. They're a little bit heavier than like when I first felt it, I thought it I don't know, the hand, as they say, for it feels really good and it drapes really nicely. These guys, if I remember right, I think they're moisture wicking, but I believe that they're also that they are a polyester of some sort. But they're beautiful shirts. I wear mine all the time. And Craig, this is actually his like go-to Aloha shirt now, whenever he has to wear Aloha shirts. There are size charts under if you are in the store and you are looking at the Aloha attire, you will see that there are size charts, and those size charts are true. I got those directly from Auntie Lina Girl Designs, who designs these as well as the beautiful bags. She's just so great to work with. She is in Kaneohe, so local designer, with the wrong side. The lantern ilima. The idea behind this is like a way to show ukulele club pride, right? Because we're on the island of Oahu. Our flower is the ilima. I chose the lantern ilima when we were discussing which kind of ilima to use. And then, of course, she made ukulele flowers for us for Ukulele Club. And you can only get these shirts from 4 Strings at a time. So thank you all so much for everybody who has either donated, purchased. There's also Ukulele Club shirts. You can actually see behind me right there. That's the back of a shirt there. If you like, I'd rather have a t-shirt. We have Ukulele Club t-shirts as well.
But a big thank you to Ruru
yes.
and Yuku, who just donated, as well as Lisa, who just picked up a blouse.
You guys are so
Thank
sweet.
you so very much. And a huge thank you to John and Herb and everyone else who, like, Halehoku comes to club like almost every month.
I swear, I'm
to
always.
join us.
It's
Just
always so
amazing.
sweet to have Halehaku join us. He lives in Kaneohe, and he's like, oh yeah.
But we've had so much talented folk
Yeah.
come in and share their music with us. So thank you guys so very, very much.
Yes, we are so excited about the future, the things that we have planned with our programming. And you are a huge, huge part of why we can do it. So we are truly, truly grateful. I know Jake will be here very, very soon. I don't know if Craig we finally have some time in the schedule where I think Craig can actually do some teaching. So, because we had questions about holding, because for Cory's lesson, there was a lot of barring and moving up the fretboard. So you can, if you would like in your packets, you can go to the very first round of stuff. We put Craig's stuff in the front so it was easy to get to. If you were wanting to use it as a reference, you don't really need it to follow along, I don't think.
Okay, so I'm going to switch to that. And at this point,
I'm going to go check on the man.
Sarah's going to keep her eye out on Jake. So let's do this. All right. So one of the things that popped up in chat was some pain in the left hand, whether you're playing regular chords or bar chords. And for me, this is a big issue because when I first started, I loved playing the ukulele so much, but after about like half an hour or so, I would just start, holding my hand in pain, and it wasn't as fun as everyone was saying, right? Because I just couldn't play for long periods of time without hurting myself. So it came down to watching, other professional players on stage, and as you watch them play, it looks effortless, right? They're just gliding across the strings. And I realized I was squeezing way too hard, and I was trying to watch to see, what was going on. And when I first started, and I want to reiterate that there is no right or wrong way of playing. Well, maybe in the sense where I think the only wrong way of playing is if you're playing and you're hurting yourself. That's the only difference, I think. So with that said, this is not going to be a one-size-fits-all type of deal, but if you're having some pain in your left hand, I want you to give this a try. Because when I first started, I did have my thumb in the back, and I would hold down my chords like this. And every time there was something like this that happened, everyone's tendency is, of course, is to squeeze harder and harder and harder until we can, see the white in our knuckles. And again, going back to the experience of watching people just fly across their fretboard, a lot of it came down to, okay, maybe I'm holding it wrong, or holding it in a way that, I'm forcing myself to squeeze too much. And so what I realized too was my thumb position. I noticed a lot of people that had the thumb on the side here. And what that ends up doing is taking the thumb out of the equation. Because what happens a lot of times too is that, guitarists will say, first thing you do is put the thumb on the back, but guitar, you need that extra stretch, right? You have 6 strings to go over. And, it kind of makes that wrist pop out a bit. Now, again, this is not for everyone, but I want you to experiment by holding your wrist out like this. And I want you to slowly make a fist. And notice how that's not the easiest thing to do, right? I'm starting to kind of cramp up already. So shake it off. And let's do a straight wrist. And slowly make that fist. Much easier. And you can see these other muscles being used as well. What happens if the thumb in the back, all of that pressure to hold down the strings happens between your thumb and the rest of your hand here. So there's that pinch sensation that happens right there. What happens when we put our thumb on the side, I don't even have to put pressure on the side with my thumb, but I can still manipulate these 4 fingers however I want. And that's because I'm slowly, again, using the motion of making that fist and using these bigger muscles to help hold that down. So I can even just hang my thumb over the fretboard. I don't really need it. Now to push that even further, one of the great things about that too is a chord like an E7, 1, 2, 0, 2. If I have my wrist pop out like this, notice how it wants to flatten my fingers out a little bit. And it's harder to keep the finger and have that nice curve. Watch what happens when I bring my hand closer. Look at that beautiful curve that happens in those fingers. So right about there, compared to the wrist out like that. See, big difference. And right here in this position here, I can go from a C to a G to A minor to F to G7 to E7 to A7 to D7 and G. All of those chords that we know and love on that first fret can all be played with such minimal movement. And again, this is how we can get from one shape to the next really quickly without having to balance and hold everything between the pressure of my thumb and whatever fingers I have on the strings. Now, what about bar chords? You know, I can't really put my, well, as soon as I put my thumb in the back there, I can feel that pinch pop up again, right? So even bar chords, I can play a bar chord without my thumb. I'm gonna wave my thumb at you and I can still get that to ring. And it's not because of some ancient secret fairy dust magical ukulele, you know, thing, right? It's because I can leverage this a little bit differently. I'm pulling into my body with my index, and with this side, I'm pulling my ukulele this way. So there is this seesaw effect that's happening. So I can put pressure on both sides to complete a bar like this and get it to ring without any kind of pinch at all. So one of the things that I'm going to have you do to kind of trick ourselves into leveraging our bar chord a little bit different is we're going to start with the index on the A string, and you're going to apply just enough pressure for it to ring, and that's it. So you're going to go from 0%, slowly apply pressure, maybe about 25, 26, about 26.5% pressure. That's the scientific sweet spot. But we're going to slowly apply pressure until we get it to ring, because the thing we're trying to avoid is going from 0% pressure to 100% pressure. There is nuance in between. We don't need 100% of pressure to hold that string down. So again, from 0, add, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26.5, right there. Good. Remember that feeling. That's all we ever need to get that to ring. Now, you're going to take your index finger and now you're going to place it on the E and the A string, but you're still only going to pluck the A string. Okay, so we don't care about the E string. Even though we're touching it, we don't care about that the E string. Now 3 strings, again, only pluck the A string. That's all that matters. You shouldn't have any pressure on the tip at all. What about all 4 strings, but again, only pluck the A string? Because chances are, if you can get that string to ring, the rest of it will be there. And notice how my thumb is about 2 frets up toward the headstock. You're going to feel that leverage change as a roll rather than right behind and pinching. All right. So again, we're going to build that up from the A string. Just pluck the A string, hold 2 strings, hold 3 strings, and then hold 4 strings. Just focused on the A string ringing again. And then all 4. Ooh, not bad. So this is how we're going to slowly build up to that. But as you notice, a lot of the pressure comes from pulling in. Now, what about B flat? Great question, Craig. So B flat, I like to use my F as my starting point, because we'll see a lot of B flat in the key of F. So from here, we can even play a F add 9, which is 0, 0, 1, 0. And from here, we're going to think about a rotation. We're going to rotate from that E string all the way there. So see how the ball of my pinky connects to maybe about the 5th or 6th fret on the side of my ukulele. It looks like I'm actually reaching backwards with my index. I want you to feel like you are stretching out your hand, like so. So from here, stretch it out until you hit about the 5th or 6th fret on the ball of your pinky. And my thumb is kind of just hanging out in the back a little bit. I'm not pressing very hard with the thumb. But see how I'm keeping that wrist nice and straight? I'm just rotating it. So from F, swing it around. Now, these 2 fingers, you should be able to drop them right where they need to be. And see how they're almost pointing up toward the headstock? That's totally okay. So from here, rotating, have those 2 guys point up toward the headstock, keeping that wrist nice and straight. Now, the beautiful thing about this again, look at my ring finger. Look at that curve. A really strong curve there. If I try to pop my wrist out, again, look at how that tries to flatten my ring finger and touch across all 4 strings. So watch my ring finger. As I bring the ball of my pinky closer to the fretboard, it makes that ring finger go up and around the rest of those strings. See? So again, you're gonna find the exact position that's most comfortable for you and what works. But this is a really great example of, instead of just going flat and trying to pop that wrist out, being able to manipulate them in a little bit different way. See how small this transition is with just a little bit of a rotation. Now we'll struggle with getting the chords and the curvature of my fingers, so he's wrapping it. Was that for the B flat, Colleen? Let me know. I can talk a little bit more about that. But again, this is a beautiful way to experiment, so you're not, again, just squeezing until it gets it right. All right. Now, there's one exercise that I want to talk about that's just by far my most favorite exercise in the world, taught to me by the amazing Aldrin Guerrero. And this one is, of course, 4 fingers on your G string. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Jake is here, and he's going to practice this with us too and showcase how good he is at this. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Index, middle, ring, pinky. We're going to lift off fingers 3 and 4 at the same time. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And we're going to drop them down at the same time, 1 string below to the C string. Followed by 1 and 2 off. Boom. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Drop them down to match on the C string, landing at the same time. 3 and 4 down again to the E string. Make sure they land at the same time. 1 and 2 follow. 3 and 4 down again, followed by 1 and 2. Come back up. 3 and 4. 1 and 2. 3 and 4. 1 and 2. 3 and 4. 1 and 2. Good. Version 2. 1 and 4 off. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Drop them down at the same time to the C string, followed by 2 and 3. Come back down with 1 and 4. 2 and 3. 1 and 4. 2 and 3. Let's work our way back up. 1 and 4. 2 and 3. 1 and 4. 2 and 3. 1 and 4. 2 and 3. Now, our very favorite version, our last version, is of course the trickiest. 2 and 4 at the same time. Boom, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Middle and pinky. Make them land on the C string at the same time. Good. 1 and 3 off. Boom, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Drop them down at the same time. Good. 2 and 4 off to the E string. Good. Followed by 1 and 3. 2 and 4. Come down again. 1 and 3. Come back up. 2 and 4. 1 and 3. 2 and 4. 1 and 3, 2 and 4, 1 and 3. It is such a fantastic exercise to work on this individual finger control again. And some of the chord shapes that you're learning are going to be manipulating those fingers in these different sets of pairings. So it's such a great way to start working on getting those fingers set. Because half the battle in anything you do, especially for ukulele, is to get to that point where you can improvise and you can worry about all the different voicings and the thinking about lyrics and thinking about dynamics and all these other things. You have to have your foundation set, and a lot of that revolves around being able to get from chord to chord quickly and easily and memorized, right? Because once that's down, then you can focus on the other stuff. But really dialing in that foundation is going to help so much, and part of it is, again, getting that individual finger control back. Now, like I said, the thumb can be on the side, it can be in the back. You're going to find spots what's going to work for you, and depending on the song you're playing, depending on what you're doing. So don't be married to one way of playing. You're going to find, the biggest thing too is, even with your thumb on the back too, again, realize how much energy you need to actually get the note to ring. Because again, that's typically when we run into issues. It's just we end up squeezing way harder than we need to. All right, so with that said, I think, hi Jake, good afternoon.
What's up, Greg? Dude, that finger exercise is crazy.
That's fun, yeah. Let's see, let me get you on screen. And how are you doing? Thank you so much. Dude, I was looking at your schedule coming up. Oh my gosh, you're going to be gone for 2 months.
No, not that long.
But thank you
hope not that
so
long.
much for being able to join us today.
Oh, no, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and hello to everyone. Aloha, everyone out there tuning in virtually. Yeah. Super stoked to be here.
And then what we'll do, we have some headsets, headphones for you.
Oh,
yeah.
they're right there.
That way you can kind of balance things out as you hear it. And then what we'll do too is, you're all plugged in with your ukulele.
He is all
Can you
plugged
play a little
in.
bit for me? I'll get you kind of dialed in. You can let me know if you need anything differently.
How's everything been going?
Oh, it's been phenomenal.
It's been an incredible day.
We had some just beautiful people with us all day. We had some great workshops throughout, and it's been really nice. It's been nice to reminisce about all the events that we've done too, and we shared things from music and meals from Maui and things like that. So it's been really nice.
Oh, awesome. Oh, Craig, can I ask you for a
Yes.
favor? Could we turn up the DR just a little bit more so that I'm able to hear the looper?
Of course. Now, is your looper level is that be able to raise? Because I think I heard a lot of your uke.
Yeah, I think because the uke is being picked
Gotcha.
up through the mic. Yeah.
How's that sound?
Yeah, that should work, I think.
Nice. I can give you a little bit more.
Yeah, just so I can hear the loop when I do the exercises. Perfect. Yeah, that sounds great.
Try that one more time, because your live, the signal from that is much stronger when it's currently played. But is there a level on your looper that you can give me a little bit more on?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I can. Let's see. How's this? How's that better? Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
I know, we're just flying by the seat of our pants.
Oh. Oh no, you are the best. The way you navigate all of this is just blows my mind. It's incredible what you do.
Oh my gosh.
I can't even. I have no idea what is. I wish you could all see the buttons and switches, knobs, faders. He's surrounded by at least 3 computer screens.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's a lot.
I don't know. I don't know how you do that.
Oh my gosh.
It's insane. Yeah. But
Let's before we officially get started, we do have to have a huge thank you. We've been lucky enough to have you as an advisory board member that we've been able to shoot ideas and get feedback off of, and it's just, knowing how busy you are, we cannot thank you enough for always being so gung-ho about everything. And I think Sarah mentioned that when the Maui fires happened and we put word out that we were going to try to do something, you're the first one to call and be like, how can I help? What can I do? And it was just, it allows us to move forward with confidence, knowing that, people like you, we can lean on for support like that. So thank you so very, very much.
No, thank you for all the opportunities that you provide for, for all of us, for communities all over the place, to be able to, to support and to serve. And I think what you guys do for the ukulele community is just amazing. I mean, really, truly, truly, the way you bring everyone together, unite everyone, and just the joy and the care that you bring, it's really awesome. So yeah, huge fan. And I'm so, honestly, just so thrilled about your nonprofit and all the work that you guys are going to be, all the work that you're already doing, and all the, all that you're going to do in the future, to provide just solid resources, music, and supporting, music and education to schools and to students, to Keiki, all over the world. So it's really great. So thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Oh, thank you. All right. So is there anything you need to preface before we get started with your workshop?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, should be fun. Should be easy.
I have his sheet up if we want to show it whenever.
Yeah. So just a quick glance at the music sheet. Wow. It almost looked like I pulled it up because I just kind of went boom, right there.
Yeah, we have the 3D camera technology now that you can just.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So so this song that we're gonna learn, it's actually a song from the movie Trolls. I don't know if you've seen the movie Trolls, but there's an old Justin Timberlake tune on there called "Can't Stop the Feeling," and I think it's one of those just joyful tunes. It's so much fun to play. My kids loved it, when we were growing up. And other than the bridge of the song, the main verse and chorus of the tune has a very simple chord progression that I think is very universal. Whether you're a beginner or more intermediate or even advanced player, it's something that I think we can all do collectively and all do together. So I think I thought it would be a good one to try. And then it's the left hand is very simple, somewhat simple to do. So when you simplify the left-hand chords, to me, you can put a little bit more emphasis on the other hand, on the right hand. So your rhythm and kind of what you're doing, with that, it's kind of that separation. If you make left and right parts, very difficult, then it's kind of like you got to split your brain. It's very difficult. So we're gonna. So the first thing we're gonna go over is, and I know most of you know this already, but your C chord. And for those of you that are have been playing for a while already, and you know this, I'm just going to offer some other voicings and things that you can do just to make it a little bit more interesting and fun. So first chord, just like this. Okay. Now, if you want, for some of you, another voicing that I like is this one on the 7th, and you'll see in the alternate voicing. Okay. And for those of you that are very familiar with this, another one, it's not on the sheet, but if you wanted to, I like to add that one, the D note there. This is a beautiful sounding chord. Yeah. So it's basically 0, 0, 10, 7. Yeah, just like that. All right. So you can go back to, this is the one that's on there on the alternate voicing. Okay. But then you can just extend down now. That's a nice voicing that I like. All right, so, but for those of you that, if you're just starting out, you want to do this with me, okay, and you can use any finger you want. For this, I'm just going to use my index finger. Okay, that's chord number 1. Chord number 2, okay, this is the one of my favorites. It's an A minor chord, and the voicing that we're going to use is very simple. It's the no, you doesn't require your left hand at all, and you're just going to strum that, just like that. And as Sarah wrote on the alternate voicings, she said that, you know, she wrote that technically this is an A minor 7. Okay. Second chord. Now, just so you know, I'm looking at the second set of blocks where it says, where it has the first alternate voicings. This is the most simplified, I think. And then the third chord, we're going to hold the F. And Craig was just talking about this, right? The F add 9 chord. So you can do that. Okay. Now the fourth chord, we're just going to let everything go again, back to the A minor. Right? So if we play each one of those chords 4 times, it sounds like this. Let's go to the bottom where we have those other options, right? So we're going to hold this one here on the 7th, okay? And that's going to be our alternate voicing for our C chord. And then we're going to strum that 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now look at that next one, the A minor. We're going to hold it in this position, okay, on the 3rd fret. And we'll strum that 4 times. Now what I like to do for the next chord is I like to just move the middle finger out to the 5th like that and just strum that 4 times. And then guess what? It just goes right back to the one that we did previously. So that sounds like this. Okay, try that with me. Now, some of you can go back to this one. Now, I'm just going to loop it so that we have something we can play along to. All right, here we go. To the loop. Now I'm going to do the alternate voicings here. So you can do whichever voicing you want. And remember that other option we learned in the beginning. Time. All right. Sounds great. I wish we were all together. It'd be so nice to hear all of you play. Okay, so that's the basic chord progression. And what we're doing is we're just strumming all downstroke. Well, at least I was strumming downstrokes. But whatever you felt comfortable doing at home, or wherever you are tuning in from, is great. Right? So I just want to show you some other things that you can do. The most simplest would be addition would be to add the upstroke, right? So instead of just all down. Instead of adding the upstroke now, right? Because we got the rhythm. So instead of playing it down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, we're gonna play down, 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 down. Right? So that's gonna have a very different feel. So instead of doing this, we're gonna do this. I was crescendoing there just to build excitement. Okay, so let's try this. This time what I want to try and do is I want you to, if you're only just using your thumb or your index, I want you to try to go back and forth because I want you to hear the difference. So if you notice, when I was using my thumb, the flesh of my thumb is actually making contact with the strings, right? So it has a little bit of a different kind of sound to it. It's so funny because you can't tell, but on my screen, on the monitor here, there's a little bit of a delay. So when I was doing that other thing, every time I was strumming down, it looked like my hand was going up. And every time I came up, my hand was going down. So it was really throwing me off. Okay, but so anyway, I'm not going to look at the screen, but just use your thumb, go down. Hear that sound? We're just going to stay on the C chord. Now let's switch to the index. Now notice when we switch to a downstroke using the index, what we want to be mindful of is we're using the back of our nail. So now we're using a hard surface, right? Making contact with the strings. I was in here earlier, but I guarantee I know Craig or Sarah or somebody talked about this already, so I'm probably just repeating. But anyways, so go with the back of the nail. That has a little bit of a kind of a there's a crispiness to the sound, right? There's a little bit more of a stronger attack, more definite attack. So and brighter versus a thumb. And they're both great, just depending on the context or however you're trying to. Whatever you're trying to do, but it's always nice to be very intentional, right? So if I kind of like that sound, maybe for the verse, and then for the chorus, I'm going to switch over, to this sound, or maybe this part of the song, it gets a little bit more subdued, so I'm going to switch over to my thumb, right? You want to be aware of those things and just make, just be very intentional, right, with your decisions. So I think that makes a difference rather than, I'm just going to strum the whole song, right? If you think about it, if you can break it up like, okay, maybe for the verse, I'm going to do this. For the chorus, I'm going to do this. For the bridge, I'm going to do this, right? If you break it up like that, then you feel like there are different sections, to each song, and it's even if the chord progression never changes. So like I could be playing this song and be like, inside my bones, it goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Sorry, excuse the singing, okay? But so I'm using my thumb, right? And then maybe now for the chorus, right? I'm gonna go to my index and eighth notes. Do, 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 got that good soul in my feet. Do, 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 do. And then maybe I'll go to the alternate voice. Back to the verse. Right, so now every section feels a little bit different. Even though they're the same chords throughout the entire song, right? I don't have to just tell myself, oh, it's the same 4 chords or the same progression over and over and over, right? And have that feeling of, oh, it's just the same throughout. You can make each section, feel very different depending on your strumming patterns, depending on your timbre, the type of color, even rhythmically, all of those things, right, makes a huge difference and makes each section feel special and different. So, for those of you that are following along, the right hand, if I were at a like Kanikapila jam or something, or just jamming the song with other people, I probably, the way I would strum it would, let me see. Da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Down, 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 up, down, 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 up, down, down. So I might feel it something like this. That all comes from all those downstrokes, right? We went from doing quarter notes to eighth notes, and then we took those eighth notes and made them all downstrokes, right? Now, when we make all of these eighth notes downstrokes, if we add the other upstroke now, that's going to turn them into 16 notes. And that's where all these other hits and accents come from, right? Got this feeling, do-do-do's. 1, 2, 3, 4, da-dum. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-dum. Do-do-do-dum. Ba-ba-bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-dum. Dum, bum, 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 bum. So that's a great way to practice too. If you just want to like forget about the chords and just pretend you're the drummer in the band, right? Then you just mute the strings and you just think, okay, well, if I were drumming with the, if I were the drummer or the percussionist in the band, what would I play? Got that. Bum, 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 dun, 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 bum, 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 dun, 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 bum. So usually when the melody's going on, in my mind, sometimes I like to try to keep it a little bit simpler so I'm not competing with, whatever the lead line is. But then once the melody stops or the singing part stops, then I might get a little busier just to fill in some space. So if I'm thinking about the song, and I'm making a huge assumption that all of you know this song already, but you might be like, I don't know
what he's talking about. What is he singing?
look it
But
up.
yeah,
It's a
so
good
you know, I guess because my kids sing it all the time, I just think like, oh, everybody knows this song. So, anyways, so hopefully you do know the song, but it could be any song, you know, that you may be familiar with, right? Anything that you feel, you know, you kind of wanna, if you can hear the melody in your head. So like, I'm gonna continue on this song since this is the one we're working on. Let me see. Got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet, and so don't stop. I can't take my eyes off it, looking so phenomenally. Right. So in between all the phrases, or those, you know, whatever the singer's doing, then I try to like add a little bit more, like almost like fills, right? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, boom, yeah, ticka 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 ba, ticka ticka da da, da da ba doo ba, you know, like those kinds of things. So that's what your right hand is doing, right? So I'm strumming, got that good soul in my feet. So I'm just like, pa, pa, you know, just feeling like I'm hitting those crash cymbals, or just kind of doing these little fills on the drum, right? So that's kind of how you wanna feel when you're playing. And I do tell people sometimes, you know, it helps to just go out and buy drumsticks. You know, I think it's great. Like, go get a set of drumsticks and a drum pad, you know, and just play along to the radio, play along to you know, your favorite songs. Because when especially for your right hand, when you make contact with your drum pad, or even if you're hitting a pillow or the side of a sofa or something, you know, whatever you're hitting, that contact, when you feel that ba 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 ba, that feeling is what you should be feeling when you're doing this. Ba 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 ba. Right? So you should be feeling that, just as if you had a single drumstick in your hand and you're like, you know, hitting the drums. You know, and I think practicing like that helps you to really internalize the groove, right? Because now you're not just doing this, but you're feeling the impact. You know, you feel like when you make contact with the strings, it shouldn't just be felt in your fingers. Like, it should be felt in your whole body. Like when I do a downstroke, you know, I'm feeling my whole body just does this boom, boom, you know, boom, 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 boom. You know, so like you want to feel it in your whole body. So when I'm strumming this song, got that sunshine. So try to feel it, you know, throughout your entire body. And not just when you're strumming, but even when you're playing the melody, you know, you're picking. I'm kind of exaggerating the movements a little bit, or I don't know, maybe not. Maybe sometimes I do play like that, but I like to move around because I like, you know, I think it's very important to feel it, you know, not just in your hands and the instrument, but feel it in your whole body. You know, I think I've mentioned this before on some of the online fun workshops that we had with Craig and Sarah. But you know, it's really when you play, every note that you play, every chord that you play, like the feeling, the sound, the feeling, and what you're doing has to be created in here first. Like, you gotta feel that note before it even gets to your
and the instrument. You know, it's got to be here. So like by the time you play that note, right? Like I've already felt it and created it here, and then it gets released out through the instrument, right? But if you put too much focus on just your finger and the string and the instrument, and you do this, right? Then it's just coming from here, and there's a lot less depth, you know, behind what you're playing. So you gotta, even before it gets here, you need to feel it here, right? So I think that's very, very important, you know, for like to me anyway. And it's a lot more fun, you know, when you're feeling the music, it's just so much more fun to play because you're really connecting with the song. You're really connecting with that moment, you know, and that's what makes it so powerful. That's what makes it, I don't know, that's what makes music so magical, right? And especially when we get to do it together as a group and experiencing, and then experience it, you know, as a community, you know, that's where the power comes from. So, all right, so let's try this. Ready? Okay, so you can do the simple voicings here, and I shouldn't say simple voicings, but just the voicings that require less fingers, I guess, of your left hand. Because the nice thing is you can play very complex sounding chords using very minimal fingers. Like, you know, these are beautiful chords. Look, just one finger. That's beautiful. Right? Or even just two fingers. Right? So it's not about how hard it is to play that chord, right? But it's really about the combination of notes. And that's something I wanted to demonstrate real quick. You know, when I think of chords, I think a good way to think about it is you're not just making your fingers like this and then you're just strumming the strings, right? But you're basically playing multiple single notes at the same time, right? So if I'm playing this note here, right? That's my C note, okay? Now, then if I'm holding my C chord, what I'm doing is I'm playing each one of these strings together, right? So I'm playing this string when I strum. I'm playing this string, right? I'm playing this string, right? And I'm playing this string. So now when I hear those four notes playing together, that's what I'm doing when I'm doing this. So it's important to kind of think about that, right? I'm not just putting my finger here and doing this, but I'm playing this note, this note, this note, and this note all at the same time, right? It's the same thing when I hold like a more complex chord. Like say I'm holding like a C7 chord, like this, right? All I'm doing is playing this note, this note, this note, this note at the same time. So that's what I'm doing, right? So think about it like that. And whenever you're holding a chord, you know, just remember you're playing four notes at once. And that is why, you know, if you look at the top line, right, you're holding that F chord like this. Okay, this is like the standard F chord, the way we usually learn it, right? If you think about each individual note, you have this note here, which is your A. You have this note, which is your C. You have this note, which is your F. And then you have this note on the bottom, which is another A. So you have this top string and this bottom string. It's the exact same note, A and A, right? So if I were to play this chord, I'm basically playing only three notes. So this becomes a three-note chord. Right? Versus when I do the one below it, even though it's easier to hold, it's actually a little bit more interesting because now I'm actually playing four notes. I have a G, C, F, and A. Yeah. So to me, this versus this with that open G in there, right, it just gives the chord a little bit more color. So just to demonstrate, if I'm playing this, okay, if I'm holding this chord here, A, C, F, and then another A. It didn't really add anything, right? But now, if I let this top one go and I add that G, and then gives it just a little bit more color. I don't know if you can hear the G. So if you focus on that G, you see how it adds to the other notes there. Okay. Now what I can do is I can add other notes on top of that, maybe a high C. Maybe a D. So much color, right? And that's basically what we're doing. Now, we've probably had about 7 or 8 different notes in there, right? So, but on the ukulele, we can only play 4 notes at a time, versus if we had, we can only play 4 strings at a time. Oh, Sarah didn't hear that. She just walked out. Shucks. Okay, I'll repeat that when Sarah comes back, because so that's kind of how you want to think about it, right? So a lot of times when you're arranging for the ukulele, sometimes you hear these very complex chords, right, and voicings, and so sometimes it's process of elimination, right? We have to eliminate certain things, right, because we can't play the full chord or the chord in its entirety, and that's where there's a lot of decisions that need to be made, right, when you're doing that. So oftentimes when arrangers or sometimes when I'm like playing the ukulele, sometimes I think, oh, okay, I really need to put this extension in there. So what am I going to take out? Because the most basic foundation of a chord, right, is the root, what they call the root, the third, and the fifth. So it's like, okay, what do I do? So most of the time, you might take out the fifth or the root, because you can almost have those as implied notes already, right? And I think the listener is trained enough to recognize that, okay, I can hear the change. I don't need the obvious notes to be there, right? So that's, but it's always different for every chord. There's no like one way to do it. Oh, hey, Sarah. Hey. So I was saying, so it's very important, right? We do this. Oh, shucks, I forgot you had to be, it was so good.
The funny part is I did hear it.
Oh, you did hear? Oh, okay, you did.
Because I've got my headphones on.
Oh, good.
4 strings at a time.
That's right. All right, okay. I'm glad you heard it, because I don't remember what I said now. It may not even have been that funny, actually.
I was laughing very hard. I loved it. Thank you.
Okay, so anyways, let's get back to the song. Let's try play it together, all right? Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Play whatever voicings you want. You might want to do the higher voicings, yeah. mess around with the melody a little bit, right? Here we go. Oh, you can see the melodic riff on the bottom there if you want to play along. Sarah wrote that out. And if you want to sing it, I should have put the lyrics too, but that's okay. But it just goes, I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. I hope you're singing at home. You should just mute my vocals. All right. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I can't take my eyes off it, looking so phenomenal. So I'm just doing a simple strum here. Craig was talking a little bit about improvising over a simple chord progression like this, right? So what we can do is we can take like one note, like maybe the C note, right? And let's try just play that one C note, but use different rhythms, okay? Just that one note. You don't have to worry about any other notes. But all we're gonna do is just try to play different rhythms like this. Think of like a song that you like, and think about the rhythmic ideas in that song. Like if I think of Happy Birthday, right? Happy birthday to you, right? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. All right, we're improvising. Now let's add one more note. Let's add this note, and let's add the D note. So third and fifth. Let's try that. Okay? Now we got 3, 5, 7, and think of another melody that you might like, another famous song, like even like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, right? You can think. Okay? Now I'm going to show you some other things you can do. Sliding into the notes like this. So you slide. One more time. you don't always have to go back and forth. You can skip. One more note, the open string. So we got open string, third, 5, 7. So I hope you are doing it wherever you are and just having fun with it. I hope I wasn't doing that by myself. But just to give you ideas. So, again, it's all about just having fun with it, feeling it, feeling the music. Obviously we could add a lot more notes, to that chord progression if we wanted to. But, just starting there. Sometimes, when you're like, I think when a lot of people talk about improvising, sometimes you just get stuck. Like, you don't know what to do. Like, oh, what do you do? Like, how do you start a solo, or how do you just improvise? And I always tell people it starts with one note, right? And sometimes you might just want to start with this one note and keep it simple, not try to think of all the notes that you could possibly play, but just think of that one note that I'm going to play and just think, okay, if I need help, like, how should I come in? When should I come in? Like maybe I can come in on beat 1. Maybe I can come in on beat 2. Maybe I can come in on beat 3. Maybe I can come in on the and of 2 or the and of 4. So like when you come in or how you come in, like, am I going to just pluck the note, or am I going to slide into the note? Right? Or if I'm going to slide down to the, right? There's all these different ways that you can approach that first note that you play. And, and that's just not when you're improvising, but even when you're playing a song, like a structured tune, how you play that first note is so important. And, you want to be ready for it. You want to be intentional. And I remember going to a master class, with Pepe Romero, one of the great legendary classical guitar players. And I remember he would tell us that, that first note of the piece is so important because that is the note that opens the door, right? That first note. And he said that, you always want to be prepared to play that first note. You never rush it. And, and sometimes, like if I'm playing a song, I know sometimes I get like a little overwhelmed, or I have that anxiety, like, oh, I gotta start the piece, right? And you feel rushed. And, but there's nothing wrong with like just taking a breath and be like, okay, I'm here, okay. Take a breath, just be ready, feel ready, connect with the song, connect with that first chord or that first note, get your fingers ready, feel it, hear it, internalize it, know what you want it to sound like, feel it, create it in here, and then just let your fingers the more that you connect with everything that you're playing, the more you feel it, the more your audience will feel it, the more the musicians around you will feel it. and it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. So, are you guys?
That's
Do you
awesome.
guys? Do you guys do questions? Or
Yep.
Or are they? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. There are
So they're gonna
questions for
type in.
you.
They're gonna type in.
We had
things?
people already chat.
Oh,
in the chat,
okay.
Actually, and we warned them. We said we're saving your questions because a lot of them weren't necessarily song related, but they were just people wanted to ask you questions.
Okay.
But if anybody has song related questions, definitely please let us know.
But that was fantastic, Jake. Thank you.
That was so beautiful.
That
I
was
always
great.
love how you can like make 4 notes or even 1 note, just like have so much feeling and there's so much thought behind it. It's not just oh, I need to make sure that I play C, right? Like you have a whole thought behind the note, whether it's the attack of the note, and it's always a pleasure getting to watch you teach and talking
you,
about
Sarah.
the things that you do. So,
Thank you.
also everybody in the chat, I wanted to let you know, was saying, how much do we need to raise so that Jake will sing the whole song? That was a big question.
Whoa.
That was the biggest question. But seriously, one person did ask, how often do you use open tunings?
Oh, on the ukulele?
On the ukulele.
Yeah, no. So years ago, I would experiment sometimes with like an A minor tuning where I would tune the G up to an A, and then so I would have this open A minor chord, right? I used to do this tuning where I would tune the C down a whole step to a B flat, and the E up to an F. So I'd have like this B flat, major 7 with a 6 on the top.
Whoa.
And so there was a song I recorded years ago, and it was called Floaters. And that's actually done in an open tuning like that. It's like a B flat major, kind of I guess with the 13, I don't know, B flat major 13 tuning or whatever. But you have the open G, you have the open A, and then you have the B, the root, and then the 5th in the middle. So, but then, but the last, I would say, like maybe 20 years playing, I've always just kept the standard tuning. And the reason for that is because every time you detune, with the nylon strings especially, and you tune it back up, the string just kind of dies. It's not like steel strings where they can keep their character. Like once you detune it, I just feel like it just doesn't doesn't work anymore. So the tone wise anyway. But a solution to that would be to have multiple ukuleles, and each ukulele is just tuned to a very specific open tuning that you want, and then you just keep it that way, right?
You heard it here, folks. You need to buy another ukulele.
Yeah.
So you can have your different tunings. You now have permission. Yeah. That's awesome. So one other person asked, what do you think of 6 or 8 strings ukuleles? And if you use them, how do you use them?
Yeah, well, I love them. I think they have a wonderful sound. I never had an 8-string ukulele, but I did have a 6-string. When I was younger, it was a 6-string tenor. And then when I started getting a little bit more interested in picking, and bending and things like that, I ended up keeping that 6-string ukulele, but I took off the extra 2 strings. So it became basically like a 4-string tenor, which I eventually moved to and graduated. So I started with the standard, went to the concert, and then I went to the Otasan bell, my very first custom ukulele from Kamako was the Otasan model, which I still have to this day. Otasan even signed it, and he was my biggest inspiration for playing the ukulele. And then from there, I went to the 6-string tenor because my ukulele teacher at that time, her name was Tammy Akiyama. She's now Tammy Omuro, but she was an instructor at Roy Sukuma's. She had a 6-string tenor, so I wanted to get a 6-string tenor too. And then so I got that. Eventually ended up taking off the extra 2 strings and played it like a 4-string tenor. Then I eventually moved over to the 4-string tenor, which is what I still play to this day.
Awesome. Nice. And then another question that we had, sorry, I'm going over here, is if you could only use one pedal, Jake, what would that pedal be?
Oh, probably just a good reverb pedal. you know, when you're that's the thing, right? When you're plugged in directly into a DI or something, you got to remember, right? There's no space between the strings and the pickup, so it's just this very direct sound that you're hearing. So normally, you know, like if you're in a hall or if you're in a space or even if you're miking an instrument, there's always distance, right, between the instrument and what's picking it up. So it's not like you're listening to it where your face is right in the instrument like that. You know, so to me the reverb, what it does is it's actually emulating space, right? So you get this, you get a little bit of reverberation, I guess, right? I'm not a acoustic engineer or anything like that. So I mean, I'm sure it's way more complicated than that. But to my ear, it just makes me feel like I'm listening to the instrument from a distance rather than having my ear straight up to the sound hole. And you know, and I think that's to me, it just sounds more natural when you're plugged in. Now, if you're just miking the instrument, the mic already is picking up the ambience of the room, right? And you have that distance, so it's not as important. But I think if you're plugged in and you got one of those piezo or piezo pickups, I think having that reverb emulation is very important.
Awesome. We have one person asking, I have he has one of your wide neck soprano ukes and he loves it.
Thank you. Awesome.
But what is your suggested pickup if he were to put a pickup in it?
So the pickup that I have in my ukulele is a Fishman. It's a Fishman Matrix, and you know, I've always I've used it forever. Ever since my very first pickup, my very first, I guess, acoustic electric, or not electric, but you know, my first ukulele with a pickup was with the Fishman, and it was because Kamaka always installed the Fishman pickup. So till this day, the very first, the same pickup that they would install that they installed in my first ukulele, you know, over 20 years ago, is the same pickup that I use today.
That's awesome. And one other person asked, and I know we've actually had this conversation before at our ukulele or virtual retreats, is did you experiment with nail length over the years? What lengths worked best for you? And did you ever use a thumb pick?
Oh, yeah. I used to use thumb picks and even flat picks at one point too. But the thumb pick I always liked because then it would free up, you know, my other fingers to do more finger picking stuff. But I did love the thumb picks. I used the Herco ones, and I used it up until, I would say, I think I stopped using the picks maybe back in 2000 or 2001 maybe, and that's when I went back to the finger style. And I think it was because it was shortly after that. It was shortly after I went to that masterclass with Pepe Romero, because I could hear all the different timbres that he could get with just using his fingers, and you know, Andres Segovia was like that too. I mean, he could just change the way that he would pick the strings, and you know, he would get more of like a brass sound, or more like a string section type of characteristic, right? So he could manipulate and change the tone just by using his fingers, and I think that's what really stuck with me. And I was like, okay, yeah, let me try that.
Aww.
Oh, but anyways, getting back and
Yes,
nail length, I like the shorter nails. I got used to having shorter nails. So if you look on especially my my index, you know, middle ring, like, I mean, there's really, it's very short. I mean, there's really no nail. Only my thumb is just slightly longer, and this is a little bit longer than normal right now. But I just didn't have time to file it. But I like to keep it on the shorter side.
Nice. When a couple of people are asking, what are the clear dots we see on your
Oh,
ukulele?
yeah. So these are actually drum pads that you put on the drum heads. And the reason I have these is because it's not so much for the acoustic stuff, but when I do play play more the electric style, and I have to turn my ukulele up really loud, this helps to dampen the soundboard a little bit, so I don't get a lot of that extra, that unwanted feedback. So like you'll probably, if I do like this type of sound, when I turn it up in the monitors or in the PA, this will have a tendency to kind of overstimulate the soundboard, and then it gets and then you get this whoa, like all this feedback, and usually whenever I'm playing with drums or I had the opportunity to go and do the Almond Betts tour, the Almond Brothers tribute revival tour, and that was so cool, because well, first of all, there were like 10 guitar amps on stage, all cranked to 10. I think it was so loud. But because of that, I had to really gain up my ukulele and turn it really loud so that I could hear, over the other guitars. And so these drum pads really helped to keep the soundboard stable.
That's awesome. Now, that's all the questions I've seen pop up in the chat thus far. So I was wondering, would you mind playing a song for us?
Oh,
Leaving us
sure.
with a song.
Yeah, I would love to. Okay. All right. Well, this is one that this is kind of a fun one that I've recently started playing, and I learned this song through my kids, and we watched this movie together, that they were telling me about, and it was really great, and walked away with the main theme song stuck in my head like for forever. And but I think it's just such a beautiful melody, and what I love about this song is how so much of the melodic ideas can all be superimposed over each other, and it creates just this beautiful sound. So this is I don't know if any of you have seen the K-pop Demon Hunters, but this is a song called Golden. Did Cameron watch that
Yes,
yet?
he loves
the
music.
Oh, good.
He
Okay.
even did the sing-along.
Oh, yeah?
At
Wow.
the theater, yeah.
Cameron, this one's for you. All right.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the song, but at some point I'm gonna kind of loop all the different melodies over each other, so you can kind of hear it.
Wow. That was so cool.
I just want to say thank you so much to Craig and Sarah, and just thank you for all that you do, with your Four Strings at a Time organization, all the people involved, the people that you connect with, the collaborations, and what you guys are doing is really incredible.
Thank
and
you.
So honored to be part of this fundraiser, and everyone that's watching, please support Four Strings at a Time and the work that they're doing. And I know pretty much all of you on this, on this. I don't know what you call it, virtual
Live stream.
Yeah. I did know that word, live stream. I mean, you know their heart. I mean, Craig and Sarah, they just have the biggest hearts, and they work so incredibly hard because they're just so passionate. And so thank you so much for having me, and hope you all had fun.
And we actually
and Cameron,
had-
hope you like that song.
Yes, I know. He's actually listening to it outside.
Oh, nice.
Oh my gosh, we had two really quick questions that popped up. I just wanted to real quick. One person asks, music theory wise, what would you say that your top 3 things that they should try to focus on and learn for music theory?
Music theory. Oh my goodness.
If you can think of 3, if you think of 1 or 2, that's fine too.
I don't. I mean, like simply, I think just learning the fretboard,
I was
learning
just
the
thinking that.
notes. I think that's excellent. That's a good way to start because it can really help with communicating musical ideas, right? Knowing and then once you kind of understand that, then kind of just knowing your basic, the basic names of the chords, and to start to understand the extensions and the things that you can add, to the basic chords that you already know. I think that's a really good one too, because then you start to understand how these different how the quality of that chord can be changed, manipulated depending on your taste. And then I think this is super basic. I don't know if it's really a music theory thing, but I think it's always so important to understand the melody. Every song that you play, whether it has a vocalist or well, basically what I'm trying to say is, like, for me, when I approach a song, I always try to find a single line melody that starts from the first note all the way to the end. And it's not always the main lead line, because sometimes it's like just the strumming chords, but in that, there's always a single line that can be sustained through that, and move through that. So if you can always remember, like, if anything that you play, there's always got to be, well, not always has to be, but there's usually a single line that can take you from the beginning to the end of the tune. And if you can find that line, then you can play. It simplifies everything that you play, right? Because then you just build upon that one line. Whether you're adding, because then now you have 3 more strings, so whether you're adding notes below that or above that, or just not adding anything at all, right? At least you have that single line that takes you from the beginning to the end of the song.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Jake. That was really
thank you.
One of the big things that we love watching you throughout your career too is that you still innovate, you still keep pushing what you can do with this little instrument, and it's always been so inspiring to all of us. So thank you again for all that you do. I know you have a Christmas album coming out soon, which is going to be fantastic.
Oh yeah, we got a holiday record. Yes,
that's so exciting. Yeah, and you have a huge trip coming up, well, a couple different trips coming up. So again, you can check on Jake and all the stuff that he's up to. Please go see him in person. It's a life-changing experience. So Jake, thank you again
Thank you
very
so
much
much,
for
Jake.
taking some time.
And I will say, if I'll let Craig and Sarah decide, but if I don't remember exactly what their financial goal was yet for this particular fundraiser, but if they do meet their goal, then I will sing I will sing Can't Stop the Feeling I'll make a video singing it.
You guys, you heard it right here.
And
goal is-
I'll record it and send it to Craig and Sarah.
Yes.
And it'll be
fun.
and it'll be the worst thing you've ever heard, the worst version. But if that's what it takes, if that's what I need to do, I will do it. I will completely embarrass myself.
We are only $450 short of that goal. Our goal is the $10,000. So, Jake.
Oh, shucks. All right. Well, no, but I always joke around, because like when I first started playing and traveling, like people would always, they would always tell me, Jake, why don't you sing? You should sing, And then I sing, as for fun, I'll just sing something for fun. They hear me once and they never ask me again. So if anyone out there is asking me to sing, I know you've never heard me sing before, because they never ask again.
Oh my gosh.
But you asked for it, so
They
yeah.
did ask for it. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Oh no!
Oh no! Someone just donated $450.
Oh wow!
Thank you so much,
thank
Ken,
you so much.
for putting us over the edge.
All right.
We will get back to you guys with a video of
Okay.
Jake singing.
Craig and Sarah, you will have this video. You
Oh
will
my gosh!
have this
And
video.
they wrote in the chat, "I want that song." We will make sure that it is out there.
my
Thank you, Jake, for your
All right,
blessings on that.
By the end of next week, you're gonna have this. You're gonna have this video, and,
Oh my
and
gosh.
you're gonna be sorry you asked for this. But
Oh my gosh! Leave space so we can add some animated trolls to it.
Oh,
We can
yeah.
make it a thing. Oh my gosh! Everyone is very excited.
Oh.
There's a lot of very happy people right now, Jake. Thank you so very, very much
Thank you,
for
thank
your
you.
time.
Oh no, thank you. So grateful to be here.
Always being so gracious and generous. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. We're gonna
Aloha.
get Jake out of here so that he can have some much deserved time with family and get set up, because I think I'm the last workshop of the day, you guys.
My God.
Our
The
day
best
is-
for last.
Oh, that was special. Thank you guys so much, Jake. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Always an honor and a pleasure to be here with you guys.
Oh. All right, so I'm gonna talk story a little while Sarah gets prepped for her workshop, and thank you guys again being with us all day. It's been a really special day, and that is gonna be a highlight for sure. Oh my gosh, I feel like we have to like dress up as trolls and kind of be his backup band a little bit while he sings. Oh my gosh. Yes, we are all set on this side. Wow, that was fantastic.
Fantastic and inspiring.
I have all these different ukes. Okay, so with that said, yes, again, thank you guys again so much for being with us here today. Let me take his name off there. Again, we're here to celebrate and to support the programming of 4 Strings at a Time. And I think what was interesting about when Sarah and I first moved home was, we had a bigger base that was off island, and so I think the first year or so we were trying to figure out how we can support our local community and at the same time being able to share that with the global community as well. But being able to do Ukulele Club of Hawaii and the Music and Meals from Maui, and now with a Okani Pila, being able to support the next generation of ukulele players while helping our teachers in schools has been just such an incredible experience, and it really does feel full circle. And I personally do have to give so much credit to Jake and Herb Ota Jr., because there was a point in time where they both showcased how much more we can do with this instrument, all these different ways of giving back to the community, where it wasn't just performances, it was being able to go to hospitals, to visit our elderly in homes, and being able to again inspire children. And it's just been so nice to see everything kind of come together. Jake, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll catch up soon. Thank you.
I'll call you later.
Okay, thanks, Jake. So with Herb and Jake, and then getting to work together more with our other local artists here like Brian Tolentino, Kala'e Camarillo, and seeing all what they do to give back to the community. It's just been so inspiring. So, we can't thank you guys enough for allowing us to put on these different things for our community. It's been absolutely wonderful. And again, people like Brittany Paiva, who's done this for so long in her career. And again, she's only like 18, right? Brittany, I don't think you've aged since we met, like back in Australia. But Brittany has always been one of the first ones to, reach out and say, "Oh, how can I help? How can I help?" And she gives back so much to the community. So the ukulele community in general is just, we're very, very fortunate to be a part of. And so we will never take that for granted. And we will always look for ways to help support the current community and those that will be joining us in the future. And then, Sarah, did you want the AC on during your teaching? Because it is a little.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna die. Oh, you guys, I'm sorry. I am dying.
Oh my gosh! All right, now, let me actually set this right here. And we see it all the time. And we just got back from the Ukulele Festival in LA and Fort Langley and Canada. And you see all these people that just, the ukulele is such a big part of their lives now. And I think it is from people like you that show up to clubs and help inspire other people who are walking around or teaching your niece or nephew or your grandkids, or just pulling people into the circle that is so positive. So thank you for what you guys do as well. It takes a village. And I think what I love about it too is that it's rare to see people in this community that's just me, right? A lot of it is, come learn the song with us, come play with us, come join us on stage, let me teach you this, let me teach you that. And it is such a beautiful thing to witness, but that also means you do have that responsibility too, right? When you were first introduced to the instrument, really think back about what it's like to be on the outside for the first time. So, when you do see new people join at events, take the time to make them feel as welcome as possible. Take the time to make them feel at ease, because it's such a great symbol for what I feel like we need to do just worldwide in life right now. So, how are you doing, Sarah?
I think we can sound check me and all that good stuff.
Okay,
Yay,
let me
there's
get
my
your mic.
microphone.
There we go.
There I am. You can hear me.
I had to turn the gain up a little bit extra on for Jake. He's very soft-spoken.
He is. And then when he gets really serious, it gets even quieter. And you're just like, oh. It makes you really lean in.
That was amazing.
That was really special. Like, every time we've done a virtual retreat with him and Herb, like, there's always like all these golden nuggets of just information. And it's one of those things where it's like you understand and see why he's at the level he is as a musician, just because of how he thinks. It's just very deep and very dedicated, and I'm very, very grateful. Any chance we have, because he's such a busy man too, any chance like we get to have him around, I'm always just like in awe, because he's just a special person.
Okay, let me hear your ukulele.
My ukulele. We're going to be doing some fun stuff. I'm the last workshop of the day, you guys, though there is a special guest popping in at the end in just a little bit. So for me, you'll be on page 32 to start. That's where we'll be. And that's actually where I'm at right now. I'm just strumming along.
Yeah, how's everything sound out there? I know we go through a couple different settings for people as they come in and out, but this is a little more normal to our regular workshops.
Yes, that's why we wanted to end with something that was definitely easier for us. I think it sounds lovely. Excellent.
All right. And thank you again to our chat moderators
Brittany,
today.
you've been with us all day.
And Carol and Sam. I know Neal and Cory have been helping out a ton too. So
Thank
thank
you,
you
boys.
guys.
Yeah.
All right.
So grateful.
Without further ado,
Last workshop of the day.
What are some of your favorite things that surprised you about working with the nonprofit?
You know, one of the biggest things that I didn't expect with the work that we're doing is how much I would learn about our home and how passionate I have become about learning about our home and the language. Like I really never thought that I'd be like trying to take Ōlelo Hawaii classes and that I would be learning about, ahupua'as and like, I really didn't think, but it was one of those things that like, especially as Cameron is growing up here, I want him to be able to know and understand the values of this place and, learning more about the history of Hawaii, the culture of Hawaii, and the language is so key to being able to give back to this place and to be able to truly understand what's going on here and what has been going on here. And so for me, I didn't expect to have such passion, but like I get very, very passionate about it when talking with folks. And I am so grateful to have the privilege to be able to learn these things. So that's my big takeaway.
All right. So
yeah.
Again, we're going to show everything on screen. If you do want to support and get your own workshop packet with every workshop material packet today, you can do that online. And
there's still some shirts. I think we're sold out of the GoPros. Thank you to those of you folks. I don't know about I haven't checked on the other items because some things are limited, but excuse me. But just thank you guys so much. I can't believe we have hit over 10,000 mark. Thank you all so much.
And a huge thank you to Sarah. A lot of you don't know that she was running around ragged behind the scenes, monitoring and making sure everyone was ready and getting set up. So Sarah, great job. And again,
thanks.
Doing packet work as well. It takes a village, but usually it's just me and Sarah.
Our village a lot of times is just us, but we have an amazing board.
And our board is killer.
Wonderful.
They've done so much. So Neal, Cory, Lina, Janice, thank you so much for all of your incredible work.
Yes.
It really has been truly a gift being able to work side by side with you guys.
Yes. You are all treasures. Treasures, I say. All right, so we're going to work on a song, Honolulu, I Am Coming Back Again. And for some reason, my brain wants to change the words of the song. So if I accidentally sing the wrong words, because for some reason I always want to say Honolulu, I Am Coming Home Again. That is not the words, but that just is how I feel in my heart, I guess. So this one, it was interesting because I actually did a deep dive into the melody of this song for a little bit. And if you actually find I found one of the first handwritten pieces of this song, and the melody is actually very different than what you might hear Robert Casamero sing versus some other folks. They've all changed it a little bit over time. It's actually in public domain. It's an old song, and I believe it was actually commissioned to help tourism, if I remember correctly in my research. But it's a really fun song. We're going to work on it. We're going to learn we're going to take some of Cory's knowledge. We're going to take some of Jake's knowledge, and we're going to take some of Neal's knowledge today, and we are going to squish it into this workshop. Another reason why we put this one last is we're taking a lot of those ideas and putting it down here. So let's just start by going over the basics of the song. The way I have it written out, we are in 4/4 time. So 4/4 time. Each box represents 4 beats, so therefore one chord in each thing is 4 beats. You'll see that there's a pickup line up here, I seem to, and then the song starts. But I have it up there because technically beat 1 is the word here. All right, let's try 1, I seem to hear the pali calling me. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki. And from Pacific Heights, you can see the lights of a city that's very dear to me. Scroll up. I seem to see the waving sugar cane, the cocoa palms are nodding in the rain. In fancy I am led back to dear old Diamond Head, Honolulu. I am coming back again. And it repeats and continues on and on and on. Chords aren't too hard, right? There's some great basic ones. The hardest thing I think you got there is that bar D7, which you don't have to do. You could totally, if you wanted to, you could do what people refer to as the Hawaiian D7, like that. That's that 2 open, 2 open. You can totally do that. Sounds lovely. Doesn't matter to me which one you do. We're going to be changing it anyway, so don't get too attached to it. So moving on in the worksheet, I called this class Easy Embellishments. And we're going to really just focus on that first A section, or that first verse, for most of the stuff that we're doing to the song. And then eventually we'll do a bunch of different things to it. So what we're doing in this first one is actually making us all play everything in a next position, okay? You may choose to play these chords as they are written up here. You may absolutely do that. Or you can say, forget it, Sarah. I'm going to play down below and you play up there. That's totally fine, because part of the beauty of this workshop is that we are learning some ideas that you can take to your jam and not get stink eye from your neighbor, because you can actually play this with them and it sounds nice, okay? This is letting you use some of the things Cory talked about as far as vocabulary or dressing up for your cake, your spices. So in this, excuse me, in this very first one, you're going to be holding the 5, 5, 5, 3. Okay, I think Cory did it where he had 2 fingers over 1 like this. As you can hear, I can't do it as cleanly as Cory. But you could certainly do that, or you could do this. Also, those of you guys who have high G, you could actually go open 5, 5, and 3. Technically, you're playing an F add 9, whatever, it sounds beautiful. I believe Jake went over this chord. You could totally use it. I'll write it down just in case, just so you have that option. It kind of doesn't sound good on low G, sorry, but sounds great for high G. Okay, sorry. And then for our C, we're going to stay in the same neighborhood, right? So I'm going to actually play what should suspiciously remind you of B flat, where I'm holding, what is this? 5, 4, 3, 3 for my C. And again, if you're like, forget, I'm playing this, that's fine. And then we go back to our F chord, which you could do this one or this one, what's written on the page, either one. And then it goes back to our C. And from Pacific Heights. So here, I'm holding 4, 4, 4, and 5. Now with this, notice I'm using my middle finger. Part of it is because I'm coming from the C chord. And look which finger is actually already in the 4th fret region. The middle finger. So all I have to do is flatten him and add a finger right here. And then this next one, if you'll notice, there is a tiny, tiny little 4 written there for my A minor. I chose this particular voicing because it was nearby my neighborhood. So I'm going to make what should remind you of a G7, but on the wrong strings, okay? So this is 5, 4, 5, and then my pinky's going to fall onto this 7th fret, and that's my A minor, okay? So again, I'm going from this barred, and I used my middle finger. My middle slides down, and then I create what looks like that G7, and then add a pinky. I see the lights of and then I move up to a barred D7, which you could do this, or you could do this. It doesn't matter to me. I tend to use my index for this one because when I go to the G7, I take my index and I slide it down to the 3rd fret. I make what looks like F, and then add 2 friends to my 5th fret. So I'm holding 4, 5, 3, 5. If you play high G, however, you could play 3rd fret, this guy, which is just this without that finger. I'd probably play it like this, right? Versus, it's the same thing, but you're just not using that finger. Okay? So, at a nice tempo del lerno, we can keep it a close-up on my hands so you can follow me with my hands. We're gonna do going through this super like it's a dirge, y'all. 1, I seem to hear the Polly calling me. Don't worry, you got another measure to get to that C. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki, and from middle finger Pacific Heights, you can see the lights of a city that's very dear to me. Speed up a little. I seem to hear, I'm just repeating it again, the Polly calling me. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki, and from Pacific Heights, you can see the lights of a city that's very dear to me. All right, we made it. Yay! So that's just using all 2nd position chords. And if I was playing this song in a jam setting, as Cory mentioned in his workshop earlier today, I might just pick 1. Everything else I'll keep in the position that I know and love so I can make it through the jam. But I might say every time there's an F chord, I'm going to play this guy, or I'm going to play this guy. I will make a point to do that anytime that F chord happens. And then everything else I can play where I know it so I can survive the jam. You can totally do that. All right. I'll turn off the AC until we need it again. Ahui ho, AC. So, that is using next position chords. We can do that, and it adds something very beautiful. You're playing the exact same notes, you're just playing them higher in pitch for certain positions of it, okay? That's something you can absolutely do. Now, somebody did ask the question of, are you going to send out these packets with all of these extra scribblings? If you purchased a packet, I actually can do that. I don't know if there were that many notes. Oh, you know what? Actually, Cory did notes and stuff on his. So yes, if you purchased a packet, I have your email address. And so I will send out a note, probably not today. It'll probably be tomorrow, I'll be quite honest. Because I'm actually gonna have some family time with Cameron after this. But yes, I will send out the scribbled version of this to those of you who have purchased packets. You bet. Or you can write notes on them too. But excellent. Okay, so moving on. Now, I might also make some changes. And some of these changes are things that Jake actually kind of touched on, where anytime you have a major chord, try playing the major 6 instead. So instead of an F chord, I might try to play F6. Instead of a C chord, I might play C6. The same goes with my minor chords. Instead of a minor chord, I'll try minor 7. And you might notice, and we'll talk about it in a second, that your major 6 chords and some of your minor 7 chords look exactly the same. A la, whoops, where's my note? A la this, a la that. Yeah. About that. I'll get there in a second. Then you have dominant 7 chords. That's the fancy way of saying like G7, E7. Anything that's a letter with a number, its full technical name is dominant 7. It all has to do with the extra note that's been added to the chord. It's a major chord that has a friend, and that friend makes the chord have the fancy name that it has. I'm not going to get into like how to build a chord right now. What I want us to do is just try doing these different things. But one of the things that I'm having us do is something called a natural extension, where we're going to make it a dominant 9 chord instead. And all we're doing is adding up 1 finger to the party, technically speaking. But let's just walk through these chords and, check them out for a few moments, okay? So my F6, it's going to be 2, 2, 1, and 3. So I think we could do a close-up, for a good chunk of this now. So I've got my 2, 2, 1, and 3 for my F6 chord. Now play your F chord just to listen. Very different sound, right? And then your F6 and your F chord. Then I have my C6 chord. All open string, so easy. Now you'll notice underneath it, right here, I have another version for those of you that want to be fancier. Okay, this guy. So this is going to be 2, 4, 3, and 3. Okay, now if you're like, oh, this is so hard, you can always try it and work on it later. Don't forget to use leverage, pull into your body to help you make the chord. Notice I can play it without my thumb. Okay, so keep that in mind, or you can just do this. It's also the same as A minor 7, which is how Jake notated it, because in his song, the context of the chord made it an A minor. There's another A minor 7 that you can also play that I believe Jake also went over, which is that open 4, 5, and 3. Now, the beautiful thing here is that you could use all of these options interchangeably. So you could totally do that because they're all the same notes, basically. So just food for thought. And actually, I'll keep these 2 things circled just as a reminder. But yeah, so for C6, I could play this if I wanted instead of A minor. Like, it's all the same notes. Okay, so we've done our F6. We've done our C6 versus playing a C. We also have, of course, this C6 as well versus playing a C. And then we have E9. Now E9, the way I typically play it is a double bar like this. So I have 1, 2, 2, 2 versus our E7. E9 again. E7. Take some time and listen how those qualities sound and feel to you. And then back to A minor 7 or A minor 7 like this. Doesn't matter to me. Then our D9 chord is just a D7 with a buddy. D7 with a buddy. D7 with a buddy. Lovely, absolutely lovely. And then instead of G7, I'm playing G9, which is just 2 fingers over here, and still that G7 there. So 2, 2, 1, and 2. Let's go through and let's play the whole thing at a nice slow tempo, and then we'll speed it up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. F, I seem to hear the Polly calling me. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki. It can be open if you want it to be. I'm just playing what I wrote on the page so you can hear it. And from Pacific Heights, you can see the lights of a city that's very dear to me. And we'll just stop here. Beautiful. Sounds so the thing I love about it is ninth chords add this color that for some people when they first hear it might go, ew, I don't like that. And that's fine. Don't use the chords if you don't like them. These are just options that you could give them a try. The cool thing is that if I am playing a D7, if I'm playing G9 and my neighbor plays G7, together we're actually making a larger chord. Because some of you whose brains aren't totally fried yet from today might remember that Jake talked about when you're making larger voicings that you leave things off. A lot of times the root gets left behind. So if I take my G7 and I cover my G string, this chord no longer has a G in it. So if your neighbor's playing the G7, they are playing your root note. So together you're actually making a larger chord, which I think is kind of awesome. So again, this is like some chord options. So at your jam, you could totally say, instead of F now, I'm going to play F6 anytime I see an F major chord. It'll sound good with your neighbor, and you're practicing something new. Or you could choose A minor 7. Hey, that's the easiest one. Anytime there's an A minor listed, just play A minor 7 the rest of the jam, and you'll be all set. So these substitutions sound good with your neighbor. Now, let's look at some substitutions that don't sound good with your neighbor, or can sometimes not sound good with your neighbor. Also, these substitutions may be ones that you're like, yeah, I don't like that. That's weird. So, major chord, make it a major 7 chord. So, that's what we did. I made it F major 7. So, I'm holding 5, 5, open, open. That's the easiest F major 7 we can play, okay? And then next, I have got my C major 7, which is just open, 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 and 2. And then we're back up to F major 7, the surf at Waikiki. And then what I decided to do here, because I have my E7 for so long, is I left one of them E7, and then I switched it to E9, so that I could have a moment of a chord that I already know, and then switched it. And that's something you're totally allowed to do. Then instead of A minor, I made it an A minor 6 chord. A minor 6 chords sound a little more spooky. This guy here. So I'm holding 2, 4, 2, and 3. They just have a spookier sound to them, okay? And then, what do you know? Does it look familiar to you? Does this look like the D9 chord we were holding? It sure does, doesn't it? So for the D7, I take away that finger and then I just add it right back down again. So yes, they share common tones. So A minor 6 or D9, okay? And then I have G7 followed by G9. Let's super tempo del lerno run through this one too. I love Brian Lee Bauer. I owe you 15 VEs. Yes, you do, sir. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been, mister? Okay, so looking at this, let's get our F major 7s ready. And we can stay close up on my hand while I play through the song. Thanks, Craig, for doing all the switching and all the things. I appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Oh, I think our special guest may be here. I seem to hear the Polly calling me. such a different feeling. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki, and from Pacific Heights, make it a 9 if you want, you can see the lights. Ooh, this is a spooky sounding chord. Of a city that's very dear to me. And then I'm gonna switch it to the 9. And I'm just gonna repeat. I seem to hear the Polly calling me. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki. Makes me want to change the melody a little bit. And from Pacific Heights, you can. Oops, oh, sorry, I messed up. Sorry. A minor 6. See the lights. I was just getting too into it. Of a city that's very dear to me. And add that 2, 3, 4. Yes. So, you know what? It's so funny. Oh, and another thing, and I actually talked about it earlier, see down here, is that F add 9. You can totally, instead of F major 7, you could do, I seem to hear the Polly calling me. Right? You could do that instead of doing this guy. Totally up to you as far as that goes. But the thing I like about this, and we can go back to a wide for a little bit, if possible, Craig. The thing I like about this is it feels more homesicky. Even people in the comments are like, oh, yeah, I feel like it adds more sadness where it's like, oh, I seem to see it. Oh, I miss home. They're really beautiful, beautiful chords that can, again, give things color, add spices to your cake, as it were. So, yeah, there's that. And then, of course, oh, yes, Craig, did you have a question?
Did you already explain the difference between a 2 and a 9?
Oh, did somebody ask?
Yeah.
The difference between the two, so like
a C add 2.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking chords, and I was like D minor 7 versus, okay, so yes. All right, technically speaking, so the word 9 is implying that it needs to be the highest note in your chord. Now, there are versions where it's not the highest note, and I'm still calling it a 9, and it's technically an add 2. Because if I was to take my scale, come down this rabbit hole, people, come down this road with me here, and I was to go C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, okay? And this is a C major scale, and I'm gonna just work with, here's a C7 chord for funsies, or a C chord rather, for funsies. C7 versus a C chord. And then I was to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So notice how when the scale repeated, the numbers get higher, okay? So technically speaking, if I was to add this note here, which is a D note on my C string, technically that's a 2 because it's the lower D note. If I wanted to make it a true 9, then I would need to go a whole step up to my D note there. And I would actually, instead of playing C, a C add 9 would be this. And it's a chord I know we've heard Jake play, right? But it's this is a true 9 versus if I did this. But that also sounds nice too. okay? But a lot of times with your chord diagrams, people will label it as a 9, even if it's technically not the 9, it should really be a 2.
Yeah, so the big question to ask yourself is, does it make a difference on the arrangement or what you're hearing, having the higher octave or the lower octave?
Yeah.
But either the 2 or the 9 is just a quick way to say you want a D note in there.
Yeah.
But unless it really does, you need it to be intentional for one or the other.
Yeah. So there's that. And then one thing I will say, low G people, is try not to put the 9 on your G string if you can. It just doesn't sound good when the 9 is that low. But that's my own personal, like, you don't put the 9 in the bass. So you can totally do it with high G and it doesn't sound as weird, but it can sound kind of weird when it's done. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for going over that. So now, with what we know, we are going to just do a version of this song, and we'll play the whole song now. We'll just do a version of this song where we're going to go through a couple of different variety of things, kind of keeping things making it a little hard, but not making it too hard, mixing up all of these different things. So, F add 9 was our first chord, and then I add F6. And then we move to that C in the next position, because why not? And then notice how I take my index and slide down? I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki. And I'm up here. And my middle finger is right where I needed it for that E7 up here, so why not play it? Pacific Heights. And I just left it E7. If you want, you can be fancy and add the 9. If you want to add the 9th chord, or the 9th note, diagram doesn't have, I'll put it over here. Oops. I'll put it over here real quick. E9. If you want, on the 4th fret, it looks just like the chord underneath it, but you're on the 4th fret. Okay? I know my 9 looks very, very ugly. So sorry, but you get the idea. Okay? So if you're wanting to, you could do this guy. I'd probably switch it up and do this and not use my pinky, right? And then you can, I was nice. I just left A minor alone. Or you could do this. I don't care. But I was kind. I left it alone. Of a city that's very dear to me. And then I move up. And you can either move up to the G7 that's open 5-3-5 like this, or what I wrote, this guy. Okay? Either is totally fine. They will both sound great, especially if you play high G. And then the rest of our song, I seem to hear the waving sugar cane, the cocoa, and then C7. Because I'm already in this neighborhood, I'm just gonna take my index and cover and remove my ring. And my middle, look at that, is already where it needs to be. Palms are adding a ring finger to make it a 9 in the, and then F6, rain in fancy. And I left A7 alone for you, so you have a moment to be able to calm. Back to dear old D7 at the 9. Honolulu, I move it up to the next G7 if you want. I'm coming back again. I totally almost said home. So sorry. All right, let's play it. I seem to. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. I seem to hear the police calling me. I seem to hear the surf at Waikiki, and from Pacific Heights, and you can just stay on that E7 or E7 down below. You can see the lights that's very dear to me. Move it up if you want to move it up. I seem to see the waving sugar cane, the cocoa palms are nodding in the rain. In fancy I am led back to dear old Diamond Head. Add a friend if you want. Honolulu, I am moving up, back again. 3, 4, and done. Woo woo! You made it. Yay. So, this guy, hold on, I think there's a question about a chord. 4, 4, 4, 5, E7. I see this guy, it's E7. And then if I add this finger here, it's in E9, right? Because my root is here and I'm adding a finger. But here's the beautiful thing about our ukulele. You notice that A minor 7 and C6 looked exactly the same, right? Well, you know what? A lot of these chords, especially when you get into the ones that have like higher numbers, will have like the same shape will have 3 to 4 different names. And so this E9 chord also looks like a B minor 6 chord. Sure does. It all has to do, the real name of the chord has to do with what key you're in and the context of the chord. What chord comes before it, what chord comes after it. Because you remember A minor 6, this guy? You remember that guy? It also looks like D9. Okay? It also looks like a minor 7 flat 5 shape. Okay? So it can have 8 million names, and that's one of the things that I think makes the ukulele actually a really hard instrument to play, because you've got that. And I think it looks like I have doubles of one page. I got so excited, I did it twice. Well, how fun is that? Now, I threw this in here. I'm going to check my time here. Okay. I threw this in here because I wasn't sure if I'd have time to play this. Now, I don't have enough time to explain everything about this. I know that I don't. Okay? The main things I want you to take away from the main portion of my workshop is whenever there's a major chord, whether you are when you're at a jam, you have 3 potential options. Let me see. I should have given myself a blank page. I'll write here. So whenever I have a major chord, I actually have 3 options. I can play it in a different place. So if I have C, I might say, okay, I can play C here. Or I could play a C major 6, which is just all open strings. Or I could play C major 7. And all of a sudden, you have this whole new vocabulary that you could add to a song. Anytime I have a minor chord, I could play it in a new place. I could play a minor 7 chord, or I could play a minor 6 chord. The main thing to remember is that your minor 6 chord might not sound good with your neighbor, and also your C major 7 might not sound good with your neighbor. But if you're arranging a song and you're playing solo or playing with like a bass player, you can do whichever quality you want, and it won't matter. Then, if I have a dominant 7 chord, like a G7 or something, like so I'm just going to write dominant 7, try making it a 9. Now, there's a really quick and dirty way that you can make something a 9 without having to look it up. But it means you need to know the names of the notes on your instrument, okay? So think back to what Cory was talking about with all those chromatic notes and all of that good stuff. So if I'm making a 9, there's another blank place I can write. So if I'm making a C, if I have a C7, Oops. Hey, what happened? No. Oh, okay. I see what happened. Okay. C7, right? Yeah, I accidentally touched the hot link. That's what happened. It wanted me to open Safari. If I do that, and all I need to do is find my root note. What string has my root note? Well, let's go through our strings. What's happening on the G string? G, right? What's happening on my C string? C. Oh, there's my root. My root is the C in a C7 chord. And all I need to do is add a finger 1 whole step up or 2 frets up. Boop. And that will be my 9. Always. Let's look at E7. Yes, I've already shown you E9, but let's figure out why. E7 looks like this. Okay? Let's go through each string and let's find the E note. What note's happening here on my G string? It's a G sharp. What note's happening here on my C string? It's a C, C sharp, D. It's a D note. What note is happening on my E string? Well, it's open, so boop, there's my E. So then I add a note there and there's the 9 now. So that's the magic note. Okay? Technically, as I said, in this instance, and even in this instance, you could say it's a 2. But again, if you're just trying to add it on the fly, find where your root note is within the chord that you are holding and go up a whole step. You will find your 9. And it'll sound great. Okay? How's everybody doing? I know this is like a lot for the end of the day. Okay, so I'm almost done. Here's what I'm going to do. I am just going to play through. And if you want to try to follow me, you can. But I'm going to go through very slowly all of this craziness. And I wasn't planning on teaching the craziness. This was actually bonus that I just wanted you to have and to think about. Okay? So I decided to jazz it up a bit. And I seem to hear, and actually let's do a close-up of my hand. And then that way you can see my hands moving. And you can then try it. So Craig, if you have a second. Thank you so much. Okay, I seem to hear and I move it and I actually make it a minor 6 chord. Ooh, spooky. The Pali calling me. And I made it a C6 because look at what I'm about to do. I seem to, ooh, fancy there. Hear that surf at Waikiki. And from, look, I'm moving up this time with that shape. Pacific Heights, E7. I seem to see the lights. Oh, sorry. I did that walk down wrong. Haha. So I have this fun movement happening in my A minor. City that's very dear to me. I seem to, 2 chords happening there. Continuing on. See the waving sugar cane. The cocoa palms are nodding in the rain. And I'm going to take this, I'm going to move it up. In fancy, I am led. And I'm just going to take my pinky and scoot it down. Back to dear old Diamond Head. Honolulu, I am coming home again. So this gives you a super jazzy thing. Let me play it real quick in time. If those of you want to attempt it with me, go ahead. This is just a bonus I'm giving you as a mahalo for joining us. And if you purchase the packet, you can, and also you can watch this as many times as you want. So I'm going to play it a little faster. I seem to hear the Pali calling me. I seem to hear that surf at Waikiki. And from Pacific Heights, I seem to see the lights of a city that's very dear to me. I seem to see the waving sugar cane, the cocoa palms are nodding in the rain. In fancy I am led back to dear old Diamond Head, Honolulu. I am coming home again. Yeah, there you go. So a fun jazzy version I thought I would leave you with, just to show you, like, there's more substitutions you can do. Some of these require a little bit more theory that's involved, but I just wanted to share a fun arrangement that I was having a lot of fun. I actually had this all written out, and Artist Work students, you're probably going to benefit from it, but anyway, thank you guys so much for this workshop. I hope I answered everybody's questions. And I think, is it time for our special guest, Craig? Yet? Can we bring in our special guest who's going to help us with ending everything? I'm so excited. And yes, Carol, you're right. But wait, there's more. That's like what we always say all the time. And I'm actually, Craig, let me know if I can move out of the hot seat. Yes, I am muting this so I can unplug. Thank you so much for coming out for something so quick. We are so grateful. Oh, let me move this.
Very special guest is setting up right now.
Yeah, we're going to get him all set up. And then let me do this.
Oh, what a day.
What a day. It's been such a long and amazing day. Go ahead and have a seat and you can plug in.
Email. Oh, Candy, we'll make sure. I know with Squarespace, you have to download the digital package like within that 24 hours of buying. So
oh, I can email her though.
Yeah, please email back when you get a chance, Sarah.
Yes, I will email her.
Because that is something we can make sure you guys get that if you missed that 24-hour period. Not a problem.
Yeah, super easy.
Okay, yeah. So Candy, we got you in your email. I know with Squarespace is a little bit of a weird issue where if you don't download your digital packets within 24 hours of buying it, then it sends you a thing where you cannot download it anymore. But we got your back. Just let us know if you need any help.
Craig, they're saying Cory can't hear you that well.
No, it should be good. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Cory. Mr. Special Guest, can you play your ukulele for me a little bit, please? Okay, keep going. And you can wear those headphones just
so you can hear.
Nice. Here. Let's see how that sounds. Oh yeah, that sounds good. So one of the great things that Sarah and I definitely benefit from is that we get to do all these events and surround ourselves with beautiful musicians. And one of our favorites here is Mr. Kolea Camarillo. It's been such an honor to get to know him and to see him just do so many things since the time we've met him.
Is my mic on too, Craig?
Now it is, Sarah. And I'm going to go to you while I set up his camera.
Sounds good. So one of the things that I wanted to actually say and point out is, like, this gentleman is somebody that whenever we have he's like Jake in the fact that, like, if we ever need anything, if we ever are like, oh, you know, would it be possible? Could you do? And he's always like, yes, I will be there. I mean, when the Maui fires happened, I swear, I don't know how he did it. He was at like every single benefit thing that happened. He was at every single one across the islands. Like he is so gracious with his time, and he's a phenomenal teacher. For those of you that have been to our retreats and stuff, you've probably had the opportunity for Mr. Kolea Camarillo to be able to learn from him. But I am so grateful that when we moved home, we had the opportunity to get to meet him and to get to know him and his amazing family. because you're the third generation teacher.
Third generation, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, the love that you show your kids, and it's always an honor to get to work with you. So thank you very, very much for all that you do for the community.
Grateful. Anytime you guys call,
I swear, it's
clear out
true.
my schedule. You gotta be there.
You are always there, and we are so, yeah. Even today, he's like, oh, yes, I can be there, but I can be there, I have to be there a little bit late. It's like, you didn't have to say yes. Thank you. Right.
Well, most importantly was him introducing us to the fried rice.
That is actually to tie for. Yes. This is true. I think that's the number one thing that he has done for us and our family. If you've ever, is it still around in Kaimuki?
Yeah, still going. I just went last week.
Yes, to tie for.
We didn't get a call for that. But
I think your reception was acting.
Yes, but we thought it would just be fitting to have you lead us in a song that I've asked you to play many times. You actually, when you led club, it was one that I was like, can you do that one, please? So to sort of end our day, we thought it would be wonderful to have Kala'e Camarillo lead us in Kolea. Or Kolea, You Are Welcome is the full title, right?
Yeah.
Oh, let me fix the handout real quick. Just do a little doot-doot. There you guys go.
And this is a song that we're going to feature in our okani Pila curriculum because it's such a fantastic, really well-written song and super keiki friendly.
Yes.
Yeah. So I actually wrote this song when I was teaching at Kapalam Elementary for my to teach my 4th and 5th grade students. I wanted to make it simple enough where they could strum along and sing. Although F is in the key they sing it in. They would sing it in C, but it's better for my voice.
Yes.
Yeah, the Kolea is, if you didn't know, it's a bird that flies here every winter all the way from Alaska. Or actually a little before winter, so they just flew here. They all started arriving in Hawaii a few weeks ago. They actually had a big welcome party at Ala Beach Park. And they're just looking for a warmer winter and return back in the springtime. But the Kolea was our school mascot at Kapalama Elementary, so wrote this song for them to learn about the journey they take to come here every year.
All right, everybody, get your ukes out.
And I'll teach you guys one substitution chord. I don't do this every time in the recording, but I might do it at the end of the chorus. Instead of playing C7, I think this is a C augmented chord. So you just hold a regular C chord and add your first finger on the first fret top string. Yeah, so you can do that at the end of the chorus and I'll call it out. Yeah. Anyway, Kolea, You Are Welcome. Strum along. 3,000 miles over the sea, 96 hours in the sky. The Kolea bird is coming to the islands in search of warmer winter in this place called paradise. Kolea, you are welcome to the islands. Kolea, Kolea, your charming voice so sweet. Kolea, Kolea, the friend I long to see. Your golden spots and playful ways brighten up our day. Kolea, you are welcome to the islands. Here we go, C augmented. You cross the Pacific Ocean in a 4-day flight so high, on a journey to the tropics in the islands. 'Cause it ain't a one-way ticket, one day you'll return, back when you are done here in these islands. Kolea, Kolea, your charming voice so sweet. Kolea, Kolea, the friend I long to see. Your golden spot spots in playful ways, brighten up our day. Kolea, you are welcome to the islands. Augmented from the verse chorus. C7, B flat, C, A7, D7, G minor 7, C7, F. That's the verse. You cross the Pacific Ocean in a 40 flight so high, on a journey to the tropics in the islands. But it ain't no one-way ticket, 'cause one day you will return, back when you are done here in these islands. Here we go. Sing it out. Kolea, your charming voice so sweet. Kolea, the friend I long to see. Your golden spots in playful ways, brighten up our day. Kolea, you are welcome to the islands. F7, your golden spots. Your golden spots in playful ways, brighten up our day. Kolea, you are welcome to the islands. D7, G minor 7. Kolea, you are welcome to the islands. Oh.
That was beautiful.
I love it. We have to have you back at Ukulele Club again.
Oh, yeah.
Got to lead this one again. Get everybody singing it. Aww.
Now, we have one last video clip that we're going to end on. But Kala'e, what's coming up for you that people can come check out?
I have a new album out. I just released.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's called Drifting on Island Time. And if you're on the island of Oahu, I'm doing a album release party at the Blue Note.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that'll be Sunday, November 23rd. It's the Sunday right before Thanksgiving.
Awesome.
Yeah, 6 p.m. at the Blue Note in Waikiki.
That is so awesome. Thank you so much for yes.
Yay,
you do you do so much, and I'm always amazed at when I look at your schedule, I'm like, man, this man is everywhere. And yet you're always happy to serve, and always so humble. So thank you so much, Kala'e.
Oh, we got the best job in the world, man. Play music.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for all that you do for 4 Strings at a Time. Thank you for being able to stop by and be a special guest for us today.
Thank
We
you guys for
appreciate
having
it. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you.
One last clip,
Yes.
and we'll be right back.
Yes.
Thank you, Kala'e.
Yeah.
Hola pakauila ikaneo he kauila lima hila niwai me kau puakea kala ia omololani kame ke anu o ke ko Hola pakauila ikaneo he kauila lima hila niwai me kau puakea kala ia omololani kame ke anu o ke ko Hano mo ka pui ka e hukai ke koa moku moku a o heia me kau puakea kala ia omololani kame ke anu o ke ko lau Hano mo ta pui ta e hutai te tō motu a o hea me kau puakea kala ia omololani kame ke anu o ke ko o kai mea humahea koe me kau puakea kala ia omololani
Keolu, Neal Chin, Hamuela Kimokeo. Incredible, right? Wouldn't you want to jam with them? It's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, our soloists, Kamuela Kimokeo and Neal Chin. So mai kai. Kimokeo, Neal Chin, the bangers.
Oh, friends, mahalo, mahalo nui. Well, I hate to repeat that one, but it is that time
that
for
time.
us to play our final song of our inaugural Ukulele Summit. Can we get a round of applause for, again, all of you, our participants, our vendors, our sponsors, our musicians, all of our friends, and sis, you gotta help me out with this because we definitely need to take time to recognize our many of our board members.
Absolutely.
Who without the collective talent, I think, of all of us in our brains and our friends' backyards, I don't think we would have been able to put this all together. And so, friends, please help me in just a round of applause for Craig Chee here on camera, Janice Lam here,
Sarah Maisel, our sister, Neal Chin, Cory Mau,
of course, Lina Girl Longi here on this side.
Very big mahalo to our 4 strings at a time ohana that make this possible. But you know what? For everybody that has a shirt that's just that color right there that Cory and Neal are wearing, these are all of our incredible volunteers. They came out, they poured their heart and soul, and they are still here in the crowd. So thank you so much for all of their wonderful work.
Many of them have been here since 6:30 this morning. They have been here tremendously early. And again, with everyone's support, we absolutely cannot make this happen. So mahalo, mahalo. And of course, to Windward Community College, Dr. Kamuela Kimokeo, mahalo for partnering with us this year.
And Makana Tani, who I believe is still running around the facilities.
He just ran into the supply closet over there.
That was such a fun day. And also, I love that, like we were just talking about, Kalae Camarillo, you were there. And you're going to be there again next year. But this time, you will be there as a kumu.
Kumu, yeah.
That's right.
Actually, I was there as kumu last time.
It's true. But you will be working with the kids this time. Yes, so we're very excited. Yes, that was a clip from our Ukulele Summit, our now annual event in partnership with Windward Community College. Make sure to join us April 18th. In 2026, we are so excited to do it again with even more workshops because I can't believe how full all of them were. Everybody here wanting to learn. So
I do want to remind people, if you're watching the replay, you can still donate. You can still help support our events. And again, thank you to everyone who joined us live, who went in and out throughout the day. For those of you who are able to purchase packets or shirts or bags, thank you so very much. Your gifts will go a long way.
Yes, and we still have some of the straps that I make. I made a handful and donated them. Straps that I've made, some CDs. So just take a look at the store and check it out. We've got, the shirts that we're wearing. As well. But thank you so much for support. We actually have surpassed our $10,000 goal of the day. We're almost at $12,000. So we're super grateful. Please feel free to share this live stream with friends and family. Anyone who wants to learn ukulele, just share it because watching it is totally free. But just with all of the work we do here at 4 Strings at a Time, thank you all so much for your support. It really, truly means the world to us. We are a tiny crew. If you write emails, you're talking to me. All of the visuals that you're seeing, that's all Craig's handiwork. Cory and I work on handouts together. Neal also does a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff where we ask him to chart things out.
A lot of teaching for Ukulele Club.
Oh, yeah, he does pretty much all the teaching for Ukulele Club when we put on those free mini lessons every month. So we are all a working board doing our best to do what we can for the community here in Hawaii, but also worldwide too.
And rumor has it that Mr. Kalae Camarillo might be joining us in November for Ukulele Club of Hawaii.
Yes, rumor has it. So
November 15th.
Yes. So again, thank you all so much for your amazing support today. We can't do our work without you. So, and it's very true. So thank you all very much. Craig, do you have any more parting words?
Just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. We're going to put all of this to the best use that we can. And thank you to the moderators, Carol, Brittany, Sam, Neal, Cory, working hard with us throughout the day as well. And a big thank you to my parents, actually.
Huge thank you to Mom and Dad.
Have been running around with Cameron all day for us so that we could have some dedicated time for this event. But thank you again so very much. We hope you have an incredible rest of your day. And hopefully we can see you at another event in person or online soon. Aloha.
Aloha, everyone.
Aloha.
And celebrate this wonderful day with this final mele aloha aina. Here we go again. E Hawaii e kuone anawe. ke aloha, mau ke aloha, no Hawaii. Mau ke aloha, no Hawaii.
On behalf of Four Strings at a Time, Windward Community College, mahalo for being a part of our inaugural Ukulele Summit. We will see you next year. Aloha.